Welcome to Sacrilegious Discourse.
For this is what the Sovereign Lord says.
Why do you need prophets to tell people who you are and what you want?
If you can justify everything that the God of the Bible has done, then you can justify any of your behavior.
A lot of this mentality is trickling into what is now mainstream right-wing Christianity.
I am capable of empathy greater than this God of the Bible.
This is a Bible that they tell kids. This is the good Lord. This is the good book. He is fantasizing about murder, mass murder.
Head over to sacrilegiousdiscourse.com right now to find out how to leave us a review or support us on Patreon.
Hey there, sinners and saints. It's your favorite Bible-bashing duo from Sacrilegious Discourse, and we need your help.
That's right, folks. We're raising funds for some heavenly equipment and a studio that doesn't sound like it's in the depths of hell.
Our current setup, let's just say it's more apocalypse than audiophile.
So if you want to hear us dissect the Bible without the background noise of demonic squirrels, chip in a few bucks.
We're aiming for $5,000 to upgrade our audio and build a studio worthy of blasphemous banter.
Donate today and help us spread the good word of atheism.
You can find a link right on our homepage, sacrilegiousdiscourse.com. Every dollar counts.
Even if it's from your collection plate. Husband!
Wife!
Do you know what we're doing today?
Well, we're starting a new book, and we're starting it a little late, and I have to blame myself a little bit. I
blame your brother.
Under the weather a bit.
I blame your brother's kids.
Right, yeah, that's part of it. So if you hear me sniffling throughout this one, that's partly why, but yesterday I just was too tired to even function, so... but I'm coming back. I'm here.
Your brother and his kids are lovely.
They are.
But they always get one of us sick. It's usually me. So the fact that this time it's husband.
Right. Yeah.
Maybe says something.
Yeah. So what are we hopping into with this new book?
We're starting Jonah.
We are. I hear whales.
Maybe. Not really, but maybe. Kind of. Yes.
Got it. Yeah. Okay. That's specific. And okay. So are you ready to get started on this?
Oh, I am.
All right.
I'm kind of enthusiastic about it too.
Oh, well, that's good.
That's a change.
Yeah, let's do this.
Okie dokie. All right. Are you ready to hop into Jonah?
I am.
Okay. Before we start chapter 1, there's some things that I gotta say.
Okay.
Okay. First of all, there's only 4 chapters in this book.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Super short.
Dang.
Super short. Like, we're going to finish it this week.
Speaking of which, I do want to say real quick, we are going to make up a day midweek here. So like Thursday, basically.
Thursday-ish.
Yeah. So we will catch up to the regular schedule.
I want to have this book knocked out.
Right. Yeah. Okay. All right.
So there's that. Okay.
Yeah.
That's the first thing.
Yeah.
Here's the second thing. Even though there's only 4 chapters, there is so much fucking info about this dude and his dad and where it was and what happened and everybody's thoughts on it. And I found it kind of ludicrous, quite frankly.
Okay.
How much there was to sift through.
Well, we're in the minor prophets, right?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. He's a fucking minor prophet. There's only 4 goddamn chapters.
Well, I got to be honest, though. He's the only minor prophet that I know anything about. Like, as before hopping into the Bible, right?
Okay, well, I'll get there in a minute, but do you know how fucking famous he is?
Pretty
He's the
famous.
Only minor prophet that is in the Quran and that is praised by all 3 Abrahamic religions.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Interesting.
So, I mean, they all have a Jonah story.
I see.
I mean, obviously, the Jews and the Christians, along with, the Catholics are Christian or whatever.
Right. Yeah.
I'm not sure how that all works, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
All of them kind of share the Old Testament, but even the Quran, which is like Old Testament, adjacent. That's the word I was looking for. Yeah. Adjacent. Like I had it in my head as I started the sentence and then it went.
Right.
Yeah. So, but they all have that common bond.
Got it.
Okay. But let's talk about Jonah a little bit. I always like to do a little intro before we do the book.
Sure. Who the fuck's Jonah?
Who the fuck is Jonah? Okay. He's the son of Amittai.
Yeah.
Who the fuck is Amittai?
He's a good guy.
Right.
I don't know.
Amittai the good guy. Amittai the good guy. We'll talk about him in a little bit, but there's not much to say about
Got
him.
it.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's also known as Jonas. Jonah, Jonas.
Okay.
Now, what I find interesting is that he's also referred to as Eunice with a Y, which is very similar, you know.
Right.
Just depends on whether you're referring to the Hebrew pronunciation or the all those other languages that I don't know.
Greek and whatever.
And whatever. Yeah. I'm sorry.
Arabic.
That's the one. Yeah. That's the one I was looking for. Thank you. Okay. I don't have a problem with words. You have a problem with words.
But what?
That's how it is. When I can't think of a word, you have to fill it in.
I see.
And if you can't fill it in, then
it's all my fault.
It's you that has the problem, not me.
Yeah.
Everybody knows you're smarter than I am. So I'm laying this at your feet. Okay, so I knew a guy when I was in school. His name was Jonas Todd.
Okay.
And I had never heard of somebody named Jonas before, but A, he was such a cool guy. And B, his name was so fucking cool. And it like fit him. He was very exuberant, like very just not obnoxious, just like really loud and fun. And Jonas just fit him.
Got it. Yeah.
So anyway, now I understand. Oh, it was a Bible name and I just didn't know it.
Right. There's a lot of things that are in the Bible that we didn't know were in the Bible.
Yeah.
Like we've discovered a lot, like as we're just like sifting through, media.
Right.
We've discovered that there's all these references that we've never caught until we started reading the Bible.
Exactly.
And I'm sure it'll become even more prevalent when we get into the New Testament.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. I just, like, that's apropos of nothing, right? It doesn't matter at all, except that, he came from probably a religious family. I didn't know that. Oh, his family probably, was all of his siblings.
I'm going to say yes or no, because, there's a lot of people that just use biblical names. For example, there are other names that, my parents named me after a biblical person, but I wasn't actually named after that biblical person.
Okay, but yeah, you were not named after that biblical person.
Right.
So, no, that wasn't let's have a Bible name.
Right.
I'm saying Jonas is not like a name that you hear frequently.
Sure.
So I'm just going to guess that it was a biblical name.
Okay.
Anyway, I found the whole thing fascinating.
Sure.
Okay. So I don't care if other people don't care because I thought it was interesting is what I'm saying.
All right.
Personally.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. So Jonah or Jonas or Eunice, he was the son of Amittai, and his name in Hebrew means dove.
Okay.
And he's a minor prophet in the Hebrew Bible. He's from Gath-Hepher in the northern kingdom of Israel around 8th century BCE.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
He's the central figure of the book, Jonah,
Obviously,
named after him.
Right.
Yeah. Which this book details Jonah's reluctance in delivering the judgment of God to the city of Nineveh, which is near present-day Mosul. Am I saying that right? Mosul?
Yeah.
Okay. In the Neo-Assyrian Empire.
Okay.
So, I never knew how he ended up in the whale. He ends up in the whale. We're going to read about it, but the whole story is about him not wanting to deliver God's word. So he was a reluctant hero.
I see.
That's how we would refer to him in the writing world.
Yeah.
Okay. He was like, no thanks, count me out.
Right.
Okay. So after he's swallowed by a huge sea creature, the Hebrew word, which means large fish.
Yeah.
He's then released and he returns to the divine mission. Okay.
All right.
The reason that I'm emphasizing large fish is because it wasn't necessarily a whale. We just decided that that's
some large fish.
Yeah. It's just a whale.
It's just convenient to say whale because
because they're big.
Right.
And there's oxygen in there.
Right.
Sure. He could probably live about 3 days.
No.
I don't know.
No.
There's stories.
I'm pretty sure it's not proven. I'm pretty sure it's been proven to be false.
There is a story, and I will have to look it up, but there is a news story within the past couple years, that's how recent, of a guy who claims that he was swallowed by a whale and came out.
No.
I'm not saying whether it's true or not.
Right.
He claims this. It is true that he claims this. Okay. This is a true news story.
Got it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, whether he's full of shit or not is a question.
Yeah. Well, I'm just going to let you know that Google says you could not live in a whale for 3 days.
I mean, look, who am I to argue with God of the Bible? Okay. I think that Google needs to have a talk with God and get back to me.
Okay.
Okay. Especially because like Google, if you ask AI certain things, like the Google Gemini thing, if you ask it certain political things, even though the election is done, it still will not tell you political stuff.
Sure. No, I get it.
And I'm
it's
like,
giving me
fuck
reasons
off.
why you couldn't, and it seems pretty reasonable to me.
Yeah, if you take the Bible out of it, if you take politics out of it, then it'll answer your question.
Right.
You have to just know how to phrase the questions.
Right, yes.
But you can't, like if you said, could Jonah of the Bible, whose father was Amittai, could he have totally lived in the whale for 3 days? Or is the Bible full of shit? It would be like, I don't want to get involved don't put me in the middle. It's like, no, I'm asking for facts, bro. Okay, so anyway, in Judaism, the story of Jonah represents the teaching of repentance in Judaism and the ability to repent to God for forgiveness. Okay?
Yeah.
This is important because there are several Christian scholars, quote unquote, who claim that Jonah is a precursor to the Jesus story.
Oh.
He's a pre-Jesus.
I see.
Because he's like, why me, God? No, I don't want to. And then his going into the whale and then coming out 3 days later.
Oh.
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah.
Similar story.
So they're like, he's so like Jesus, that whole didn't want to, and 3 days later. And I'm like, yeah, except he wasn't the Son of God, and it was Old Testament, not New Testament, and Christians get your own fucking religion. And
sure.
I mean, many.
Just being in the Old Testament, we've talked about how the Old Testament seems to inform a lot of the things in the New Testament. Mm-hmm. And obviously, the New Testament came after the Old Testament.
Yeah.
And therefore, it was easy to pick and choose what they wanted to make the New Testament.
Yes.
And so I feel like that's not entirely untrue. These things that happen in the Old Testament and in other cultures even oftentimes inform what happened in the New Testament.
Yes, indeedy. You are correct. So Jonah in Islam is regarded as a prophet, and the narrative of Jonah appears in the 10th chapter of the Quran, named after him, Yunus.
Okay.
That's Yunus, not Eunice, like the, hillbilly mama, Eunice. Okay. All right. So Yunus is traditionally viewed as highly important in Islam as a prophet who was faithful to God and delivered his messages.
All right.
Jonah, like I said before, is the only one of Judaism's 12 minor prophets to be named in the Quran.
And the only one that I know.
Yeah. Go figure.
I mean, prior.
Now, the Quran never mentions Jonah's father, but Muslim tradition, get this, teaches that Jonah was from the tribe of Benjamin and that his father was Amittai.
Okay.
So
all right.
They're like, well, we don't have that name in our book, but that's a good name.
Sure.
I like that.
Let's put it there.
And then, but let's say he's from Benjamin.
Right. Why not? We like
Benjamin.
Like,
sure. I don't see why not. He was the baby. He was well loved. Even the brothers all loved him.
Yeah.
That's why they were able to reconcile, because they were like, no, don't do that to our baby brother. Not Benjamin. Oh, take me, not Ben.
I think it's interesting because they said earlier that he lived in the northern section of Israel, which would not have been Benjamin.
Right.
So that would have meant he and or his family would have had to have moved north at some point from that area to go to this other area. Mm-hmm. So it seems a little unlikely.
Right.
Like, I don't feel like people moved around a lot unless there was a specific purpose.
Well, the Bedouins, they were the guys who roamed about with their herds.
Sure.
And they slept in tents because they just followed their herds.
But those would have been different cultures that were kind of mingling with the Israelites and not necessarily the Israelites, because the Israelites had their own tribes and their own places and their own things. You know what?
I was totally just being very like monolith, like stereotypy, like, you know, all of those cultures over there. Like I was just like putting them all in one basket, and that is horrible, and we should not do that. And I'm calling myself out. Okay?
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was not cool, guys. Stop doing that. Okay, many modern Bible scholars suggest the book of Jonah is fictional and at least partially satirical, even.
I see. Mm-hmm, okay. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh.
The character of Jonah, son of Amittai, may have been based on the historical prophet of the same name who prophesied during the reign of King Amaziah of Judah.
Okay.
As mentioned in 2 Kings.
Got it. Okay.
I don't recall that, but I'm sure I believe you.
Right,
know?
Yeah.
Okay. Although the creature that swallowed Jonah is often depicted in art and culture as a whale, as I already said, the Hebrew text uses the phrase large fish. You are a big fish.
Right.
Like, how big is your fish? It's whale
really
big.
Yeah.
That fish be whaling. But speaking of big fish, that is such a good movie, y'all. Has nothing to do with this.
What is it?
Big Fish.
Oh, big. Yeah.
Right?
That is a really good movie.
It's so good. It's, what is that, like, fantasy realism or fantastical realism or something like that?
Yeah, maybe.
Where it's like you're supposed to see that it's happening in the real world, but there's a magical realism. That's what it is.
Right.
And it's such a great movie.
I want to point out real quick that Bedouins actually did not exist during biblical times.
My total bad.
Now, there is a lot of, similarities in some of the ways that some people lived back then, and they may have been precursors to what the Bedouins were, but they were not actually
I appreciate you
biblical times.
Fact checking me on that because, like I said, I was just all kinds of all the people over there, they're all the same, right? Just like all Americans on the American continent.
Right. Right. Yeah.
Canada, America, Texas, it's all the same.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah.
Sure. No. Just in case you wondered, it's not.
And it is
not
important to recognize different cultures and
just as it's important to us here to say, oh no, I'm American and I wish I was Canadian and I'm totally not Texan. Like, it matters, right? Like, I don't have a lot of like American pride right now because just, the way it is.
Yeah, we just elected fucking Trump.
Yeah.
Fuck that shit.
But other people might actually have that pride or they might not want to be lumped in. And so I apologize. Truly. That was shitty of me and I'm going to try to stop that.
Well, I mean, I want to clarify real quick, too, that I have pride in what America could stand for.
Oh, yeah. We've had that talk before.
Yeah. No, I just wanted to say it real quick. That's
the American dream, the American principles, the shit you're taught when you're a kid, that is all really great. Values and morals and the city on the hill, the
propaganda.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right?
The freedom, give us your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free. The wretched refuse of your teeming shores, send these. The homeless tempest tossed to me. I lift my lamp beside the golden door.
Yeah. And then we elect Trump.
Yeah. Yeah. And he closes everything. Yeah.
Right.
So, yeah, I have pride in that image, and I wish it was true.
Right. Yeah.
And I wish we had better health care, and I wish we cared about our poor and our trans and our people of color
Education,
as much as
any number of
all
things.
of the things.
Right. All the above.
Yes. Pride in the Americans, whatever. Okay. Anyway, sorry for my lumping in.
Jonah.
Yes, Jonah. Yes. We're doing Jonah. Large fish, not necessarily whale. Okay, in the 17th century and early 18th century, the species of the fish that swallowed Jonah was a subject of speculation by naturalists. That's where we got whale.
Sure,
They were like, ooh, let's study this part of the Bible.
Right.
This sounds fun.
Yeah.
They interpreted the story as an account of a historical incident because, they were pretty dumb back then.
Well, there are still people today that would treat it as a historical incident.
Yeah.
People take the Bible very seriously.
They do. They're like, the Bible says he lived in there for 3 days. I don't care what sign says. Happened.
Well, it's true. Right?
He did.
I mean,
he did.
It's true that people take
you can't
these
tell me you
things
didn't.
very seriously.
They do. And that's silly.
But that's part of why we want to read through this stuff, because it is like some of the stuff is just like just the fact that it is absolutely impossible for that to happen.
Right.
Is
but
the
not
fact
with
that people should know.
Not with the hand of God.
Whatever.
God enabled that to happen.
No,
but that's what they would say.
I know.
It doesn't matter that but somebody couldn't do that scientifically. It's impossible.
I just don't understand why people don't say it's much more likely that some fucking idiot back in the middle or early days of the Bible made up a goddamn story, and then not only I'm like, have you ever heard somebody talk about the fish they caught? For fuck's sake, where do you? It turns out to be a goddamn, whale. Before they're done.
When all they caught was maybe a minnow.
Right.
Maybe. Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, why do we believe this shit just because it's old or what and been repeated? I don't understand.
I don't know, but these naturalists started it.
Yeah. Well, they didn't start it. There was a lot of people that started it, but they just contributed to it.
Yeah, they didn't make things better because they were like, let us make the Bible and science one. And it's like, no, that's not what the Enlightenment wanted. Stop. You're doing the Enlightenment wrong, you guys. The Enlightenment was about science and proving things and finding the truth, not trying to make the Bible be true. Stop. I hate them.
I don't know. I have to maybe disagree with you a little bit there, because in those days, even though science was becoming more prevalent, people still took the Bible and God and religion very seriously.
Yes, but naturalists were already scoffing at the ideas of, okay, I'm running out of words again.
Okay.
But all of the silly ways that they claimed people were not related to animals, and they thought that the giraffe just grew his neck and
sure,
oh, I need those leaves up there, and so a week later all these type of animals had long necks, and it's like,
right,
well, if a week means centuries, okay,
more than centuries, but
right, I was trying to be generous. But they were already starting to scoff at those ideas.
Sure,
that's what the whole purpose was. And they were open to being wrong. I mean, they were still sexist and racist.
To some extent, but they still believed in God much of the time. That was still a given. So they took extra effort to make things that were biblical be true, because it has to be true if they believe their whole point of view on life and the afterlife and everything.
Not all of them.
Not all of them, but a large amount of them.
Too many.
Much larger than today.
Too many. That is true.
Yeah.
So anyway, they tried to say it really happened. It's a historical incident.
Sure.
Some modern scholars of folklore, on the other hand, note similarities between Jonah and other legendary religious figures
Oh, I'm shocked.
Right? Like the Indian yogi Matsyendranatha, or Lord of the Fishes.
Okay.
As well as the Sumerian king Gilgamesh.
That one sounds like it could be more likely as a...
And the Greek hero Jason.
Huh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Jason and the Argonauts.
Yeah.
That guy?
Right.
Yeah. So according to one tradition, Jonah was the boy brought back to life by Elijah, the prophet in First Kings. I remember that story.
Yeah.
And I'm like, but why? That's so random. Why?
Yeah. Didn't he lay over him or something? And,
he laid on top
really
of that
weird.
boy.
Yeah.
It was very sexual.
It was disturbing a bit.
It made me very uncomfortable.
Yeah, me too.
It made me feel pedo was happening right before my eyes. And I'm like, yeah, that's the church for you.
Right.
But I'm just like, why that kid? Why? It could have been any other unnamed character.
Right.
So random.
Yeah. But no, they like those little connection things that
it makes it more real.
Right. Well, it makes it more fun.
It does. Yeah. We like everybody to be hooked up by the end of the story.
Right.
Everybody must have a partner.
Yeah.
Another tradition holds that he was the son of the woman of Shunem, brought back to life by Elisha in 2 Kings.
Okay.
And that he is called the son of Amittai, which means truth. due to his mother's recognition of Elijah's identity as a prophet in 1 Kings.
Okay.
So either Elijah or Elijah may have brought him back to life.
Got it.
Or his mom.
Or none of them were involved.
Or nobody ever died and was brought back to life.
Sure.
Unless it was with artificial resuscitation or some type of what is it, electromagnetic thingy that zaps their hearts and make it start beating again.
Yep.
Yeah, that kind of thing.
Right.
And that's not, quote unquote, bringing somebody back to life. That's catching them right before they true gone.
Right, yeah.
I mean, I'm not saying you were not in death's grasp.
You got them to start breathing and heart beating again.
Yeah, yeah.
They weren't brain dead yet.
You caught them before their body realized that it could stop.
Yeah.
You know?
Right.
You plugged them in real quick.
Yep.
Okay. So according to the Midrash, while Jonah was inside the fish told him that its life was nearly over because soon the Leviathan would eat them both.
Oh, okay.
Jonah promised the fish that he would save them. Following Jonah's directions, the fish swam up alongside the Leviathan, and Jonah threatened to leash the Leviathan by its tongue and let the other fish eat it. The Leviathan heard Jonah's threats, saw that he was a bald-dick dude, he was circumcised, and realized that he was protected by the Lord.
What, seriously?
Yeah.
Okay.
The Leviathan saw that my guy was circumcised.
Oh my God.
He's like, I see you have a mighty fine dick. I see that it is in its full glory, uncovered.
Yeah.
And bald. Okay. That's why I said bald dick dude.
This is a weird story.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it was like, ooh, circumcised motherfuckers got the Lord on their side. So it fled in terror, leaving Jonah and the fish alive. That's a fun story. Fishes that know what's up with a man's dick.
No wonder guys like to just like wave their dicks around, huh?
Right?
Yeah.
They're like,
apparently it'll save your life.
Mm-hmm. They're like, look at my dick.
Just for the record, don't do that.
Look at my dick, guys.
It won't save your life.
The Lord's gonna save me. Look at my dick. See my dick?
Jesus Christ.
The medieval Jewish scholar and Rabbi Abraham ibn Ezra from 1092 to 1167.
I feel like I've heard that name before.
He's one of those, I think, Midrash writer guys.
Sure, he's very influential.
Yeah, I might have the wrong book.
Medieval,
yeah, he was a Jewish scholar.
Sure.
And rabbi.
And it might have been in our book that club that we do, or it might have been in something else.
It would have been several notes. We've mentioned him before.
Yeah.
He argued against any literal interpretation of the book of Jonah, stating that the experiences of all the prophets except for Moses were visions, not actualities. You dumb motherfuckers.
Huh.
So apparently he had some of a brain about him. Okay.
Yeah.
But the later scholar, Isaac Abarbanel, who was alive in 1437 to 1509.
Okay.
He argued that Jonah could have easily survived in the belly of the fish for 3 days because, after all, fetuses live 9 months without access to fresh air. Tell me you don't know anything about a woman's body without saying you don't know anything about a woman's body.
Right, yeah.
I bet you can't make her come neither.
I mean, to be fair, I don't know that science would have caught up with these rationale at that point
I'm
either.
Just saying.
So.
No, but what is sad is that there are people in Congress, senators, who don't know any more about a woman's body than this motherfucker.
Definitely. The ignorance that is still in society is unbelievable. Even at the top levels.
So many dudes like TikToks about guys that don't know that a woman can't just hold her period. You know, like pee. Like, can't you just hold it?
Christ.
Why do you leak everywhere all the time? Can't you just hold it?
Oh, my God.
Yeah. Like, okay, to all my non-period having friends, listeners, just in case. Well, no, not all.
Oh, okay. Right. Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah. Just so you know, people who have periods know they cannot hold them. It is not indeed like pee.
Right.
It is basically you are bleeding.
Right.
You have a wound, and it's called this egg don't work. This egg is broken. You're spitting out a broken egg.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
That is the period.
Yeah.
And you cannot hold, like if you cut your arm, you cannot hold that and just stop bleeding.
Right.
You have to stick a pad or something on your arm if you cut your arm.
Right.
Similarly with the period.
Yes.
Okay, so moving on. Men suck, I'm sorry. Amittai is only mentioned twice in the Bible. He's mentioned in 2 Kings chapter 14 and in Jonah chapter 1.
Okay.
The end.
All right.
Nothing is known about him other than that he was Jonah's daddy-o, and he was a native of Gath Hefer.
Got it.
Okay?
Okay.
That's it. However, Amittai, or Matta in Arabic, is also mentioned in Islam by Muhammad.
Okay.
Okay. When Muhammad was returning from preaching in Taif and decided to take shelter in the garden of two leaders, Adas, a lowly servant boy, was sent to offer grapes to Muhammad. When Adas came, Muhammad asked, "Hey, yo, which land do you come from?" And Adas replied, "Hey, yo, I'm from Nineveh." And so upon receiving this answer, Muhammad was like, "Dude, that's the town of Jonah, son of Amittai. Cool.
Okay.
It's kind of like if you go to Europe, for example, and you bump into another American abroad.
Right.
And you're like, "I'm from Ohio. How about you?" And they're like, "Oh my God, I'm from Ohio too." And you're like, "No way. Where?" And then they're like, "I mean, Cincinnati." And you're like, "Oh no, I'm from like the entire north of the state. So like Cleveland or Toledo or some shit like that."
Right.
And then you're like, "Oh, of course, that makes perfect sense that we wouldn't be from the same." But this was a small town and they were like, "Dude, you must know Jonah."
Sure.
So then, overjoyed, Muhammad then told Adas, the grape-bearing boy from Nineveh,
Yeah.
how Jonah and he, Muhammad, were prophetic brothers.
Got it.
He's like, "You knew my dude, my prophet friend over there."
Got it.
So, okay, one more thing, and then we will actually start this book. And I'm telling you, there's so much more. Like, I'm not even giving you all the fucking information.
Yeah.
I tried to only take the most interesting stuff. And then I will try to hit more of it when we do the wrap up.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Like, I literally cut this in half. I know you're like, "Jesus Christ, are we getting to chapter 1? It's not a long chapter. So
All right.
that's why I feel justified.
Got
okay.
it.
All right. Let's talk about Jonah's tomb right quick.
Okay.
Okay. So Nineveh's current location is marked by excavations of 5 gates, parts of walls on 4 sides, and 2 large mounds. The hill of Kuyinjik and the hill of Nabi Yunus.
Okay.
Jonas being
Sure.
Jonah.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
A mosque that sat atop Nabi Yunus was dedicated to the prophet Jonah and contained a shrine which was revered by both Muslims and Christians as the site of Jonah's tomb.
Interesting.
The tomb was a popular pilgrimage site and a symbol of unity to Jews, Christians, and Muslims across the Middle East.
Wow.
I know, like, I got goosebumps when I read this, and I just now got goosebumps again.
Huh.
Because, wow, right? That's
Yeah.
amazing.
What kind of time frame was this in?
Let me tell you.
All right.
On July 24th, 2014, ISIL, the Islamic State of Iraq and the Levant,
Yeah.
destroyed the mosque containing the tomb as part of a campaign to destroy religious sanctuaries that it deemed to be idolatrous.
Oh, wow.
Right?
Wow.
Yeah. So 10 years ago, 2014,
Oh, wow.
10 years ago,
That's
that
awful.
shrine still existed.
Wow.
Yeah. Okay. After Mosul was taken back from ISIL in 2017, an ancient Assyrian palace built by Esarhaddon, dating to around the first half of the 7th century BCE, was discovered beneath the ruined mosque.
Oh.
ISIL had fucking plundered the palace of items to sell on the black market. They had just raped it dry,
Yeah.
you know? But some of the artifacts that were more difficult to transport, like too big, too heavy to carry,
Yeah.
still remained in place.
Got it.
other reputed locations of Jonah's tomb. Like, that's to me the biggest and saddest one. Like, I almost don't even care about these other sites. I'm only mentioning them because.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
All right. So other reputed locations of Jonah's tomb include the Arab village of Mashhad, located in the ancient site of Gath Hefer in Israel.
Okay.
That tracks because, you know, that's where they were from.
Right.
The Nabi Yunus Mosque of the Palestinian town of Halhul in the West Bank, about 3.1 miles north of Hebron,
Okay.
was purportedly built over Jonah's tomb. Okay. A sanctuary near the city of Sarafand or Sarepta in Lebanon.
Okay.
Lebanon, sorry. And a hill now called Givat Yonah, meaning Jonah's Hill, at the northern edge of the Israeli town of Ashdod, at a site covered by a modern lighthouse.
Okay.
They were like, hey, this might be Jonah's tomb. Let's build a fucking lighthouse on top of it. Yeah, that tracks.
Right.
Sure. Okay, and the final one is Tomb of Jonah in the city of Diyarbakir, Turkey, located behind the Mihrab at Faith Pasha Mosque.
Well, that fucker has been buried in a lot of places.
He sure
That's
fuck
weird.
has.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. So let us now begin reading about Jonah.
Okay.
Okay. I mean, isn't that ridiculous how much info there is about this dude?
Yeah.
4
but
chapters.
Also, is it like it's not that accurate either, though?
No, but
I mean, to be buried in like 6 different places. Is,
no, but what I'm saying is there is so much info about this guy, all the legends, the stories, the
lore.
this, the that.
Right.
Yeah. And there's only 4 chapters. We don't have like 10 different burial places for guys that have 30 chapters.
That's true.
And you would expect, comparatively speaking, that you would.
Right.
So,
yeah. No, you're
all
right. You're right.
So Jonah, chapter 1. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
The word of the Lord came to Jonah, son of Amittai.
Okay.
Go to the great city of Nineveh and preach against it because its wickedness has come up before me. You know how them people be wicked.
Yeah.
But Jonah ran away from the Lord. He was like, nope, I'm out.
Run away. Run away.
Exactly. He headed for Tarshish. He went down to Joppa where he found a ship bound for that port. After paying the fare, he went aboard and sailed for Tarshish to flee from the Lord.
Oh.
So he's on a ship with other people. Okay.
Yeah.
Then the Lord sent a great wind on the sea, and such a violent storm arose that the ship threatened to break up. All the sailors were afraid, and each cried out to his own God. And they threw the cargo into the sea to lighten the ship. But Jonah had gone below deck, where he lay down and fell into a deep sleep. He was like, fuck me.
Right.
Maybe if I just sleep through this storm, when I wake up, it'll all be better. So he's down there sleeping, trying to just like pretend nothing's happening. La, 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 everything's fine. This is fine. The captain went to him and said, how can you sleep, motherfucker? Get up and call on your God. Maybe he will take notice of us so that we will not perish. So I just find this interesting that these guys each prayed to a different God.
Right.
And they respected that, like, maybe one of these gods will help us.
Sure.
Like, there's all different gods, you know?
Everybody call out, see which one works.
Yeah.
You know?
Surely
we don't
one of the gods will answer to us.
Right. It's kind of how the Israelites operated most of the time. They're like, whatever works, man. Just fucking...
make it rain or make it dry up, whatever.
Yeah, exactly.
The fuck. Make this storm stop.
Right.
Then the sailors said to each other, come, let us cast lots to find out who is responsible for this fucking calamity.
Oh, that sounds, scientific.
That's very scientific.
Yeah.
They cast lots, and guess what?
Jonah?
The lot fell on Jonah.
Yeah, of course.
Because God.
Sure.
So they asked him, tell us who is responsible for making all this trouble for us, asshole. What kind of work do you do? Where do you come from? What is your country? From what people are you?
All based on lots.
Yeah.
Just luck of the draw.
Well, but God led them.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
When you draw straws, God clearly
obviously
has his hand on that at all times.
Right. Yeah.
So my guy answered, I'm a Hebrew and I worship the Lord, the God of heaven who made the sea and the dry land,
Right.
Yahweh kind of thing.
Right.
Elohim. You heard of him? And this terrified them. And they asked, what the fuck have you done? Okay, they really asked, what have you done?
Right.
But what the fuck have you done?
Sure.
Is probably what they really said.
Yeah.
They knew he was running away from the Lord because he had already told them so. That's in parentheses. Let me reread that.
Okay.
They knew he was running away from the Lord because he had already told them so.
Okay.
Parentheses voice.
Got it.
The sea was getting rougher and rougher, so they asked him, what the fuck should we do to make the sea calm down for us?
And I'm guessing the answer is going to be throw him overboard.
No, this is what he says. He's
Oh.
like, my guys, I'm really sorry. Okay. He goes, pick me up and throw me into the sea, and it will become calm. I know that it is my fault that this great storm has come upon you. So he's like, I'm sorry, you know,
Sure.
like I brought this on you. This is not what I fucking intended. I was just trying to run away because I did not want to go be a prophet.
Right.
But, you know, God had other plans, and he's willing to kill all of you to make me be a prophet.
Yeah. Great guy.
Yeah. But instead, the men did their best to row back to land, but they could not, for the sea grew even wilder than before. Isn't that nice? They were like, I don't want to kill this guy.
Right.
Jesus, I wouldn't want to be a fucking prophet either. Like, it's like if he's a draft dodger and they're like, I mean, okay, on the one hand, nobody respects a draft dodger, but then on the other hand, I'm not trying to go to war. I get it. I get it, my guy. We'll try to protect you. We'll do our best.
Right.
I don't know that I want to die for you or anything, but I'll do my best.
Sure.
So they did their best to row back to land, but they could not, for the sea grew even wilder than before. Then they cried out to the Lord.
Oh.
These dudes who had other gods, they were like, yo, Yahweh, please, Lord, do not let us die for taking this man's life. Do not hold us accountable for killing an innocent man. For you, Lord, have done as you pleased.
Right.
So they're like, I guess we have to kill him so we can live, but I'm not trying to have Yahweh come after me for killing him.
Right.
Like, I just want to not die, please, sir.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So then they took Jonah and fucking threw him overboard, because what else
As
can
you
you
do,
do?
yeah.
Right?
Right.
And the raging sea indeed grew calm.
Oh.
At this, the men greatly feared the Lord, and they offered a sacrifice to the Lord and made vows to him, because always fear the Lord, right? That's
I mean,
what I'm getting out of
if you
this.
threw somebody overboard and you thought that that was the issue, and then everything fixed itself, that's pretty substantial. Now, look,
timing, though.
I don't think right. But I don't think that actually happened.
Right.
But if that happened, I could see why people would be like, "Oh shit."
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Sure.
That's a valid reason to be scared of a god, I suppose.
Okay.
Right?
But I just love that they were like, you're not my God or anything, but I do fear you, and I am going to sacrifice to you, and please don't get me. I'm still going to, pray to my God.
Well, no, I think that in the end there, right, when they saw the power of this God and like that he did relent after throwing this guy overboard, right?
Yeah.
That they're like, oh shit, that's the God.
Okay, but here's the thing, though. Like, as soon as he goes, I'm from whatever place, and Yahweh, my God is the Lord.
Right.
And they were afraid. So they knew of this God already. They still had their own gods from their own lands and their own cultures and their own peoples. That's why they were like, where are you from? What God do your people pray to? Why aren't you praying to him?
But they might have been fearful because they cast lots and it said that this guy's God was the one that was causing it. It might not have been just...
No, they talked about that before.
Okay.
They were afraid of his God before they drew lots.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah. So they were like, oh, fuck.
Sure.
Okay. So now there's one verse left, and it is often placed in the second chapter because it kind of goes with it.
Okay.
But I'm just going to read it anyway.
Sure.
Okay. Now the Lord provided a huge fish to swallow Jonah, and Jonah was in the belly of the fish 3 days and 3 nights. The end.
Oh.
Cliff
there we
fucking
go.
hanger.
Yeah. I mean, now he's in a goddamn giant fish.
For 3 days and 3
whale.
nights. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. Have you ever heard the term, now you're in the belly of the whale?
Yeah.
That's where it comes from.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well.
I mean, this is a good story.
Yeah.
Like,
It's better than what we've been reading.
Right?
So.
And it ended on a cliffhanger, and I want to know what's going to happen next.
Oh, I do too. Yeah.
So this is a good story.
Right. So.
Don't get me wrong. It's not making me love the Bible.
No, there hasn't been anything that's made me love the Bible.
No.
But there are some more tolerable stories than others. So
I'm not hating this section.
Right.
I'm not dreading reading the next chapter.
Sure.
I'm like, what's going to happen?
Right.
I mean, obviously he's going to live.
Right. I mean, yeah.
We've got 3 more chapters.
Yeah. It wouldn't be very fun or memorable if he died.
I mean, to me it would, but what do I know?
All right. Well, that was chapter 1 of Jonah.
Sure as fuck was.
Which means that we will be back tomorrow with
Jonah chapter 2.
All right. We'll see you then.
Bye. Husband.
Wife.
Do you know what we're doing today?
Well.
I wasn't done singing. Today.
Well.
Yes.
Yesterday. We did Jonah chapter 1.
We sure as fuck did.
Yeah. And in that chapter, God called on Jonah to travel to Nineveh, I believe.
Nineveh,
right?
yeah.
And Jonah was like, "Fuck this shit, I'm out."
Yeah, he was like, "Bitch, bye."
And then we went on a 3-hour tour, and
literally.
and the boat got in some bad shit apparently.
Bad weather.
They think it was probably God, and then they were like, well, what do we do? And he's like, oh, you should probably just throw me overboard. And then they were like, no, man, we're going to row back. And they're like, nah, this isn't working, man. We're going to throw you overboard. So then they threw him overboard. And then a giant fish swallowed him.
The end. Yes. And that's where we left off.
That's where we left off, yeah.
We also had a very lengthy intro to this guy.
We did.
Only 4 chapters, but there's so much to say about him.
Yeah.
It's so stupid.
Well, I mean,
it's the Bible.
It's the only minor prophet I knew before starting the Bible.
I know, you said that yesterday.
I know, I'm just saying. It's
still
obviously
true.
There's something there, I guess. So anyway, that was Jonah chapter 1, which means that today we're doing
Jonah chapter 2.
All right, let's do this.
Okay, 2 things. Ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Okie dokie.
Yeah, you forgot that in the intro.
Like,
I paused, but then you just kept not doing it.
You stared at me, but I was already...
What's going on?
I was on to the next thing.
Yeah.
Like my brain had moved on.
Well, now you covered it for anybody that was like, where's the okie dokie?
Where's the okie? There it is.
There it is.
Mark it off your bingo board, guys.
Yeah.
The other thing was that it's really funny that there's going to be a prayer of Thanksgiving. And like we just had that holiday.
Wait, there's a prayer of Thanksgiving?
It's in here.
Oh. Okay.
For deliverance.
But not like Thanksgiving, the American holiday.
No, that would be silly.
They're literally giving thanks.
Well, something. I don't know. There's a title, and I don't typically read the titles, but it says Jonah's Prayer of Thanksgiving.
That's why Jonah's really popular, I bet.
Because
he's got a Thanksgiving prayer.
I have no idea.
Well, I mean, it couldn't hurt, right?
True.
Now, true. I mean, obviously they didn't know that there was going to be a holiday called Thanksgiving later. But,
All right, ready?
Yeah.
From inside the fish, Jonah prayed to the Lord his God.
Bullshit.
He said, in my distress, I called to the Lord and he answered me. From deep in the realm of the dead, I called for help and you listened to my cry. He, you. Which one? Pick a tense, guy.
Given the fact that you can't live in the belly of a fish and you would die, this could be looked at as like a resurrection story.
That is what we discussed yesterday.
Right, but I mean, people assume that he just lived the whole time, but maybe he died, and this is the way they're talking about it right now.
This is the dead part.
Right.
Yeah. You hurled me into the depths, into the very heart of the seas, and the currents swirled about me. All your waves and breakers swept over me. I said, I've been banished from your sight, yet I will look again toward your holy temple. The engulfing waters threatened me. The deep surrounded me. Seaweed was wrapped around my fucking head.
What? He ran away from God.
Yeah, but now he's in the belly of the
now he's worried about being cast out?
No.
Oh,
he's like, now I'm praying.
Okay.
And I'm praying to God. Like, I did this thing. You told me to do a thing. I didn't do it. You got pissed at me, and I went overboard, and a fish swallowed me, and now I realize that I can either die or pray to you.
Got it.
So I'm praying to you.
All right.
And there's fucking seaweed wrapped around my head.
Right, yeah.
To the roots of the mountains I sank down. The earth beneath barred me in forever. But you, Lord my God, brought my life up from the pit. When my life was ebbing away, I remembered you, Lord, and my prayer rose to you, to your holy temple.
When was his life? Was his life ebbing away as he's sitting in the fish right now?
I think
or
so.
when is this that we're talking about?
This is, I think, yes.
Is this prior to him waving his dick at Leviathan, or?
No, that was the Jewish legend. Or no, not the Jewish, was it the Jewish legend or the Muslim legend?
Probably Jewish.
Probably.
The Leviathan is something we talked about before, so.
Yeah. So, yeah, I don't know, but that wasn't
that's not
Bible.
part of this. Okay.
No.
All right.
I mean, maybe it was.
I was just curious.
I wasn't there.
I didn't know
see
where
what
the
he
dick
did with
waving
his-
came in. So.
I didn't see what he did with his dick, so I don't know.
All right.
Those who cling to worthless idols, continues, what's his face, turn away from God's love for them.
Jonah.
But I, Jonah, with shouts of grateful praise will sacrifice to you. What I have vowed, I will make good.
Okay.
I will say, salvation comes from the Lord.
Yeah, okay.
And final verse, ready?
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Really?
I told you it was short.
This is really short.
I told you it was short. And the Lord commanded the fish, and it vomited Jonah onto dry land. The end.
Wow, that was... So he just had to pray once. Okay.
Yeah.
And he got vomited onto dry land. He didn't have to swim. He just was like... The fish like swam right up to the shore and was like, here you go, Jonah. Taxi ride's over.
Right?
I mean, what the fuck?
Like, did he barf it, or did he send it out his blowhole?
Like, I'm imagining what this would look like in a movie scene, and it's just really cheesy.
Yeah.
You know, like there's a fish literally swimming up to a shore and then spitting out a human.
Okay, wait, but remember in Star Trek 4, The Journey Home?
Yeah.
Remember how there was a whale?
I do.
And remember how Spock was like, he put his hand next to the glass and he was like communing with her, and he was like, she's pregnant.
Right.
And then the lady was like, how do you know that? Nobody knows that. But then the next minute, he's like swimming in the tank with the fucking whale.
Right.
Do you remember that?
I do.
Okay. So that happened.
That happened where? What do you mean?
So the whale,
in Star Trek or in Jonah?
In Jonah.
In Jonah. Okay.
Was just like swimming around, and the guy was with him like Spock, only inside him, not with him.
Sure, yeah.
Not by him, but inside his belly.
He put his hands on the intestinal wall. Okay.
And then the whale was like, you taste gross, and then went bleh, and spit him like real far onto dry land.
I'm not sure how you made the correlation between those two things, but
I'm not sure either. In retrospect, I just really like you say
you just
whale.
Really wanted to talk about Star Trek, I think.
You say whale, I say Star Trek. Star Trek whale. Star Trek whale. I can't help it. Okay, here's the thing. That movie came out at a very precious time in my life.
Yeah.
And it was a family movie. We saw it in theater. I loved it so much. I hadn't seen any of the Star Treks preceding it, not the show, not any of the movies before
This is what got you into Star Trek?
Yes.
Because when I saw it, I thought it was kind of cheesy.
No, I fucking loved it. And I loved the girl, and I wanted them to end up together forever. Oh, man.
But you've watched Star Trek now, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Wouldn't you agree that as far as like, I don't know.
It was the 80s.
No, I know. But
it
like,
was very 80s.
it's
like,
out of character for like, I don't know. It's different than any of the other Star Treks.
It is. But it was trying to do something new and different.
Right.
And I appreciate it.
I get that.
I think that I have a really, really hard time discerning if I like something or if I have good memories associated with it.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
Like my careometer is busted. And so like, I have a really hard time gauging. So when I think of that movie, I can recognize it's probably not really that good a movie. And like nobody ever went back in time or forward in time ever again. Just that one time. I mean, they figured out how to do it. You slingshot the fucking sun.
Right.
You know?
Right.
That's it. That's all there is to it.
I think that'd be a pretty simple concept.
Yeah, but it never happened ever again.
Well, maybe they made laws like, hey, you can't do.
You mean shit. Like the one where you can't use your fucking warp drive because you're like literally tearing the fucking universe apart.
Yes,
every
like
time
that
you do
one.
it.
Yep.
Yeah, they didn't make any laws of that.
Well, they did, but then they broke them again.
And they forgot about it.
Yeah.
Well, I am not a true fan. I would not call myself a Trekkie or a Trekker because I don't know nearly enough as the cultish fandom.
We're merely Trekkie adjacent.
I love Star Trek. I just don't know all the things.
That's what I'm saying. Trekkie adjacent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So anyway, I have very fond feelings for that movie, cheesy as it is and plot hole ridden, and I love it. I can't help it.
No, I get it.
And also, I went back afterwards, and now of all the movies, Star Trek 3, The Search for Spock, is my favorite.
That's a good one.
Yeah,
That's a good one.
yeah. I did not love The Wrath of Khan,
Really?
number 2, because let me tell you, those earwigs, they freaked me the fuck out. I could not with those.
I would say Wrath of Khan is probably my favorite. So
That tracks.
Yeah.
No, I loved The Search for Spock.
as far as the original movies go, anyway. You know.
I loved The Search for Spock because watching him go through that process, I don't know, I felt it. And then, to then go watch 4 again and, see, that's why he was so weird in the beginning. Like, I know Spock is supposed to be logical, but he's like, I'm disconnected from my human feelings. And like, I didn't understand the whole storyline.
Right.
At the beginning of 4.
Sure.
It's because he had to regrow and redevelop all of it from, when he died in
Genesis,
3.
yeah.
He died and was brought back to life. And it was called the Genesis Project. And we're reading the Bible and we're reading about Jonah and the whale and Jonah was resurrected.
And wife circles it all back.
And Jonah is supposed to be a stand-in maybe for eventual Jesus.
There you go.
Spock is motherfucking Jesus.
There you go.
Holy shit. You heard it here first.
Yeah.
Okay.
Logical Jesus.
We're done. That's it.
Okay.
I mean, that was a bombshell.
So yeah. Oh, I do have one. I'm sorry to interrupt your bombshell, but I do have. So if anybody knows of a good place where I could find like a place to track down clips that I could find for Star Trek, there are so many great relevant clips with regard to,
politics,
secular
religion,
belief, like non-belief, secularism.
Yeah.
There's so many things that I would love to clip out of different episodes, but the only place I can find it is in places where I can't use like screen capture things and
Right.
whatever. And I'm like, come on, there's got to be somewhere where there's like just a wealth of Star Trek episodes. And as I'm thinking of it, I think I just figured out where I could find some. So, but anyway, that's neither here nor there. Anyway, so that was Jonah chapter 2.
Sure as fuck was.
And a lot of Star Trek.
I mean, Spock is Jesus. That's gonna stay with me. That was profound. Literally.
Yeah.
You're not.
Well, I mean, the Genesis thing and the dying and I had put that together before.
I hadn't.
Yeah.
And wow, that is just man. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm done.
All right, guys. We will be back tomorrow. Let's see. With the actually, tomorrow will be our special episode. Mm-hmm. So, if you are listening to this today, that means that our live Discord will be tonight. Wednesday, 10 p.m. Eastern on Discord. There's always a link in the show notes. Please join us there. We'd love to have you.
It's the most fun.
It really is. And other than that, we will see you next time.
Bye.
Bye.
Husband,
Wife.
do you know what we're doing today?
Well, yesterday we read Jonah chapter 2.
Sure as fuck did.
And in that chapter, let's see, Jonah was kind of realizing that he was in a bad spot.
He was in a pickle.
Yeah. And I mean, he was really in a fish.
He was in a fish.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Although I guess there might be some
pickles in the fish.
Well, no, I've heard some people say that maybe this whole thing was just like a vision. I've heard people talk about some other possibilities but anyway, literally speaking, he was in a fish according to the Bible, right?
Was the fish pickled?
I don't know.
Was Jonah pickled?
I mean, I don't know.
Okay.
Anyway,
yes.
As he was in there, he decided to give a prayer of thanksgiving to God.
Yeah, as you do when you're stuck in a
When
whale.
you're stuck in a fish, yeah. And then God's like, yeah, dude, I'm going to make the fish vomit you out on the dry land. So then
The end.
that was it.
Yeah.
That was Jonah chapter 2. So
That chapter was so stupid.
yeah, it was really dumb. So anyway, that was Jonah chapter 2, which means that today we're getting into
Jonah chapter 3.
All right, let's do this.
Okie dokie. All right, let's hop into Jonah 3.
All right.
Sorry. I'm feeling
You are
squirrely.
wound up lately. I don't know what is up.
Okay, here's the thing. I'm at a really dark place in my life right now.
Uh-huh.
And I'm trying so hard to be happy that I'm overcompensating.
Got it.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
All right.
Yeah.
Jonah, chapter 3.
Don't worry, wife is fine.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I'm fine.
Yeah.
I'm at dark place like we all are. That dark hell of the prospect of what's going to happen to the world in the next 4 years.
Got it.
That's what I meant.
Okay. All right.
The one dark
I was
place.
just trying to make sure that you didn't like leave people hanging like, I'm in a whatever. So we got it. There we go.
I hurt myself today. Like that?
Something like that, yeah.
Which version of that song do you like better?
I don't even know what you're talking about.
9 Inch Nails or Johnny Cash? I hurt myself today?
I'm always a fan of Johnny Cash, so
Right.
but I like 9 Inch Nails too, but obviously Johnny Cash did it first, so.
Well, I mean, it was his. No, it was their song.
Wait, no, it was their song.
It was their song, but he did it better.
So yeah.
And,
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It was tragic. It was hard.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Johnny
that
Cash
song-
did a great job with it though.
That made me cry, like all the tears. Okay, but yeah, that's not what I'm not that.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So I'm gonna read this. Ready?
I'm ready.
Then the word of the Lord came to Jonah a second time.
A second time.
Right?
After he got vomited out.
He's vomited out.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
And this is what he said. He goes, "Go to the great city of Nineveh and proclaim to it the message I give you."
Okay.
Jonah obeyed the word of the Lord and he went to Nineveh, as you do,
It helps that he's out of the fish.
because he got
that's,
vomited
yeah.
up on dry
Right,
land. Yeah. Blech. Now, Nineveh was a very large city.
Okay.
It took 3 days to go through it,
Wow.
like walking from one side to the other.
Yeah.
3
Yeah.
days to walk.
Right. Yeah.
But by car, how many would that be? Because, I mean, you might take 3 days to walk
It wouldn't
across.
take long.
No?
Yeah, I mean, it would take probably longer than that to walk across New York.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, okay, like we live in Dayton, Ohio, the area, right?
Right,
Like,
yeah.
how long would it take to walk across it?
I don't know. I would say at least a couple of days at the very least.
You think so? Couple
At least-
days?
Maybe.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
So-
and it depends on what you consider Dayton, right?
That, yeah,
You
that
consider
is
the
true.
suburbs, because if you do that, then it could take you many days. And we don't know how cities were set up back then. Maybe they were more sprawling, like instead of being they didn't have
Straightforward.
they didn't have high rises and stuff. So,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, do you consider Xenia and Yellow Springs part of Dayton?
I mean, if I'm talking about generalizing
It
the
depends
area,
who you're
so,
talking to.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Like if you're in Dayton, obviously no.
Right.
But-
I definitely say Dayton area.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So anyway, it's a really big fucking city. Took 3 days to walk all the way through it.
Sure.
Okay. Jonah began by going a day's journey into the city. So he's a third of the way across.
Okay.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And he proclaimed 40 more days and Nineveh will be overthrown.
40, huh?
40. I'm just saying.
Bible really likes 40.
Mhm,
Yeah.
mhm. And so he's like telling them this, like, I just wanted to let you know.
Okay.
Okay. The Ninevites believed God.
Or Jonah, I guess.
But it
yeah.
says God, but I think they meant to say Jonah.
Right, because God's not talking to them. It's
Right,
Jonah.
Jonah.
And Jonah's saying that God's talking to them. But they believed him?
They believed him.
Because this is weird.
This is the Bible.
Normally they don't believe
And,
the person talking.
yeah, I took the notes on this. This chapter is like, get the fuck out.
Right.
Okay. So yeah, totally against all odds and everything that we've read in the Bible up to now.
Yeah.
The people that were preached at believed the preacher.
Huh.
A fast was proclaimed, and all of them, from the greatest to the least, put on sackcloth.
Oh.
They were like, fuck me.
Wow.
40 days? Oh, I got lots of repenting.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Right.
When Jonah's warning reached the king of Nineveh, he rose from his throne, took off his royal robes, covered himself with a sackcloth, and sat down in the dust.
I'm
know,
going
as
to
you
call
do.
bullshit on this story.
I think when they remember in the intro part before chapter 1 when I said that some believe this is satire.
Right.
This is what I think they were referring to.
Okay.
That they're like, imagine all the people. No. Imagine if there was this one city and they actually fucking listened.
Right.
Imagine.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Because it hasn't happened yet in the Bible.
Right. That's what I'm saying. So, yeah, satire all the way, baby.
Okay. All right.
Or at least, like, let's pretend that there was a good city.
Sure.
What would that look like?
Right.
Well, they would put on sackcloth. They would believe the guy proclaiming the end of the world is nigh in 40 days, and they would put on sackcloth and sit in the dust.
Got it.
From the greatest to the least, including the king.
All right.
Okay. Yeah. So this is the proclamation the king issued in Nineveh. By the decree of the king and his nobles, do not let people or animals, herds or flocks taste anything. Because remember, they're doing a fast.
Right.
And
you're going to stop your animals from eating.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do not let them eat or drink. Oh, wait.
That's not going to work out very well.
I thought the fast includes the drink. Because if you're not drinking,
you got to drink.
If you're,
only got
but it says eat or drink. But if you're not eating or drinking, you're not fasting. You're literally not intaking things that you intake.
What?
Like,
I'm not following.
Okay, you're not fasting. You're merely like cutting off everything. That's different.
Fasting is just not eating food.
I thought fasting was not eating food, but you're still taking in liquids.
Right. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You're just not eating food.
Yeah, so if you cut off liquids as well, you're no longer fasting. You're doing something. You're dying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I was trying to get at. Yeah, okay. You're just dying.
All right.
But let people and animals be covered with sackcloth.
You're going to cover your animals in sackcloth even. Mm-hmm. Wow. Yeah. Okay.
Come here, little chicken. Get this sackcloth. This must have been a very
interesting scene, huh?
Mm-hmm. Let everyone call urgently on God. Hello, 911. This is God. What's your emergency? Let them give up their evil ways and their violence.
Okay.
Do it.
Right.
Who knows? Question mark.
Right.
God may yet relent and with compassion turn from his fierce anger so that we will not perish. We were a fuckface this morning, but we got the message.
We got the sackcloth on.
Sorry. I didn't mean to kill that guy. I'm just kidding. La, 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 la. I'm good. I'll be good now. Please don't burn me.
Don't kill us.
Yeah. I mean, I did have a lot of fun up until now, but I'm totally sorry.
We're done now. We're done.
Never going to do it ever again.
It's over.
Yeah. When God saw what they did and how they turned from their evil ways, he relented and did not bring on them the destruction he had threatened. The end.
Wow. Huh. That's a first.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't believe it at all.
At all.
Like, I mean, look, there's a lot of things I don't believe in the Bible, right?
Right.
I mean, I don't believe most of it is true.
Right.
So,
agreed.
But this story in particular.
This is over the top.
I mean, okay, look, we're talking about a dude that rode in a goddamn fish, got spit out by it, and now got an entire city like a few days later to like put on sackcloth.
Okay, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
This is a doozy.
Okay.
Ready?
Yeah.
Okay, and you can only pick one, and you have to pick one. Which is more unbelievable, the whale in chapter 2 or the city in chapter 3?
The whale.
You think?
Yeah, because the city is people that could, if they were under enough distress, be convinced of something.
See, I was going the other way because I was thinking, well, no, not like him talking to God inside the whale and getting spit out and all that, but like a guy could get swallowed by a whale. A guy has been swallowed by a whale. Sure.
Right, but they can't live.
I mean, I don't know.
No, I mean, scientifically, they can't live.
I know, but there is a guy who claimed it happened to him. But anyway, no, I totally agree with you. But a guy can get swallowed by a whale.
Sure.
Okay? And a guy can also claim he was swallowed by a whale.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
But there is no fucking way that he walked a third of the way into the city and was like, God's coming. And everybody just 1, 2, 3, go was like, oh, shit.
Right.
No way.
Yeah.
So for me, like the same reason that you're like, no, this could happen. Like you're pulling for the whale being more unbelievable.
Yeah.
I'm pulling for any people ever coming together on a dime.
I still stick to the whale being the most unbelievable.
You cannot get 3 people in a car to
How about
agree on a
this?
music
you
station.
put these two things together, and it's very unbelievable. It's beyond.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, both
it's
of
ridiculous.
them. Both of them are over the top.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what the most believable part of the story was? Chapter 1, when he was like, fuck me, I'm not doing that, bye.
Right.
That is very believable.
Yeah, that is believable.
Yeah. So.
But this is a fish story. You know?
Indeed it is.
Yeah. So what do you expect? You know?
Oh, that's funny.
All right. Well, that was Jonah chapter 3.
Sure as fuck was.
Which means that actually we're going to be back later today with
Jonah chapter 4, and that will finish the book.
Yeah. All right. We'll see you then.
Bye. Husband.
Wife.
Do you know what we're doing today?
Well, we're catching up, so we're doing our second episode today, which is gonna what we did earlier
10
today,
minutes ago we finished recording
was
number 3.
Jonah chapter 3. And in that chapter, Jonah had just been spit up by the fish, right? And God was like, hey, dude, go to Nineveh.
And he's like,
Yeah, and so he did. He went to Nineveh. And he's like proclaiming shit as he's going about a third of the way through the city, and then the whole city puts on fucking sackcloth, and the king's like, hey, I'm putting on sackcloth, and then we're not going to eat or drink anything, and the animals aren't going to eat or drink anything. And then God was like, cool, man, you guys did good.
Yeah.
And that was basically it, which is completely unrealistic based on everything I've read in the Bible thus far.
facts.
So I don't know what's going on, but it's weird shit. And so this prophet apparently has some extra super convincing people powers.
I mean,
I'm not really sure what's
He
happening.
lived in a whale. What it doesn't get better than that.
Yeah, something like that. So that was Jonah chapter 3.
Sure as fuck was.
Which means that right now we're doing
Jonah chapter 4 and finishing the book. Did I steal your thunder?
I was making sure we said it. That's all. So yeah, we're finishing Jonah. That's we're another book of the Bible done.
We are so close to finishing the Old Testament.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
It really is. This has been a journey.
Yeah.
And we're getting there.
Like, we can literally see the light at the end of the tunnel.
Yeah. This is crazy.
Yeah.
So, you ready to do this?
I sure as fuck am.
All right, let's do it.
Okie dokie. All right, we're about to get into this. Jonah chapter 4.
All right.
We're going to finish it.
We are.
We're going to end it.
Yep.
It's going to be done.
It will.
Okay, ready?
I'm ready.
Okay. But to Jonah, this seemed very wrong and he became angry.
Wait. Fuck, they listened to me. What's going on?
And God forgave him those
God
bitches.
damn it. This isn't right. All the other prophets have all kinds of problems with these fuckers.
Yeah. So he went praying to the Lord. He was like, this is unbelievable.
It's too fucking easy, man. What's going on?
Nobody's going to believe this shit.
Right? Yeah.
And you know what, Jonah?
We don't.
You're right.
Yeah, we don't believe it.
I'm sorry. He prayed to the Lord. Isn't this what I said, Lord, when I was still at home? This is what I tried to forestall by fleeing to Tarshish. I knew that you were a gracious and compassionate God, slow to anger and abounding in love. A God who relents from sending calamity.
Is that what he is?
Is that what you know?
Shit. That's why you ran from him, huh?
I don't think you got the whole story, asshole.
I don't think he's being completely honest. If I'm just saying, like, I don't think that's true.
I don't understand what he's...
Why would you run from a compassionate God? That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. Go do a thing for the good. No.
Right, yeah.
What?
That doesn't make any fucking sense.
Yeah. Oh, he's still talking, okay?
All right.
Jonah's
yeah.
praying, and he's like, now, Lord, take away my life, for it is better for me to die than to live.
Wait, what?
I don't understand.
What is happening here?
I don't understand.
He was in a fish. He fucking lived. He went to Nineveh. He did what God said. They listened to him. They did what he said God said to do. And now he's going to take his life because he... Why?
Why?
What is happening here?
I did not fully... we got Q's, and I'm going to get me some A's.
Yeah, right.
Like, everything up till now was not really a question. It was just like, whatever, that's stupid.
Yeah, well, this is really stupid.
This is a question, though.
Yeah.
This is not just whatever.
Right.
This is...
I feel like this guy just is depressed or something.
Right?
I don't know what's going on here.
Dude,
But...
do you need Xanax or Jack Daniels? I don't know, but... Okay, but the Lord replied. He was like...
Yeah.
Okay, listen. He goes, is it right for you to be angry?
What? When was he angry? What is he angry about?
That's what the Lord's saying. He's
Okay,
like, Jonah,
right.
the fuck? Is it right for you to... You're telling me you want to die
But
and
is
shit.
he angry at the fact that these people listened, or that they were shitty and they got forgiven, or what's he angry about?
I don't really know.
Maybe the ride in the fish wasn't as pleasant as he says. I don't know.
Maybe it was more pleasant. All right, listen. Jonah had gone out and sat down at a place east of the city, where the sun rises.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
So he's praying to Ra. Just kidding. There, he made himself a shelter, sat in its shade, and waited to see what would happen to the city.
Okay.
It's like he's mad that God forgave them.
I guess.
He's like, but they were bad.
I'm not understanding what's happening
I don't
here.
understand either.
Yeah.
Then the Lord God provided a leafy plant. I wonder if it was the same kind of plant that Gilgamesh. In our special, we talked about how that in Puchuntumpu, the guy that lived forever,
Yeah.
the immortal guy,
Right.
and he's like, "Hey Gilgamesh, there's a plant down there that'll help you be young. Go get it."
Right.
Remember, I wonder if it's that one
Or maybe it's just weed or something.
or algae.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then the Lord God provided a leafy plant and made it grow up over Jonah to give shade for his head to ease his discomfort.
But he already built a shelter.
Right? And he sat in its shade.
Yeah, right?
He's like, here's some more shade on top of your shade.
Yeah, that's okay.
Fine.
This is a weird story,
This is
right?
a weird story.
There's things not right
No,
here.
we just took a weird story and made it like what?
Right.
This doesn't make sense.
It's like they had a happy ending. They're like, we can't have that.
Right?
We got to make something difficult here.
Jonah, you're the problem. And Jonah was very happy about the plan.
Well, I'm glad he's happy about it.
You
That's
know what?
good.
Maybe it was weed. I think you're right.
Right, yeah.
But at dawn the next day, God provided a worm which
worm.
chewed the plant so that it withered. What?
What?
This is so random.
What is going on here?
I wonder if a wild alligator will come eat the worm.
Is
and
this
then
supposed to be like a metaphor for what's happening to Nineveh right now? Like they agreed to capitulate to God, and then as he went out to his shelter, they're like, you know what? No, we're going to go back to our old ways as soon as he left town.
I don't know.
Okay.
When the sun rose, God provided a scorching east wind, and the sun blazed on Jonah's head so that he grew faint. He wanted to die and said, it would be better for me to die than to live. Ooh. He is depressed.
This is, yeah.
But God said to Jonah, is it right for you to be angry about the plant? Yeah, because you did it. I think the point God's trying to make is you didn't have the plant in the first place, and I gave it to you. I can give and take away.
Oh, I see.
I give you a thing,
I
and
feel like there's some backstory here we're not getting about
Right?
Jonah, right?
Yeah.
Like maybe something bad happened to him that he blamed God for,
yeah.
and that's why he ran away.
I feel like there's something missing pre chapter 1, but I also feel like there's something missing between 3 and 4.
Yeah. I'm very confused as to what's happening here.
Yeah, same. But I think that this is supposed to be an analogy for I can give something, but if I take it away, you don't get to be mad about it because it was never yours. You know what this reminds me of? Okay. This is a good analogy.
Okay,
Ready?
yeah.
Better than his stupid analogy. Okay, so there was this company, right? And the owner or president or whatever the fuck, he every morning brought everybody coffee, right?
Mm-hmm, yeah.
And he was just very generous and he was like, everybody should have coffee. Well, some of the workers, like most people were like, yeah, that's cool. And some were like, I don't like coffee, but that's cool too. Whatever.
Sure.
I can bring my own water or pop from home. That's fine.
Right.
But there was like 2 or 3 people that were like, fuck you. If you're going to give coffee to them, you should give me something too. I'm owed. If they can't have something that I can't have, that's not fair.
Right.
And so the owner, president guy, he stopped bringing coffee because he was like,
well, I just won't, I won't bring anything.
You just killed it for everybody then.
Right.
And I think he was required to. I think he was told he had to.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, okay, this is off topic, but I think that, like, if that was me, I would be like, oh, then I will meet everybody outside and give you your coffee there off the fucking clock because I can give things to people if I want to. And I'm going to give this to you. If you don't want this gift, you can dump it on the ground. But my gift to you is not pop.
Right.
My gift to you, you don't get to pick this is not Secret Santa. You know, you don't get to choose what I am freely giving to you out of my own pocket and then be mad that you don't like you know what you can do? You can fuck right off.
Now, it does matter kind of whether there was business funds being used and or personal funds being used.
Right.
Somewhat.
Okay.
I mean, I'm just saying.
But it's my understanding that it was out of his own pocket, and he just was like,
sure.
What? I just give coffee to everybody.
Right.
What you do when you're rich and not an asshole.
Sure.
Or want to appear not to be an asshole anyway.
Right.
So I think that analogy, though, of I didn't have to give you anything. You don't want it, I'll take it away.
Right.
I think that is the analogy that God is trying to make.
Okay.
Like,
right.
You didn't.
Well, I mean, based on what we've read of the Bible, I feel like God is like, I gave everything. The entire planet is mine to give or take away.
Right.
And, you know, if I choose to take something away,
it's not about you. Don't worry about it.
I gave it to you in the first place, so it doesn't really...
You're backing up what I said.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So,
Okay. So I thought that was really astute of me, by the way.
Yeah.
You should have said, that's an actual great analogy, wife.
That was a great analogy, wife.
Okay, cool. Thanks. Okay. Anyway, he goes, I'm so angry, I wish I were dead. But the Lord said... Oh, wait. But God said to Jonah, is it right for you to be angry about the plant? It is, he said, and I'm so angry I wish I were dead.
What the fuck?
But the Lord said, you have been concerned about this plant, though you did not tend it or make it grow. It sprang up overnight and died overnight. And should I not have concern for the great city of Nineveh, in which there are more than 120,000 people who cannot tell their right hand from their left, and also many animals? The end.
This is it? That's it for Jonah?
That's it for Jonah.
What a confusing fucking... like, what is the point of this story? I don't understand.
The Lord God is very forgiving, but he doesn't have to be. And he's very wonderful, but he doesn't have to be. And he's very generous, but he doesn't have to be.
Well, the fact that Jonah went out of town to sit and see what happened in Nineveh, right?
It's like he was hoping.
It's like he didn't trust what God was going to do.
Well, he was hoping that God would go ahead and bomb them anyway.
I don't know what he was hoping for.
But he's like, I'm just watching to see.
He definitely had a suspicion is that what was said was going to happen wasn't what was going to happen.
Right.
Right?
But he also said that he was mad. So he was mad that God was sparing them. Or mad that the people repented so quickly.
But that's what I'm not understanding.
Yeah.
What is he fucking mad about? What is he upset about?
I don't get it.
To the point that he's going to take his own life, apparently.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
I don't either.
I feel like, and maybe like, okay, there's a lot of dark things that happen in this book, right? Like he gets swallowed by a fish. He's running away from something.
Yeah.
He's, like there's a lot of things that kind of portray him specifically not being in a great mental state.
Yeah.
Right?
Like he's at a dark place.
Yeah. But what God is doing is all good things, apparently.
Right.
He's saving him from the fish. He's, he's chasing after him to bring him back.
And to personally explain to him. Like none of the rest of us get a personal explanation, but Jonah, the bad boy, did.
Yeah. Honestly, this just feels like a mental health, about this is about Jonah's mental health.
Yeah.
More than anything else.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
And here's another thing that I find very uncomfortable is that I see what God's saying. I disagree with him, but I see what he's saying.
Sure.
Because he's like, I didn't have to give you that. Just like the CEO, I didn't have to give you coffee.
Right. If we're speaking from the point of God is real, right? If we're assuming
obviously.
God is real and God did give everything.
Obviously.
Then sure, I guess that conversation could make some sense.
Right.
In a way.
Again, I disagree with him because, but you're God.
And more to the point, if he was real, I still think he's a dick.
Well, yeah.
So
definitely.
There's that.
Yeah. For sure.
But this was definitely going to need a Q&A / wrap up.
I have to tell you, when I read that last sentence, I forgot that it was the last chapter.
Yeah.
When I was like, and cannot tell their right hand from their left, and also many animals, the end. And like, I was like, haha, I can't wait to see what happens tomorrow.
Nothing fucking happens
and then
tomorrow.
You go, that's it for Jonah? And I was like, fuck me, it is.
Yeah.
Like, I forgot for a minute because it's just so like middle of the sentence, basically.
Right. But I mean, as far as I know about Nineveh, they seem to, I mean, they're like, oh shit.
Right?
We're going to...
So good for them.
They seem to know their left hand from their right hand.
Yeah.
They're like, I guess, you know what? We're going to change our ways. And they did.
Right?
According to the Bible.
Yeah.
So, this is what I'm not understanding. I'm like, what is this chapter even?
Oh, I have another comment to make.
Okay.
I did not know that people not knowing their right hand from their left. I didn't know that phrase came from the Bible, much less Jonah.
You know, I didn't either, actually.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, that's kind of like
that is interesting.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Well, that's it for Jonah. That's Jonah.
I mean, I told you I had more information, but I didn't realize that it was going to be like this.
Right. I didn't either. So anyway,
yeah,
I think we're going to endeavor to wrap up the rest of the Bible over the next over the weekend.
The Bible,
or not the Bible. I'm sorry. The rest of Jonah.
What?
The rest of Jonah and the special episodes.
Yeah, we're going to get right through it over the weekend.
We've got 2 more episodes, I think, because we're going to do our wrap up Q&A as one. And then we'll have our
contradictions and pop quiz.
Yes.
You're always wrong.
Right. And then I'll get the weekly replay out. And then we'll be back on Monday, starting again with
Micah.
Micah. Okay.
If I'm not mistaken, there's only one chapter.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Wow, these are really short.
They're minor.
Really short books.
Oh, no, there's 2.
There's 2.
Hold on. I think there's 4.
3. We're counting them down here.
I know.
We're gonna go through them all. Oh, there's
shit,
5. Shit, there's a lot. No, there's more than one.
Yeah.
There's definitely more than one. It's to continue to go. Okay, we're gonna stop counting now.
I'm gonna stop counting.
There's a few. There's a few chapters of Micah.
But there's less than 20. There's fewer than 20.
Okay,
I know
sounds
that.
good. All right. Anyway, that's it for Jonah, guys.
That's it for Jonah.
See ya.
Oh, wait. There was 6 chapters.
That's 7. That's 7.
7. Sorry. I was looking at the back and forth buttons. No, there's 7 chapters. Sorry, you're right.
On Micah.
Yeah.
That was it for Jonah.
That's
Bye,
it.
guys.
Bye. Husband.
Wife.
Do you have any idea what we're doing today?
Wait, we have a podcast?
We do.
We do a thing where we talk to people. And we were talking about something. What were we talking about? Jonah. Yeah. It's been a while. Sorry.
Jonah.
I had to remember because we've been sick for days.
Yes.
I got sick, then you got sick, and
we had different sicknesses.
So
so weird.
It was not good.
Yeah.
It was just not a good scene.
It was not a good scene.
Yeah. So anyway, we're back now though.
We're back.
And we're ready to finish up Jonah finally.
Yeah.
And we got, what do we got going on today?
So today we are covering the Q&A for chapters 1 through 4, which happens to be the entire book of Jonah. So it's also a wrap up of Jonah.
Got it. So we're covering it all today.
Well, almost all, because there's one more episode of Jonah left, which will be Contradictions and You're Always Wrong and a pop quiz.
Right. I meant we're covering the entire book today.
Yes.
With the Q&A and the wrap up.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
You ready to get into this?
Sure as fuck am.
Let's do it.
Okie dokie. All right. Are you ready for this wrap up?
I'm ready for this wrap up.
Okay. Well, I normally read off of my phone, but this is several pages worth. So I printed it in case my phone dies.
Well, that was the other delay, right? I kept asking you for 3 days, are you done with this episode yet?
And you kept saying, what's the problem? And I was like, it's a Q&A and a wrap up.
Yeah,
so
but there had to be more. You've done bigger sections.
But I told you that there was so much about this guy.
Yeah, no, that's what I was getting to. I was like, there's a lot about Jonah.
Yeah.
There's a lot to talk. I mean, it's so much Jonah.
Here's the thing. It's not, in my opinion, that there's a lot to talk about. There's a whole discussion about the fucking plant.
Right.
It's not that there's a lot to talk about. It's that people decided to talk a lot about it.
People
and I had to suss through it.
Jonah's a popular dude.
Ugh, and how.
Yeah.
All right, so let's get into this. Ready?
I'm ready.
Okay, so chapter 1. No, actually, let's just talk about Jonah for a minute himself.
Okay.
Before we get into the chapters.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this is about Jonah's disobedience and its results.
Yeah.
Okay. Jonah flees from the Lord.
Sure.
Right. But like I said, let's talk about Jonah for a minute.
Okay.
So Jonah came from a town later known as Galilee, and that's as defined in 2 Kings chapter 14, verse 25.
Okay.
When they were like, hey, that guy Jonah was a prophet. I don't even remember, but they did mention him in 2 Kings. Okay.
Well, I thought that when you read this in the intro to Jonah, I thought you said that it's believed that it might be
the same Jonah?
Well, we are pretty sure it is because they mention his father in both places.
All right. Then that's,
they're
fair.
like,
that's fair.
They're like probably the same dude.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
And there's a few other things. So
Got it.
Anyway, he came from a town that was later known as Galilee, as mentioned in 2 Kings,
Sure.
which places Jonah as one of the few prophets to come from the northern kingdom of Israel.
That is significant and odd.
It is.
Yeah.
And that's worth mentioning.
Right.
The kingdom of Israel had split in half, as we know, after King Solomon's reign, and wicked kings ruled the northern kingdom until Assyria, which is what this is about, took the northern kingdom into captivity in 722 BCE.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I'm just trying to put this all into context since he was mentioned early on, but we're talking about him later. And, just because the chapter comes later doesn't mean that's where he sits in the chronology, blah, blah, blah.
Right.
It's all confusing.
Yeah.
So Jonah was from Gath-Hepher in the tribe of Zebulon in Lower Galilee. And that is per Joshua chapter 19, verses 10 through 13. Okay. And I was like, why do we know that he was in the tribe of Zebulon? So I had to go track that down because that was never mentioned in either place.
Right.
So I'm like, what do you mean?
Yeah.
But Canaan was divided by lot. And again, that was in Joshua chapter 19. And the territories were allotted to the tribes. So verses 10, 11, 12, and 13 of Joshua chapter 19. Okay, I'm going to read those real quick.
Okay.
The third lot came up for Zebulon according to its clans. The boundary of their inheritance went as far as Sarid. Going west, it ran to Marla, not Mar-a-Lago, touched Debesheth, and extended to the ravine near Jokneam. It turned east from Sarid toward the sunrise to the territory of Kisloth Tabor and went on to Dabereth and up to Japhia. Then it continued eastward to Gath-Hepher.
Okay.
And Eth-Kazin, and it came out at Ramon and turned toward Nia.
Got it. So we just know because of how it was broken up in that chapter that this is where he lived, so he was part of this tribe probably, and yada, yada, yada.
But I forget sometimes how it all comes together.
Sure.
So, and I can't be the only one, so that's why I wanted to go back and be like, wait,
you have
how
to
do we
live
know
the
that?
Bible to know all these fucking, ins and outs of everything.
Right.
I'm sure that there are very well-versed people, much better than us, that know the Bible very well and still struggle with all the connections because it's so intricate.
There's too much information.
Yeah.
Honestly.
I could imagine filling an entire, room with just, graphs and charts and, Venn diagrams and whatever. And,
Look, I know more about Anne Rice's Mayfair witches and vampires.
Yeah.
Like the Vampire Lestat, all them guys.
Yeah.
Than I do about the Bible.
Yeah.
Because, and that's a lot of information. I don't know if you're aware of the Mayfair Witches and the Vampire Chronicles, but there's a ton of those guys. There's a whole history.
Yeah, I have no idea what you're talking about, really.
Okay. Well, anybody who knows Anne Rice knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Her characters.
She did an interview with a vampire, right?
Yeah.
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 That's the extent of my knowledge.
Yeah. Well, there's history of each character and how each one comes to the next one.
Got it.
And it's just a lot. And so if you want to understand that and how intricate that is, then you get why I'm like, what the fuck with all this Bible-y stuff.
Right.
Okay. So Joshua prophesied during the reigns of Jeroboam II and Joash, kings of Israel, which places him roughly in the 782 to 753 BCE timeline.
Okay. All right.
If we analyze historical events, we can see he dies shortly before the Assyrians take over the northern kingdom of Israel, especially with Tiglath-Pileser establishing Assyrian dominance in about 745 to 727 BCE, shortly after Jonah's death.
Did you look up, just out of curiosity, did the Assyrians take over his hometown, did they take over Nineveh?
I don't know.
Because that would matter, wouldn't it? Right? He just saved them. They all just repented. And God saved them.
I did. They did turn away.
They did.
They did. They repented briefly and then they turned away.
Okay.
Later on.
Right.
Yes. And I believe we've already actually read some of that.
Okay. All right.
So yeah, I did come across that. He thus was one of the first writing prophets after Joel and next to Hosea and Amos.
Okay.
He would have been a contemporary of Amos, though. Unlike Amos, though, and many other prophets who spoke to the Israelite people, God had a different audience in mind, which is very interesting.
Okay.
What am I saying? Oh, it was the very same kingdom who would ransack the northern kingdom of Israel, Jonah's home, decades later, the Assyrians.
Got it.
So that's what I was getting to.
Okay. All right. Yep.
Yeah. So this story is for them and about them, even though later on they turn away from God.
Yeah.
But it's also weird because they're not God's people, but God reached out to them via Jonah and was like, you can be my people too if you want, repent. And then for a minute they did.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah. So that's what makes this book so fucking weird.
Huh.
Assyria was the mightiest empire of the east at the time of Jonah. The capital of Assyria was the old Nineveh, which had already been built by Nimrod together with Rehoboth, Resem, and Calah.
So wait, let me get this straight. He was preaching in Assyrian territory.
Yes. And that's why he did not want to go. He was like, fuck
That's fucking
that.
weird.
Yeah. God was sending him into enemy territory.
Okay.
And he was
they,
like,
and they just
no
laid over
thanks.
and said, yeah, God's, yeah.
For
totally.
5 minutes, they all 100%, 1, 2, 3, go. We're like, yeah,
Okay.
that tracks. Let's all put on sackcloth.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the whole point of this book that we missed because we didn't understand what was happening.
Right. Yeah. No, yeah.
Right?
That's really interesting.
Yeah. And that's part of why I was like taking a while because I was like, wait, what? Yeah, he was going into enemy territory.
Okay.
And he was like, fuck that. No thanks.
Right.
So God commanded Jonah to go and warn the sinful people of Nineveh, the capital of the Assyrian Empire and one of the most ancient cities of the world, per Genesis chapter 10, verses 8 through 12. I'm going to read that real quick. Descendants of the sons of Noah. Cush was the father of Nimrod, who became a mighty warrior on the earth. He was a mighty hunter before the Lord. That is why it is said, like Nimrod, a mighty hunter before the Lord. The first centers of his kingdom were Babylon, Uruk, Akkad, and Calneh in Shinar. From that land, he went to Assyria, where he built Nineveh, Rehoboth, Ir, and Calah, and Rezin, which is between Nineveh and Calah, which is the great city.
Okay.
So that kind of puts a little bit more in context, right?
Yeah.
Like makes it a little bit make sense.
Sure.
Okay. So in contrast to all the other prophets of the Old Testament,
Yeah.
his ministry was directed to the heathen inhabitants of Nineveh and not to the people of Israel. So not to God's chosen people.
Right. This just feels like it's the whole fucking thing is a fever dream. Right? Like this this obviously didn't fucking happen.
Clearly.
Like anything in here.
Right.
Nothing in this book.
We could have taken that maybe Jonah was a prophet. We could have,
Sure.
right? And that maybe he was sent over there, but like, no, the whole knowing that everything else, we're like, oh no, that didn't happen.
No, this was all just fabricated bullshit.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it doesn't make any sense in context, you know?
Right, yeah.
Like once you understand, like first it's confusing because what the fuck is happening? Then you put it in context and you're still like, oh, I understand what's happening, but what the fuck? Nuh-uh.
Right. I mean, you it just gets taken too far, right?
Right.
Like the fish,
Yeah.
the coming back out of the fish, the going to the enemy and preaching, and then winning that preaching battle.
Yeah.
Like nothing about this is
Believable,
correct or believable.
correct.
Yeah.
Even a little bit. Yeah, it's all wrong.
Yeah.
The only prophetic message that Jonah announced was the one about the coming judgment over Nineveh. Jonah is therefore the only prophet in the Old Testament revealing the grace of God towards the heathen.
Right. It strikes me also that there's more grace of God towards the enemy in the entire Old Testament thus far than to any of his own people.
Yeah, definitely.
Like, this is crazy, right?
Yep.
Like, of all the people, according to this story,
Yeah.
God has shown more grace and forgiveness to this group because they chose to wear sackcloth and repent, right?
Yeah.
Than he did to any of his fucking people.
Exactly. Yep.
And in fact, he sent those same people that had repented to him to conquer his people.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which maybe this is a justification. Like maybe they use this as a justification as to why the Assyrians were allowed to conquer part of his land.
Probably, since
right?
it was like tacked on at the end, right?
Yeah. No, I mean, it feels a little bit like that. Like, hey, why were the Assyrians allowed to conquer?
Yeah.
You know?
Oh, because they had repented for 5 minutes. Okay. Oh, that makes sense.
And there was this big fish.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
Just read about it. It's in there.
So Jonah was to warn the Assyrians of God's coming judgment. Jonah not only refused, but fled in the opposite direction.
Right.
Why did he flee? For one thing, Jonah had every reason to expect that at the very best case scenario, he would be mocked and treated as a fool. But worse, he might be attacked and killed if he did what the Lord told him to do.
Well, yeah, you're going into enemy
Keep
territory.
in mind that the Syrians did exercise rather violent practices, such as flaying their victims alive and leaving them in the sun to die in the heat,
Jesus.
and putting hooks in the noses of their prisoners.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to go there either.
Yeah, so
fuck that shit.
I have a lot more sympathy for Jonah going, hell to the no.
Well, and we know that at this specific time in history, because we just talked about it in the intro here, that the Assyrians were getting ready to conquer the northern tribes of Israel at that point in time, right?
Yep.
So this guy, like part of that, the story makes a little bit more sense where he's sitting out there pissed off, right?
Yes.
Because he's like, God damn it. These people just listened and capitulated to God, and now they're going to come conquer my people.
Yeah.
Like, this is what the fuck, man?
This is bullshit. Yeah.
Right. Like, I would almost call that he's angry at God section.
It was.
Right?
Yeah.
Which is completely different than how I took it because I didn't quite understand.
Yeah, same.
Exactly what was going on.
It changes the context of everything, knowing the ins and outs. Yeah, yeah. So he may have considered that God was geographically tied to Judea is another reason. So he thought that if he got out of the land of Judea, the Lord would most probably appoint some other prophet to carry the message. So he's like, if I just leave, he'll assign it to somebody else because I'm out of his realm of control.
Yeah, that makes sense, actually. Like, I mean, gods were very regional.
Yes.
Especially earlier on.
So, I mean, that's solid logic in my book, right?
Yeah.
Okay, another thing is Jonah didn't want the Assyrians in Nineveh to escape God's judgment. Imagine, and I really appreciated this analogy.
Yeah.
Okay. Imagine a Jewish man in New York during World War II hearing God say, I'm going to bring terrible judgment on Germany. I want you to go to Berlin and tell Nazi Germany to repent.
Right.
Instead of doing it, the man heads for San Francisco and then gets on a boat for Hong Kong, heading as far the opposite direction as possible.
Yeah.
Like,
as you would. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. He's like, hell to the no, I'm not going over there.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. I really appreciated, like, I wouldn't call it like a modern day because it's not today, but yeah, we understand why a Jewish person in New York would not want to go to Nazi Germany during World War II,
right? Or
right on the eve of.
Honestly, if we speak about God in canon a lot, right? If God in canon were real, this is an asshole fucking move.
Yeah,
you're asking this guy to go grant them forgiveness, and then God is going to grant them the ability to conquer his own people.
Yeah,
like that's fucked up.
But have faith in me, though.
But why? Like that's why he's.
Yeah.
I empathize with why he's so fucking depressed at the end.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like fuck you. Fuck you, God.
He's honestly like, what the hell did I just do? What did you just have me do?
Right.
I don't understand.
That's a fucked up situation.
Right. And the ending does not leave you feeling better. You know.
Right. And all I ever knew about the story was he got swallowed by a fucking fish.
Exactly.
Right? Like that's the whole extent of it.
Right.
And probably prayed to God, and God, got him out of the fucking fish. Right. That's all I knew about this.
Same.
So like this is actually pretty crazy. I wish I had known more as we were reading through, because like I really didn't understand this.
Right. Same.
So I'm really appreciating this because I did not know.
Right. Like Q&A answered, Right. Like questions answered. Yeah. So Jonah boarded a ship and headed for the distant Mediterranean port of Tarshish, a city thought to be toward the end of the earth somewhere in the region of Spain. He was like, I'm out. Bye. But God determined to bring Jonah back. His first action was to send a fierce storm that threatened to sink the ship.
Yeah.
The seamen, who were not Hebrews, prayed to their gods to save them and tried to persuade Jonah to pray to his.
Sure.
As they
people
did.
with gods
right.
do,
Yeah.
I guess. Yeah.
On seeing that their prayers brought no results, the seamen concluded that the storm must have been a supernatural punishment upon someone on the ship. When they drew lots to identify the guilty person, the lot indicated Jonah.
So they can't agree on gods, but they can agree that lots solved the problem.
I mean, it's like right before your eyes. This happened.
Right.
There's
but
no argument.
They drew lots to figure out who caused it.
Yeah.
It's like it's fucking random. That's random.
Right. But it's something that they can all see with their own eyes and agree on.
Sometimes just the logic of humanity just worries me.
Oh, no, same. I'm not saying that, like, I understand them. I'm saying I understand how they reached their really, really imbecilic kindergarten conclusion.
Right, but like my first thought, right, is you've got a bunch of different people with different gods all on one ship, right?
Yeah.
And you're drawing lots to figure out who's the guilty party here. And if you believe in all these gods individually, right?
Yeah.
You believe that your God has more power than other gods, right? Mm-hmm. So how do you trust the outcome of any fucking lot drawing when there's all these gods that could influence the fucking drawing?
Because all the strongest god, either all the gods got together and that's what happened, or the strongest god, which would therefore make him the truest god, made that happen.
Okay.
The answer is trustworthy because it's either the agreement of the gods or the truest and
they
the
could
strongest
agree
god.
that everybody had different gods, but they all also agreed that the gods or god that was whatever in charge or doing something would ultimately influence the lot drawing.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
And they didn't say each of them that mine is the only god that exists. They all agreed that other gods exists.
I have a question, though.
Yeah?
If that's the case, why does religion frown so much on gambling?
That I couldn't tell you.
I'm saying if gods or God or a god or the god influence lot drawing, right, then it would stand to reason that whoever wins at gambling is righteous.
Yeah.
Right?
You would think.
I mean, you know.
Why? I was just drawing lots on the fucking roulette wheel. I don't know.
Exactly.
And played the cards, played the bones.
It just occurred to me as I was sitting, you know.
I mean, here's another thing. I think I've heard it said, and I could be talking out of my ass, that because at that point, you're not drawing lots to see who is the guilty person that is causing death. You're testing a god for a chance game, a game of chance.
Okay.
And
you're using God wrong.
Yeah,
right.
You're basically taking his name in vain.
Okay.
You know, and that makes sense. You're testing him and you're challenging him to give you things that you haven't earned.
Okay.
But my question to that would be, but then why is, like, say, football, for example, okay? Because, man, Christians love to pray for their team and,
right, yeah.
you know, pray for, and you know, every time somebody makes a fucking touchdown, that guy does hit his chest, kiss his fingers, and then point up.
The difference is that's a skill game, right? Like the team with the better skill wins, right?
Hypothetically.
So what they're praying for is that their team shows the better skill. Like give my teammates the strength to prevail in this test of skill.
I honestly think that you are granting the hillbillies that pray for their team to win way too much credit, because they are not praying.
Oh no, I know.
For more skill in a healthy, good, solid.
They're praying that the DraftKings fucking bet comes.
They are gambling. Yeah, they are gambling and hoping that they get the money.
Right. Yeah.
Stupid.
Yeah.
All right. So 2 Kings chapter 25 says that Jonah was a recognized prophet, which we already talked about, right? When he was asked, "What is your occupation?" and Jonah answered, "I am a prophet," then the sailors must have been even more terrified. Now let's read 2 Kings chapter 25, verses 23, 24, and 25. Okay?
Okay.
In the 15th year of Amaziah, son of Joash, king of Judah, Jeroboam, son of Joash, king of Israel, became king in Samaria, and he reigned 41 years. He did evil in the eyes of the Lord and did not turn away from any of the sins of Jeroboam, son of Nebat, which he had caused Israel to commit. He was the one who restored the boundaries of Israel from Lebo Hamath to the Dead Sea, in accordance with the word of the Lord, the God of Israel, spoken through his servant Jonah, son of Amittai, the prophet from Gath-Hepher. Okay? So they were like, oh, you're a prophet? Fuck me.
Yeah.
Like, okay, so you're for realsies. Okay, so we got to figure out how to get this shit to stop.
Yeah.
Because we're going to die because you're a prophet.
Keep in mind that he initially offered to throw himself overboard.
He did, and they were like, well, we can't just be murdery.
Right.
Especially not to a prophet of that Lord.
So, I mean, I'm going to give them some credit because they tried, you know?
Yeah.
They're like, dude.
But not as altruistically as it would have seemed at first.
Okay.
They weren't like, oh, no, we can't murder you, good, kind sir. They were like, oh, shit, no, but we can't murder a prophet.
Right. They had to find out what God really, that God apparently really wanted.
Right.
Like, so they're trying to bring him back.
Yeah.
And then they're like, well, this isn't working. So, yeah, you're going overboard, bud.
Well, he allowed them, though.
Yeah.
Like,
no, I'm not.
They weren't on board with it, so to speak. They weren't, like, excited to throw him overboard.
Right,
and that's why they repented afterwards and were like, please don't kill us for throwing your prophet overboard. Sure. We believe in you.
Right. God got a lot of people to believe in him in this book.
He did.
You know,
he did.
It's kind of crazy.
Because then the storm immediately stopped.
Right.
And they all became believers.
Yeah.
And sacrificed to him.
I think maybe that's part of what probably people latch onto in this book is that it's such a like there's so much this prophet Jonah, right? He apparently has just like this uncanny ability to make people believe in God.
You know what it reminds me of, though? It's like Inspector Gadget, right? Like, Inspector Gadget does not solve a single crime. He just walks around causing mayhem.
Right.
And in his wake, after he leaves the room, shit happens.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like Penny and the dog, he's
accidentally genius.
Yeah.
Right.
Exactly. But not.
Right.
Yeah. It's all shit that happens in his wake, but not because of any of his intentional actions.
Right.
And that's the difference. So Jonah tells them about who he is and what he has done. He confesses his sin, acknowledging that this was God's judgment upon him. Jonah suggesting that the only way the seamen would
You're gonna the whole way.
Yep, nope,
okay.
Totally. I'm a child. I've been called such, and I live up to that.
Right. Yeah.
You know?
Can't let the people down.
No.
Yeah.
No. And plus, it's fucking funny. And who wants to be a grown up and not laugh? I want to be a child and laugh. And semen is funny.
Right.
Okay?
Okay.
So Jonah suggesting that the only way the seamen would save their lives would be to throw him overboard, asked to be thrown into the sea.
Right.
Although they were pagans, the seamen pitied Jonah and respected Jonah's God, which was in sharp contrast to Jonah's lack of pity for the pagan Ninevites and lack of respect for God.
Interesting.
Right?
Huh.
Yeah. So in this case, they were scared of and trusting of his God better than he was and better than the pity that he had for the Ninevites.
I'm giving this story more credit as we go through this description than I initially did.
It's interesting,
because
right?
it is actually as far as the
symbolism and like it's a good literary tale.
Right. It's not bad.
Yeah.
It's not bad.
Yeah. It's a pretty good story once you know the ins and outs.
Sure. And you obviously have to take this in and understand that this is not a true accounting of events.
Oh, absolutely.
Right? Like there's no fucking way.
No, but for readability and literary standing, it's solid.
Right.
It's a solid story.
Yeah.
I give it an A, you know?
Right.
Yeah, which
especially for the times.
Yeah, and most of them I would not even give an F, like whatever, like
sub F,
negative F.
Right.
Only when they were convinced that nothing else would save them did they reluctantly agree to throw Jonah overboard. Jonah apparently lost consciousness and was drowning when God saved his life by sending a great fish to swallow him.
Oh, so the swallowing of Jonah was to save him. So okay,
yeah,
right.
Yeah. Now, the Lord provided a huge fish to swallow Jonah, and Jonah was in the belly of the fish 3 days and 3 nights. Okay, and that's verse 17 of chapter 1 we're still in.
Okay, yeah.
Now, one commentary offered the following insight. This could not have been a whale, for the throat of that animal can scarcely admit a man's leg, but it might have been a shark, which abounds in the Mediterranean, and whose mouth and stomach are exceedingly capacious. In several cases, they have been known to swallow a man when thrown overboard. Prom, prom, prom.
I mean, there's a legend where Jonah threatens Leviathan from the fish.
Yeah.
So we're talking about Leviathan.
Yeah.
Does it really fucking matter what kind of fish this is?
Like, you've lost the thread when you start worrying about what kind of creature.
It's funny to me that people that, like, you know, we're sitting here and we're like, this obviously is just a metaphor for the thing that's going on, right?
Yeah.
But people try to attribute real things.
They want it to be real so bad.
And I'm like, can't you just acknowledge that this is just a fairy tale?
And you know what? It's a good end. It's one of the better stories.
And it might even have a point with regard to your religion and how it interacts with things. But you should obviously admit that this is a fucking fairy tale.
So obviously, yeah. So the verse and commentary raise interesting points about the anatomical differences between whales and sharks, as well as the plausibility of a human being swallowed and surviving.
What it must be to be a biblical scientist.
Right? Yeah. So, okay, let's talk about these animals real quick, though.
Yeah, okay.
We're going to play along.
I
okay?
guess.
So, baleen whales, which are the blue whale, the humpback whale, among others, they're teethless. Okay?
Sure, yeah.
They feed on small prey like krill and plankton by filtering water through their baleen plates.
Yeah.
Their throats are remarkably small relative to their size. For instance, a blue whale's throat opening is only about the size of a grapefruit.
Wow. Yeah.
That's tiny.
It is.
Right?
Uh-huh.
Making it physically impossible for them to swallow a human.
Because all they really want to put down their throat is
krill.
Yeah.
Yeah. Conversely, the sperm whale, which has teeth, so it's not a baleen, it's got teeth, also has a larger throat, capable of swallowing larger prey like giant squid. Huh. A sperm whale's throat could theoretically accommodate a human, though this would be highly unusual since their feeding habits do not involve consuming large intact animals like humans. They do not typically consume non-squid prey.
But God typically doesn't direct a fish to go eat a human.
Exactly.
So I'm just saying.
If
we're talking about typical things
and
here,
this creature was prepared by God, specifically those words. Yeah.
Like, let's just not use the word typical.
Right.
When discussing the truthisms of Jonah.
Yeah,
because that is just counterintuitive to the whole concept of what we're even discussing.
I know, it just takes you right out, doesn't it?
Right.
Sharks, particularly large species like the great white or tiger shark, have much larger throats than baleen whales, the teethless guys that only have grapefruit-sized throats.
Yeah.
Some shark species have been known to swallow prey whole, including seals, large fish, and on rare occasion, parts of human bodies. Sharks also have stomachs capable of expanding significantly to accommodate large meals, kind of like a snake.
If you swallowed a fucking seal whole.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Like a snake.
Right, yeah.
You know? Like, we watch our little snake. We have a tiny corn snake, and it swallows little tiny mice.
Right.
And you can see the stomach expand. It's so nasty.
Yeah. It's gross.
Sharks are more likely to consume large prey whole, especially in the case of an attack. Instances of sharks swallowing large animals or parts of humans have been documented. The likelihood of surviving such an encounter depends on multiple factors. Okay?
Does it
Ready?
really?
Yeah.
Multiple factors. Okay.
Multiple factors.
All right.
One.
Maybe he needed Pepto-Bismol that day.
Yeah. Definitely. Yeah. 1. Both sharks and whales have muscular esophagi and stomachs that would likely crush or suffocate a human.
Sure.
2. But if swallowed, the human would be exposed to highly acidic gastric juices, leading to rapid tissue degradation.
Yeah.
3. A lack of oxygen would result in death within minutes if the victim were swallowed whole.
Yeah.
So there's that.
Basically, you cannot survive that.
Right.
It's not possible.
Right. I hear you.
Okay.
There are unverified stories of people surviving after being swallowed by large marine animals, but these all lack scientific backing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
While the possibility of being swallowed by a sperm whale or large shark exists, surviving such an event is extraordinarily unlikely. And there you have it. God made it possible. It's an extraordinary event.
God.
Right.
Okay.
It's extraordinarily unlikely due to anatomical and physiological constraints.
Let's just call it nearly impossible.
Right.
Like, instead of extraordinarily unlikely, because extraordinarily unlikely, in my opinion, offers too much leeway. Like, I want to go with, like, basically impossible, but okay, 1 in a billion.
But even 1 in a billion is like, boom, God did 1 in a billion.
But the 1 in a billion still would need to be verified. Like, I still need more than just, like, it's written in the Bible, especially given what we've read from the fucking Bible.
Yeah. Yeah. Like, not a good source.
Not a good source, right. No.
The biblical story of Jonah is therefore understood by many as a miraculous account, not necessarily one bound by natural law.
Fairy tale.
Right.
Just like I was saying.
Right. Or a miracle, a miraculous account.
It's a fucking fairy tale.
It was either a miracle or a fairy tale.
Yeah.
Got it. The fish episode and other elements might have been literary devices.
Might have been, huh?
Yeah.
Do say.
Used to communicate a larger spiritual message.
It seems that, I mean, after understanding the context and the who they were doing things to and what was happening, like, after I understand all the bits about the story, the story becomes very perfectly obvious to me what it is.
Yeah.
And I'm going to grant you, I didn't understand it in the moment, but that was because I didn't understand all the mechanisms of what was happening.
Right. The geography, the times, which nation was what.
Those are the things I didn't understand. But once I did know those, the story is an obvious story.
Right.
It's a story.
And a good one.
Yeah, it's a good one. Let's not take away from that, right?
Right. It doesn't need to be real for it to be a solid, good story.
No, but, like, that's the thing, right? Like, all these Christians out there, they have to say the Bible is the Word of God, and the Word of God is infallible, and it cannot be incorrect, right? And so there's all these people that have to attribute realness to every aspect of the Bible when it doesn't really need that.
It doesn't.
And in fact, probably would do better if it was not. I was going to say,
you're doing God a disservice by insisting that this is real. Like, I can imagine God is going, oh, no, guys, you're missing. What? Aw.
Well, no, and that's just it, right? Like, if we could agree that, if Christians could agree that there are some things in here that are just stories. They're just ways to
make points or bring home.
To convey an idea.
Yeah.
Right? If they could just agree on that and then also agree that humans did write these, like, and maybe some of this could be fallible, right?
Yeah.
If they could admit that much but then still believe and say, look, it's a work in progress. They maybe interpreted it wrong. Like, make different excuses. Right. The excuses they make, though, are they're so beyond ridiculous.
It doesn't even invite a solid conversation.
It makes it harder to accept what they're giving you.
Yeah.
And it turns, I think that aspect of apologists turns people away more than anything else.
Right.
Right? Like, that's just absurd. Just stop.
Right. Like, I could believe that a bunch of believers wrote this stuff. I could also believe that a bunch of people with political axes to grind wrote this stuff and, utilized the believers.
Right. Yeah.
I could believe all that. That happened. That clearly happened.
Yeah, we've talked about this before. Like, but they won't even believe somebody telling them a story today that they witnessed. But they'll believe this book written by multiple hundreds of people from thousands of years ago over somebody that walked down the street to tell them something. That's how they give this book more credit than that person that just walked up to them.
I have 2 examples of this kind of stupid thinking. Okay.
Yeah.
The first one is Trump not wanting to test for COVID during his first reign.
Yeah.
Because that would somehow make more cases. Not that there would be more cases recorded, but that by counting them, well, of course you're going to find them.
Yeah.
Like, and that will make there be more, right? So that kind of thinking is example one of, okay, my mom said that she believes that Bill Cosby is innocent because it came out during that same time when everybody was accusing somebody of sexual harassment or rape or whatever.
Yeah.
And I'm like, you totally and completely misunderstood the Me Too movement. The Me Too movement was, not a bunch of people all got raped all at once.
Right.
It was a bunch of women finally being brave enough all at once to tell the stories of all the rapes that had occurred throughout the last 50 years.
And there was a literal fucking court case.
Yeah.
You know, like they had to prove he was proven guilty.
Yeah.
So, okay, whatever.
But no, it wasn't that a bunch of women were brave enough to tell their stories. It was that a bunch of women came out of nowhere and just were like, well, I was raped yesterday. Oh my God, me too. Everybody, we all got raped yesterday. And it's like,
right.
You completely don't understand what you're talking about. And you're not understanding what the data has shown.
Sure.
And that's what this is about.
Right.
That's what a belief in the Bible is about. It's about not understanding the Me Too movement. It's about not understanding the belief that counting the cases of COVID is going to turn up more COVID. You know what I mean?
Kind of. I don't know that I followed your whole thought process there, but
well, you started with saying that people don't understand what is happening, and so they. Okay,
so you're just okay.
I'm giving examples
of people not understanding what's happening.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
I got it.
And misunderstanding the facts right before their eyes.
Sure.
Because that's what something else you said. The facts right before your eyes. You see something happen, and you don't believe that, but you do believe this.
Right. And that's what I struggle so much with the way people attribute so much truth to this book.
Right.
Right. Because there's no real basis for it other than somebody else told them about it, that somebody else told them about it, that somebody else told them about it, so on and so forth for generations and generations and generations. Right. That's it. That's all that's all this is.
Right.
It's just it's word of mouth for.
It's word of mouth, but it's also an inability to correctly understand data.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Sure.
And between the two, you just got such sad people. Like, oh.
Right. And let's just be honest. Like, a church is literally an indoctrination building.
Camp. An indoctrination
right. Yeah.
camp.
Yeah. Exactly.
I mean, that's what Vacation Bible School is.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah. For
you
kids.
Send your kids for a week or 3 during the summer to go get indoctrinated.
And indoctrinated.
They get bubble gum too.
Yeah. They get. I mean, yeah. Mm-hmm. That always helps with indoctrination.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Indoctrination. All right, so unverified stories of people surviving, okay? And,
we're going to go through these?
No.
Oh, okay.
No. Biblical story of Jonah is therefore understand as a miraculous account, blah, blah, blah. The fish episode and other elements might have been literary devices used to communicate a larger spiritual message.
Maybe. Could be. Might be.
Right.
Yeah.
Jonah's story aligns with other ancient narratives that use fantastical elements to teach moral lessons.
You don't say.
For example, the tale of being swallowed by a sea creature parallels myths from other cultures, such as Hercules and Hesione, or the Mesopotamian story of Gilgamesh.
Go figure.
Right?
Yeah.
A symbolic interpretation aligns well with the broader biblical themes of repentance, divine mercy, and human fallibility, making the story's truth more about its message than its literal details. So don't worry about the facts. And stuff
right. And I will point out that if you missed it, we did do a recent episode on Gilgamesh.
We did.
So you can go back.
I believe that was a part 1 and that we were going to come back for a part 2.
Was it really?
I think so.
I don't recall, honestly, at this moment.
I'll go listen to the end. But I think you had questions and you were like, no, we need more.
I know we ended the last special episode where we did the cults with more questions.
Yes.
But
that's going to be a part 4.
Right. Yeah. I wanted to talk about Bokenism from, Kurt Vonnegut.
And you also wanted to talk about...
the Flying Spaghetti Monster, of course. Yeah. But, you can only catch those if you're on Patreon or Discord. So, go do those things.
But the Gilgamesh one was available for all. It was a bonus one.
Yes.
And I believe, like I said, that there's a part 2 that you wanted.
Yeah.
So
okay.
I'll have to...
We'll see. I don't recall.
I'll have to refresh my memory.
That was like 4 weeks ago.
I mean, it wasn't, but okay. Feels like it. All right, so that was all chapter 1, okay? Let's get into chapter 2.
Yeah.
Okay, Jonah's prayer of thanksgiving for deliverance in the belly of the whale. Okay? Jonah's 3 days and nights inside the fish.
Yeah.
When Jonah praises God for his deliverance.
Yes.
Okay? Jonah regained consciousness inside the great fish. This completely unbelievable experience caused him to believe that it was God's way of saving his life. Thank you for saving my life. From inside the fish, he then thanked God for saving him from drowning. He seems to have remembered phrases from various psalms and prayers used in temple worship, and he brought these together to form his own prayer of thanksgiving. So he couldn't remember like any single one, but just lines from several that he was like...
So whoever put this story together later was just like, this looks good. I like that. You're going to use that. And, over here, that's a good bit.
And they're like, wait, I don't remember how this part goes, but I just remember that one line from that one song.
Right, yeah. They had to make it original, right?
Yeah, that's how I do. Right. Yeah. So then Jonah describes his trouble and cries out to God, and then hears God's faithful answer. Okay. So in the opening words of the psalm, Jonah recalled his prayer of desperation as he found himself overcome by the rough seas. He was sinking into what he feared was the world of the dead. So he was scared he was sinking.
Yeah.
I'm a sinking.
Right.
As he sank deeper and deeper, the pressure of water increased and he could feel himself losing consciousness. Okay. Which is why this is all a fucking fever dream.
Yeah, right.
He felt that his end had come and that he would be cut off from God forever. I think he was probably like, oh, thank goodness.
Right. Maybe he had a drowning scare.
Yeah.
Maybe he almost drowned. And then this whole thing just kind of,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Could be.
Yeah.
So the next thing he knew, he was alive inside the great fish.
Yeah, as happens, I guess.
Eggs no bakey. God had answered his prayer and saved him. So then Jonah declared his commitment to God. Jonah had no idea how he would return to the world of his fellow human beings, but he knew that if God had done this much for him, the same God wouldn't finish his work and save him fully.
How would Jonah know he's in a fish?
Maybe it's squishy. Squishy on the inside? It's got to smell fishy.
You think?
Well, maybe he felt himself being swallowed, and then he was like passing out, and then he was like, oh, I'm in a fish, help, a fish swallowed me, and then he's like passing out, and then he gets saved, and he's like, wakey, and he's like, oh, I'm alive, but I'm still in a fucking fish.
Right, yeah.
So in confidence, he offered thanks for his salvation, even though it was still not complete.
Right.
Okay. And he's like, thank you.
Now I have to go to Nineveh.
Right. Yeah. But I got to get out of the fish first.
Right. Yeah.
Maybe I'll die.
Maybe.
Right.
Yeah.
But no, God speaks to the fish and Jonah is expelled, which is a pleasant word for thrown up and vomited and barfed.
Yeah.
Yeah. So God rewarded Jonah's faith and gratitude by delivering him from the fish.
Yeah.
It is commonly thought that Jonah was vomited out on the shores of Nineveh, but we are not told that this was the case, especially because Nineveh is about 375 miles from the Mediterranean Sea.
Yeah, that wouldn't make a lot of sense.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So he had some walking to do, or the fish spit him all the way across all that dry land.
I like that. I like that imagery.
As long as he's going to spit him far, he might as well like...
He just spittoons the thing.
Like a potato gun, right?
Right.
Okay, so then we get into chapter 3, when Jonah preaches, and we talk about the repentance of Nineveh after Jonah preaches there.
Right.
Okay?
Yeah.
So Jonah is sent again to Nineveh, a city of 3 days' journey, which, if I recall correctly, no, it was a city that was further across, but he only got 3 days in.
No. It was 3 days across.
3 days
he
across.
Only got one day in.
Okay, that's right. That's right.
And then everybody started repenting and giving,
and so he didn't have to walk the rest of the day.
Yeah.
He was like, cool, I'm out.
I mean, they didn't really say he didn't, but it didn't say that he did either. So
Right. So God repeated his command to Jonah to go and preach in Nineveh.
Yeah.
And this time Jonah obeyed God. God's message was that within 40 days, Nineveh would, because of its wickedness, be overthrown.
And Jonah's like, and I give a fuck because why?
Right? Like, good. They should be overthrown.
Yeah.
Okay, now listen. Both
listening.
the Septuagint and the Arabic read 3 days, not 40 days.
Okay.
Isn't that interesting?
Yeah, it is.
Jonah began, this is what verse 4 says. Jonah began by going a day's journey into the city, proclaiming 40 more days and Nineveh will be overthrown.
Okay.
But the Septuagint and the Arabic say 3 days, not 40 days.
Well, that would lend more, because if there was something pending 2 more days out, that would lead a lot more, like, it would lend a lot more legitimacy for them, like, giving in and giving up to God, right? But also it lends a lot less legitimacy to the act of doing that. So I don't know which one. One makes more sense.
Well, all the earlier versions all say 40 days. So
the earlier versions say 40 days. Okay.
Yeah. The Septuagint and the Arabic versions.
You said 3 days for those.
Say 3 days, but the earlier versions, the Hebrew and stuff.
Okay.
You know,
all right.
Yeah. They all say 40.
So it sounds like the older or the newer versions, they got confused with the 3 days across the city versus the 40
I don't
days
know. I don't know because some of the symbols between the Hebrew and the Arabic, they're very similar. So it might have just been a misinterpretation.
Got it.
Of the number.
Sure.
But it could easily have been a mix-up, like you said. 3 is 3 over here, 3 there, whatever.
Right, yeah.
Yeah. So the inhabitants, in consequence of the prophets preaching, repent in dust and ashes. Verses 5 and 6 read, when the Ninevites believed God, a fast was proclaimed, and all of them, from the greatest to the least, put on sackcloth.
Yeah.
When Jonah's warning reached the king of Nineveh, he rose from his throne, took off his royal robes, covered himself with sackcloth, and sat down in the dust.
And they were on that shit.
What?
Yeah.
And they even dressed their animals and everything.
Right? Yeah. Must have been quite a scene.
Right?
Yeah.
I could just imagine it. Sackcloth is a thick, coarse cloth normally made from goat's hair. Wearing it displays the rejection of earthly comforts and pleasures.
Right, because I imagine that stuff is scratchy as shit.
Right?
Yeah.
It reminds me of like army blankets.
Right.
Oh, they're green and
horrible.
coarse. They're so itchy.
Yeah.
Like, if you have any kind of texture issues, like me and my sister could not sleep under those. And when you are traveling with the military, when you first reach your destination, you're living in temporary quarters. And they give your family these blankets, and they're fucking horrible. And, you don't have a choice because...
There's nothing else, right.
And you're like, thank you for the free things.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have blankets otherwise because military, but...
Right.
But could we? Okay, no. Itchy.
Yeah,
Got it. Yeah. Cheap as fucking itchy.
Right.
And gratitude that you have it. But still.
Right.
Ugh. So God... seeing that they were deeply humbled on account of their sins and that they turned away from all their iniquities, repents of the evil with which he had threatened them.
Okay. Yeah.
So the people repented. And the Ninevites, leaders and common people alike, heeded Jonah's warning and turned in repentance to God. The king even issued a decree commanding a moral reformation in the city. As a result, to the Ninevites' repentance, God withdrew his threat of destruction. Okay?
Yeah.
So God deals with a prophet's heart is what comes up next.
Yeah.
Okay. And this is chapter 4 now.
Okay. Yep.
And he is pissed. He's like, the fuck, bro? This isn't fair.
Right.
Which we've already kind of covered, but now we're going to actually talk about it in context of where we're at.
Sure.
Okay. So verse 1 says, but to Jonah, this seemed very wrong, and he became angry. Okay. And then Jonah is going to explain his anger, and we're going to understand it a little better.
Yeah, we're going to definitely understand more.
Yeah.
For sure.
So Jonah was angry because, and this was a question. So we've reached a Q&A.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like thus far, we've just been doing a Jonah wrap-up and recovery.
Right. Sure.
This is a specific answer to our specific question. What? Why was he... I don't get it. What?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
We've already answered part of it.
We have, really. But specifically, now we're talking about it because that's where we're at.
Right.
Jonah was angry because God granted repentance to the Ninevites, and the Assyrians were enemies of Judah and Israel.
Yeah.
Jonah wanted God to bring judgment upon these people he hated. Jonah knew that God was full of grace and mercy, and that was why he was afraid to tell the people of Nineveh. This was at least part of the reason why Jonah did not want to go to Nineveh. He was afraid that they would repent.
That aspect of it, I have to call some bullshit on.
I agree.
Like, where is it that we have read where God has grace and mercy? He tortures people and says, if you decide to repent afterwards, I'll accept you back.
Maybe. If I'm in the
kind
mood.
of. It might be a couple hundred years, 10 generations. I don't know.
Right.
But
I might accept you back immediately, but curse your kids.
Sometimes. Right, yeah.
Curse your kids.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, right.
To the 10th generation or whatever.
But I don't see this love and compassion, especially not immediate type actions.
But this time he did.
Yeah, this time he did.
Yeah. So Jonah was afraid that they would repent when all along he wanted God to judge the Assyrian capital because, they flayed people and put thorns through their noses and left them out in the sun.
And they're looking to conquer his people.
Yeah. So he's like, no, fuck those guys. I don't want them to repent, and I don't want you to remove punishment from them.
Yeah.
Which I agree with.
Yeah.
So verse 5 says, Jonah had gone out and sat down at a place east of the city. There he made himself a shelter, sat in its shade, and waited to see what would happen to the city.
Sure.
So he's like, well, I did what I was supposed to do, but surely...
Maybe their hearts weren't in it,
Or maybe surely God is going to take into account the fact that, they all immediately donned sackcloth, and maybe their hearts were in it, I don't know, but... they've still, been such horrible asshats.
Right.
God's not going to forgive these douches. Come on.
Right.
But no, he seemed to hope that the repentance of Nineveh was not enough to hold back God's judgment, and he hoped that he would see the city destroyed after all. So he went out of the city for safety. Okay?
Got it. Well, that lends to the idea of the 3 days, because that would be a long wait to wait 40 days.
Right. Yeah, a day in, a day out, and then what? He sat there for 38 days? Are you kidding me? Yeah. One might say that Jonah was hot-headed, which I thought was funny, because he was sitting there in the hot sun, and, God made the hot breeze come and get on him, and he was hot-headed.
Got it.
He was mad, but he was also hot.
Yes.
Okay. Anyway, verses 10 and 11 say, but the Lord said, you have been concerned about this plant, though you did not tend it or make it grow. It sprang up overnight and died overnight. Because remember, he had sat there, and then God put this sweet little plant to grow up overnight and cool him or whatever, even though he's sitting in the fucking shade.
Yeah, he had already built a shelter.
Yeah. Verse 11, and should I not have concern for the great city of Nineveh, in which there are more than 120,000 people who cannot tell their right hand from their left, and also many animals? Shouldn't I care about them?
Yeah, sure.
You care about this one little fucking plant. Don't you think I should have at least that for the people and the animals? And I'm like, that's a fair argument, but
I mean,
couldn't you apply it evenly? And why is the first time that you apply it fairly to the goddamn Assyrians?
Yeah,
really?
yeah. I mean,
come on.
I mean, some of the horrific shit God has done. I don't even want to list it off because it's so bad.
It's
right?
when all of a sudden the Republicans start to follow rules and clutch their pearls, and you're like, oh,
we're doing this now.
You're accusing everybody of being anti-Semitic. That is so fucking rich coming from you assholes.
Right.
Okay. It's so disgusting and disheartening and just really? I can't with you.
Right.
Jewish tradition says that after God said the words of Jonah 4:11 that I just read about the right hand and the left and shouldn't I care about them?
Yeah.
Jonah then fell on his face and said, govern your world according to the measure of mercy, as it is said, to the Lord our God belong mercy and forgiveness.
Okay. So he's agreeing with God, essentially?
Yeah.
Is that, okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
In Jonah chapter 4, verse 10, the plant that grew up overnight is often translated as a gourd, a vine, or a castor plant, depending on the Bible version.
Okay.
The Hebrew term used is kikayon, which has led to various interpretations, FYI.
Got it.
And I'm like,
I don't know that that's really that important.
It's not, but this was a source of much conversation.
Again, debating the realism of a fairy tale is a little bit absurd to me, but okay.
Right. So as to it being a gourd, some believes it refers to a fast-growing vine such as a bottle gourd or similar species. A castor plant is another. Others suggest it might be the castor bean plant, Ricinus communis, known for its broad leaves and rapid growth.
Yeah.
Okay. There's also speculation that it could have been a type of fig or ivy.
Yeah.
Okay. It grew up overnight, and then the worm got on it and ate it up real quick, and then it died.
I feel like apologists are like the fandom of like Harry Potter or something, or some major fantasy thing where they like discuss all the ins and outs of all the things and like, well, this could have been that or that could have
all the wrong points.
Like the Reddit thread of this would be like I would love the apologist Reddit thread where they're just discussing all these things that have to be true and have to be correct.
Yeah, and let's describe how.
Right, because it's like this whole shit show of things that have to be this way or have to be that way, and they got to describe it exactly so to make sure that it all makes sense, and it's so important, and they can't see straight until it's solved, and I'm like, holy fucking hell, just get your head out of your ass.
Right.
Like, just look at this from a little bit higher perspective.
There's enough magic and coincidence in the world that actually happens without you having to create shit.
Right, yeah.
Like the fact that when I was in the Army, I was stationed in Hawaii, and also stationed there at the same time was a cousin that I didn't know I had because my dad had a long-lost brother.
Yeah.
And they reconnected. The brother had been adopted out. And so when they got in touch, my dad's brother revealed that he had kids, one of whom was stationed where I was. That's magical. That's a miracle. That's a coincidence.
But it's a major base, right? Like, so if you're in the army or whatever.
There's 5 military bases.
Sure.
Or not bases, 5 military installations on where I was at.
Yeah.
So,
right.
I mean, come on.
That's what I'm saying. So it was a major military base.
Yeah.
Right? And there's not like...
No, the one I was on wasn't major. But there were 5 there, which makes it a military hub.
I'm sorry, I didn't use the right words. But you understand, there's a large military presence
that's
there.
Yeah.
As well as there are many other places like that, but not as many as there are cities in the United States.
Right.
Or not as many as there are states probably in the United. I mean, like, you know,
right.
like the larger sized bases are not as common. So the fact that somebody that you knew sort of kind of went there, it doesn't, like, yes, it's a small world, right? We've all had those moments.
No,
right?
That's what I mean. There's enough stuff that actually happens in the world without you having to create shit.
Right. Yeah.
That's what I was getting at.
But people would attribute meaning to that. People would say, well, that's God. Like you reconnect with your family because God wanted it to happen, right? And he put you guys there together for a reason. It's always a reason.
Like, no.
And I'm like, no. It's sometimes you just take... Shit just happens.
It does. You know where else there's a large military presence? San Antonio. There's like 5 military installations there. So you know where people most often retire from the military to? San Antonio.
Right.
So guess how many people we ran into when we lived in San Antonio?
A lot.
A lot.
Right.
It wasn't a coincidence. It's where...
Just how it goes.
Guess where the military people go?
Back to the military places.
Yeah. Isn't that amazing?
It's weird how that works.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So strange. Big strange. Very weird.
Right. There's a lot. I mean, we have the Wright Pat around here.
I was going to say Wright Pat Air Force Base.
How many retired Air Force people that live out here?
And that, what I would say, is a big military installation.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, for Air Force.
For Air Force. Yeah. So, there's a bunch here as well. Like,
right.
It's just not... I'm not trying to, like, talk military a lot here. Okay?
Right.
What I'm trying to say is... Yeah, coincidences happen enough in the world without you having to make up shit like giant fucking whales that swallow a person and let them live in their belly for 3 days, or a fucking plant.
Yeah.
You know, it doesn't have to be magic.
No, it's just a fucking story.
You don't have to make up magic.
Right.
The world is magical enough.
You don't have to explain the magic that is just a story to begin with.
Right.
That's what I mean.
Right. Yeah.
This isn't even like real, and they're trying to make it real.
Yeah.
And that's where I have the issue with it. I'm like, you just need to stop. Don't make it real. Just admit it's not real.
Exactly.
This needs to not be real.
It needs to not be real.
Because it doesn't make sense if it's real.
Yeah, and it kind of kills part of the
magic.
dare I say, the magic of the story.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So the exact identification of the plant is uncertain, but the focus of the story isn't on the plant itself.
Obviously, right.
But rather on God's teaching moment to Jonah, using the plant's miraculous appearance and sudden withering to illustrate the lesson about compassion.
Okay.
Which in any other literary class would be like, it was a lesson about compassion.
Right. Yeah.
I get it.
Mm-hmm.
So this book is often compared, or the character of Jonah and what he goes through is often compared to Balaam.
Okay.
And I'm going to tell a couple of comparisons there, and that'll be it. And I see from your face that you're not sure who that guy is.
I know exactly who he is. He's the one with the talking ass.
He sure is.
And I that's one of my favorite stories thus far. And
so you're curious.
So I'm like, how does this
the hell? Okay, so we're going to talk about that. They share several thematic and narrative similarities in their biblical stories, even though they appear in different contexts and for different reasons.
I do want to step in real quick and say, if you've never heard our Balaam episodes,
you should go back.
You should go back and listen, because we ranted a lot.
We did. And that was way back in Numbers, chapters 22 through 24.
Yeah, I think I even yelled a little bit.
I think you did, too.
it was, man, talking ass. It doesn't get any better than that shit.
Yeah, well, here are some key parallels, and the talking ass does come up.
A spitting fish, I guess that,
Yeah, using an animal, yeah. Okay, so number one is they both had a reluctance to obey God. Okay, Balaam initially resists going with the messengers of Balak, seeking God's approval multiple times. Mm-hmm. He later struggles with between obeying God versus fulfilling Balak's request to curse Israel.
Oh, and he went to I'm remembering. He went to the enemy.
Mm-hmm.
He went to the enemy to talk to the enemy.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm like remembering as like
it's
you're
an
saying
interesting comparison, right?
Yeah, I would have never put that together, but I like this.
Yeah,
I like this.
Yeah. This is the kind of literary shit that I love. Taking two characters that you would think have nothing to do with each other,
right? And
then being like, but let me show you how they're alive.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. And Jonah outright flees from God's command to preach to Nineveh, attempting to escape his prophetic duty.
Sure.
So yes, they both very much shared a reluctance to obey God.
Yeah.
Okay. Number two, interactions with non-Israelites. So Balaam is summoned by Balak, a Moabite king, to curse Israel. His story primarily unfolds among non-Israelites.
Yeah.
Jonah's mission is to preach to the Assyrians in Nineveh, a non-Israelite and traditionally hostile group.
Right.
So they share interactions with non-Israelites.
Yeah.
Okay. Use of animals as instruments of God. This one is obvious. God uses Balaam's donkey to communicate and stop him on the road.
Yeah.
The donkey sees the angel of the Lord before Balaam does.
Yeah.
Emphasizing.
And then Balaam commenced on beating his ass.
Beat that ass. Emphasizing Balaam's spiritual blindness.
Yes.
Okay. Jonah. God uses a great fish to swallow Jonah, sparing his life and redirecting him to obedience.
Sure.
So they did both use an animal.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Number 4, unwilling prophets who ultimately do fulfill God's plan. So Balaam, despite his questionable motives, ends up blessing Israel instead of cursing them as God commands.
Right.
And Jonah reluctantly preaches to Nineveh, and the city repents, fulfilling God's purpose.
Yeah.
So they do share that.
If I recall correctly, there was another story about Balaam where maybe the Israelites killed him or something like that.
I honestly don't recall, so I'm not
something
even gonna...
weird happened with. I remember there was like this follow up about Balaam at some point, and we were like, "What? He was the guy that."
I want to do a follow up on him. Like, this made me curious to revisit that guy.
Yeah, right.
So I don't know. There may be a Balaam follow up.
No, that's still one of my favorite stories from the Bible so far.
Yeah,
so. Just because of the absurdity
talking
of it.
ass.
Yeah,
get the fuck out of here. Number 5, God's sovereignty. In both stories, God demonstrates absolute control over events and individuals. In Balaam's case, God controls his speech and prevents him from cursing Israel. In Jonah's case, God controls nature, the storm, the fish, the plant, and the worm, to guide Jonah and accomplish his will. I think that one's a bit of a stretch.
That's a bit of a stretch, but okay.
Like in a long list, I don't think you needed that one personally.
Right.
Okay, number 6, moral ambiguity of the prophets. That one I agree with. Balaam is portrayed as a complex figure, sometimes obedient to God, but ultimately seen as greedy and complicit in leading Israel into sin.
Right.
And that was Numbers chapter 31. And
if I recall correctly, he didn't really even live in Israel. He was outside of Israel, if I recall.
I don't remember.
I could be wrong about that, but I thought he didn't even live in Israel. Like he was some prophet somewhere else. We're like, wait. Because this was during like Moses' time.
Yeah, I mean,
and we were like,
Numbers.
wait, another prophet? Who's another prophet? What?
Yeah.
And it was just random, like out of the blue. Like, there's another prophet over here, and we're like, oh, prophet over there?
Right.
Okay, whatever you say, man.
Well, much like Jonah, Balaam is going to be mentioned again in the New Testament. They will be referenced. Okay. Balaam is going to be referenced in 2 Peter.
Okay.
What happened to his 1 Peter? Much like the seaman.
Oh my God.
Right? Yeah. Jonah is depicted as a flawed prophet, angry at God's mercy and struggling with self-righteousness.
Yeah.
So, yeah, they are both morally ambiguous. And they both will be referenced in the New Testament, which I don't really care. I'm so like already bored and uninterested in the New Testament because to me, it's all just going to be a rewashing of the Old Testament and more magic.
I heard recently, like basically the book of Matthew, like the account of Matthew for Jesus is basically just like a checklist of fulfilling all the prophecies. Like literally like goes down the list like, yep, he did that and he did this and that happened and, whatever.
You know what? I believe that. Totally. Like
I could be wrong about that. I think it was Matthew. I'm almost certain it was Matthew.
Well, it's either Matthew, Mark, Luke, or John.
Right. Yeah.
So one of them guys.
Pretty sure it was Matthew. But like it was just, but literally that there's one of those 4 books, right?
Yeah.
That is literally just them saying, and this is how this prophecy was fulfilled, and that's how this prophecy was fulfilled, and so on and so forth. And it's like,
that's
okay,
fucking annoying.
I see what you're doing, guys. Like, and it's not cool.
The lack of imagination that was put into writing the Old Testament, and then they're going to go and do that with the New Testament,
right? And
reference the Old Testament
to make it fit.
Yeah,
right? I mean that's what they're doing.
And I'm like, but you guys didn't even barely try, and that is so just annoying.
Yeah.
As a writer. Reading over somebody else's writing that's supposed to be hailed as great. That is so annoying. All right. The 7th thing that these two guys shared in common were themes of God's mercy and universal power. So Balaam's blessings underscore God's steadfast love for Israel and his protection of his people. Okay.
Wait, what?
Balaam's blessings.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Jonah's story highlights God's mercy toward Nineveh, extending his compassion beyond Israel to other nations.
Except for that he sends them to go conquer his people.
Later on. That's later on. We don't talk about that.
Whatever.
That's a different story.
Not that much further on. It was pretty close to that time frame.
That's not in this book. That's in a different book of the Bible.
Okay.
These similarities underline shared biblical themes such as the universality of God's authority,
respect his authority.
Exactly.
Yeah, right.
The tension between human will and divine purpose, and the use of unlikely or reluctant individuals or animals to achieve God's plan. Okay, I have one last thing to mention and then we can be done. Okay. So chapter 9 of Herman Melville's Moby Dick is a sermon and hymn about Jonah, which I did not realize.
I did not either.
I've read either a large excerpt or I thought I read the whole book, but maybe I only read a large excerpt because I do not remember this chapter, but it's been several years.
Sure.
Okay. So on Jonah's defiance of God's will, a quote is, "Woe to him who seeks to pour oil upon the waters when God has brewed them into a gale," which I just love that.
Yeah.
Okay. On the lesson of repentance and humility, a quote is, "And if we obey God, we must disobey ourselves. And it is in this disobeying ourselves wherein the hardness of obeying God consists. I'm like,
I mean, I kind of like that line.
I like it because it's true. You do have to swallow your own fucking morals and values if you want to be obedient to God.
Well, not only that, but to be a better person in general, right? Like, God is just a vessel to tell people what is correct and right and the way that they should live their lives and the way that people perceive that they should live their lives, right?
Okay.
So the fact that they're saying, read that quote one more time. Sorry, I want to go back to it because it did make something pop in my head. And okay.
If we obey God, we must disobey ourselves. And it is in this disobeying ourselves wherein the hardness of obeying God consists.
Right. So let's just take giving up a habit, right?
Sure.
You're disobeying your instincts to give up this habit to do something better for yourself that you know is better.
Okay,
right?
that's a positive way of looking at that.
Yeah. No, yeah. I'm saying that it's the same generalized concept. It's just that people attribute it to the wrong entity. It should be yourself that you're attributing these changes to when people, quote unquote, give it to God. But it has nothing to do with a God. It has to do with you bettering yourself for reasons that are better for yourself.
See, you're talking about displaying willpower and personal strength.
Exactly.
Which isn't always what giving up a habit is about. But no, I hear what you're saying. It
could be construed that way, right?
Sure.
And there is a lot about religion that kind of, you could take it to mean sort of bettering yourself, but you're doing it through this entity instead.
Sure.
Right?
Sure.
And that's part of what I don't like about the whole God concept is that people give this ability to change up to this God, whereas really it's so much more fulfilling from my perspective if you were able to do it for yourself.
Yeah. With
your own willpower, with your own instincts, with your own ability to just fix that problem.
I hear you, and this is a topic for a different discussion.
Right.
Because I have a hard time with that self-help concept that if you don't have willpower and personal strength, then you're weak.
Right.
And that's what a lot of self-help leans into, which is very demotivating.
Sure.
So I hear what you're saying.
Let me just ask you, you recently gave up soda. Right.
Right.
But if you had given that if you had given up soda because of God, wouldn't it be less meaningful to you?
Okay, yes, but I also, just in full honesty, don't want to take a lot of credit or whatever. Like, I did not exhibit a lot of personal strength and willpower in giving up pop.
No.
Although I was extremely addicted. I was drinking several sodas a day.
Right.
I got sick with a very sore throat for a week and hardly could take in anything.
Right.
So giving up soda, when I got better, I had already not drank hardly anything for a week and had already gone through all of the withdrawal symptoms and everything.
But okay,
so
even though
I just merely didn't start drinking soda.
But somebody might have
again.
had that happen to them and said, God, help me quit that, right?
Sure.
But no, you quit it through a thing that happened to you.
Right.
And then you've also maintained it past there.
I will take the credit for maintaining it. I won't take the credit for quitting it. I just don't feel like that's fair. But don't you
think, even with that being the case, don't you think that if it was given to God, even in the first place, don't you feel like that would lessen the ability for you to maintain this habit change in your life?
Honestly, I don't know. I mean, probably. I see what you're saying, and I agree in theory.
Right.
But somebody who is a believer might say, yeah, but God got me sick as a purpose to, use through that illness, me being able to get rid of a habit I couldn't otherwise get rid of.
Yeah.
And do I feel any better about it than they do? Because I'm not giving myself credit for quitting. They're not giving themselves credit for quitting.
That's fair.
I'm blaming the illness. They're blaming God.
It works better if you had worked hard to do it yourself and use willpower and all that.
Right. And I cannot take credit.
I guess it's a bad
analogy,
example.
Yeah.
But I was trying to make a point based off what was being said. and you completely shot it in the
I didn't mean to. I'm just trying to be honest. Like, I can't take credit for something.
Really, you shot it in the chest. Like, you just put a full stop on it, you know?
I did.
It was, you killed that one.
I did. I killed it. I'm so sorry. I have to be honest, and I can't take credit for something that I didn't
Right. No, I got it. I got it. I was trying to drag it out of you, but you just wouldn't.
I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't. But I don't blame God either. Like, I'm not giving God credit, certainly. I got sick and it happened, and I just took advantage of it and was like, well, I guess I'm done with soda now.
Yeah.
It's been a fucking week, so why pick it back up?
Exactly.
All right, here's the last quote. Okay, and then we're done.
All right.
Okay. Delight is to him who against the proud gods and commodores of this earth ever stands forth his own inexorable self. And I got to tell you, that quote is way too literary for me. Like, I cannot wrap my brain around it.
Right. Okay.
Can you?
Delight is to him who against the proud gods
and commodores of this earth
ever stands for.
I got nothing.
The delight, yeah. Who against the proud gods and commodores. I think that's basically what I was saying. Is that delight is to the person who, against the proud gods and the commodores of this earth, so the important people of this earth, stands for himself.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah, okay. Okay, I like that.
I think that's what I was kind of getting at.
Well, okay, I can actually get down with that one then.
Right.
Like, yeah, I don't need gods and commodores.
Right.
You know, I can stand forth with my own inexorable self.
Yeah.
And,
no, I think that's quite a statement, actually.
I do have delight unto myself.
Right.
Yeah.
Hey.
Do you have delight unto yourself?
So much.
Do you delight yourself all the time?
Every day.
That's a lot of semen. And on that
Full
note,
circle. All right, guys, that was the Jonah wrap up. And Q&A.
And Q&A.
Yeah.
Mostly wrap up.
We're just going to call it wrap up, I think.
Yeah.
So that's a wrap.
I had an entire 15-minute story I could have gone into about this guy who it was claimed got swallowed by a whale.
Yeah, no.
But no.
I don't care that much.
I didn't want to.
Right.
So I left
some
him
other time. Maybe
out.
we'll do some other, who knows, someday.
Probably
maybe.
not.
If we ever touch on Jonah again.
Fuck that guy.
Whatever. We're done.
Yep.
Bye, guys.
Bye. Husband.
Wife.
Do you know what we're doing today?
Well, we're doing our Contradictions episode.
No, we're doing You're Always Wrong, followed by a pop quiz.
Sometimes I'm right, though.
I mean,
sometimes.
But that's not what this is about. That's not what this is about.
Okay, all right.
This is about how you're always wrong.
All right.
Because no matter which answer you pick, yes or no, true or false, whatever, it doesn't matter because the Bible contradicts itself.
Yeah.
It's less about you being wrong and more like you, the reader.
The Bible is wrong.
The Bible is always wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the reader gets screwed. And I get an opportunity to make fun of you and say that you're always wrong. So that's what this is about. Fun. You're always wrong.
All right. And we do apologize. It's been a couple of days since we've got an episode out. And we've had a lot of research to do and a lot of things to catch up on. So
well, and I don't know if you can totally hear it, but my voice is not at its best. So I'm just going to struggle through. It's why my song is very mid. It's like, you're always wrong. I can't hit any high notes.
Oh my.
See?
Yeah, that's a treat for everyone.
I know, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. All right. Are you ready to get into this?
Sure as fuck am.
Let's do this.
Okie dokie. All right, let's get into this contradictions thing.
Okay.
It's going to be really short because listen.
Not a lot of contradictions, huh?
No, there were 4 questions, and 2 of them are ones we've covered ad nauseum. And those were, does God know and see all? Yes and no, and yes and no, and yes and no depends.
Right.
I'm not even getting into it.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
The other one was, does God repent? Yes and no, and maybe. Yes and no, and maybe. It depends on the word repent. Some Christians don't even think that that's what the word is actually translated to mean.
Sure.
And it says, does God repent of this or does he just fucking regret it?
That's where you get into a lot of the back and forth. It's well, this doesn't translate here and this doesn't translate there. But yet, they, right. It depends on who you're talking to on any given day. And that's why this gets so frustrating is that the type of Christian you're talking to and the exact words and translation that they accept changes from person to person.
Well, it does. And also, we, having done this enough, have even changed what we decided is a good enough question to be included in our does this count contradiction?
Right.
Yeah. And we've decided that those two questions are old and stupid, and we don't want to answer them anymore.
Well, because we've done it a million times.
Yeah.
Right.
So yes and no. You're always wrong.
Yep.
Okay. The next one is contradicted within the book itself.
Okay.
Okay. Who cast Jonah into the sea? Was it the sailors or was it God?
I would have gone with the sailors.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, according to chapter 1, verse 15, so they look up Jonah and cast him forth into the sea.
Right.
Okay?
Yeah.
So that's what happened. But guess what?
I'm apparently wrong.
You're always wrong, because in chapter 2, verse 3, it says, for thou hast cast me into the deep. Jonah speaking to God. So he's saying, you, God, cast me into the deep in the midst of the seas.
But then why were those sailors repenting to God?
See, here's the thing. I think this is another case of a stupid question, quite honestly, because clearly it was the sailors who physically did it.
Right.
And what I think is that Jonah is talking to God saying,
you forced
through the tools of those guys, you had me cast into
right.
So I'm like, is that a contradiction?
Not
no.
So much.
And that's why I'm like, okay, here we go.
Right.
And then
to be fair, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to be fair to the Bible. Which I do regret, but one must always say that I tried to be objective for objectivity's sake.
Sure. No, I think that that's important, that we at least allow for it to, we're not here to just straight bash the Bible. That's not what we're doing.
There are enough contradictions without being stupid about it.
And there's enough ugly shit in here, it takes care of itself. With regard to the bad crap in the Bible.
We don't have to argue about whether it was the sailors or God.
Right.
It was clearly the sailors physically did it.
This is a contradiction in some realms, in some discussions.
I guess.
Sure.
I don't know that it's really a contradiction. I've never heard anybody talk about it, but I don't talk to Christians about it.
Well, there's so many contradictions. Not many people talk about many of them. So
here's the thing. I think that atheists would consider that a contradiction more than Christians would.
Sure.
And I'm not here for that, because that's bullshit. I'm sorry. That's bullshit.
I agree.
And I'm not going to team up with the atheists just for the sake of being on the atheist team, because that's not how I fucking roll.
Right.
No,
I agree.
Obviously not trying to cast aspersions on atheists, being one myself.
No, I think that the atheist community in general, right, is a little predisposed to, being a bit more harsh on certain things than they need to be sometimes.
And this
not
would
always.
This would
not
be one
always.
of those. Because it was an atheist who put these questions together, right?
Sure.
And so I'm like, is that really a contradiction, Mr. Friend atheist? I don't believe so.
No, and we'll agree on 99 points, but not that one.
Exactly. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
So this last one, I'm going to include it even though the contradiction does not appear until the New Testament.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're making an exception for this one.
Okay.
Because the question is, was Jonah swallowed by a fish or a whale? And we know the fucking answer.
It's a fish.
Right?
Yeah.
It was a big fish.
It's a big
According
fish.
to Jonah chapter 1, verse 17, now the Lord had prepared a great fish to swallow up Jonah.
Yeah.
Right? And I mean, there was an argument about, is it a fish?
Or is it a
they
whale?
called it a whale, but he actually never called it a whale, so
Sure.
it was a fish. Right?
Yeah.
But guess what?
What?
We are always wrong.
Are we now?
Because in Matthew, which is the first book of the New Testament, Matthew chapter 12, verse 40 says, for as Jonah was 3 days and 3 nights in the whale's belly.
Are you sure that that's in all translations, though?
According to the place where I got this contradiction from.
Okay. I just wondered, because I thought that maybe it was just the King James version, so I wasn't sure whether or not that was going to be,
Right, and I thought that it never actually said the whale anywhere in the Bible is what I had read.
Right.
So, I don't know. But according to the source that I used for these questions, Matthew refers to the fish as a whale.
Okay.
So
right.
I don't know. You can call me out on that. Honestly, I don't really fucking care. I'm not defending it one way or the other. All of these were a stretch. I only included it because I didn't have one to include.
Got it.
You know?
Got it. Okay. All
so,
right.
Do you care?
No, I mean not necessarily, but I mean you know it. I don't know. I mean, I would be curious to dig into that a little bit more, maybe when we get to Matthew.
Yeah,
right?
And that's another thing. When we get to Matthew, we're going to have more questions, and I didn't want to delve too much into translations and stuff with regard to a book we haven't even entered yet.
Right.
Particularly in a big part of the book that we haven't entered yet.
Yeah.
The entire we're done with being Jewish now part of the book. So I was just like, whatever.
Right.
So, okay. So that's the you're always wrong.
Okay.
But having said that, I have a pop quiz for you.
Do you now?
I do.
Okay.
I got 10 out of 13. Can you beat me?
We're going to find out, aren't we?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. This was a little bit harder than I thought. So buckle up, friends.
I'm buckling up.
All right. Number 1. What was the message of Jonah to the people of Nineveh? And I'll read you the 4 choices, and then I'll repeat it for our friends listening at home who would like to play along.
Sure.
Okay? Mm-hmm. Choices are, God wants you to repent. In 40 days, Nineveh shall be overthrown. The creation story, or the narration of his journeys to the country.
Okay.
This was one of the easier ones.
Yeah, sure.
But the question again is, what was the message of Jonah to the people of Nineveh? God wants you to repent. In 40 days, Nineveh shall be overthrown. The creation story, or the narration of his journeys to the country.
I think that it is. It's one of two. I think that they're going to be overthrown in 40 days.
Yeah, that is the one you want to go with.
Got it.
The other one would be God wants you to repent.
Right.
I would say that is a correct answer, but I don't think it's the correctest.
Okay.
I already took this quiz, so I know the one that they want, and that is the one they want.
Got it.
Because I got that one right.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
All right, yeah.
Number 2. This one I was like, I don't fucking know. How many persons are there in the great city of Nineveh?
Oh, I know this one.
Here's your choices.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, do you know it without any?
Pretty go ahead. We're letting them play along.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so don't answer yet.
Yeah.
10,000 people, 24,000 people, less than 50,000 people, or more than 120,000 people. And again, the question is, how many people are there in the great city of Nineveh? 10,000, 24,000, less than 50,000, or more than 120,000?
Pretty certain that it's going to be more than 120,000.
You're going to be correct on that. Yeah. And I was like, I have no fucking idea. Numbers don't stick in this stupid head. This stupid potato head. All right, number 3. How big was the city that Jonah was sent to? Was it 7 hours journey wide, 3 days journey wide, 10 days journey wide, or 40 days journey wide? And I'll play that again.
Sure.
And this was one of the easier ones that I got right.
Right.
7 hours journey wide. How big was the city that Jonah was sent to? 7 hours journey wide, 3 days journey wide, 10 days journey wide, or 40 days journey wide?
3 days.
Exactly. Yep. You're doing good. Okay. Number 4. According to Jonah, what belongs to the Lord? I had to guess on this and I got it wrong because I don't fucking know.
Okay.
Holiness, righteousness, humility, or salvation? According to Jonah, what belongs to the Lord? Holiness, righteousness, humility, or salvation?
I'm going to go with salvation.
That's what I went with. I think that's wrong, unless this is the one that I guessed and got right accidentally.
All right, yeah.
But I think that's wrong. But I don't know. We'll see.
Any one of those could have.
Right? They all belong to the Lord,
right?
but what is the answer that you want?
All right.
All right, number 5. How did the inhabitants of the city react to Jonah's warning?
I think I'll probably know this one, yeah.
They ignored it. They mocked it. They did not believe it. They repented.
Do we even need to repeat that one?
I'm gonna, for our friends listening at home who want to play along.
Sure.
How did the inhabitants of the city react to Jonah's warning? They ignored it, they mocked it, they did not believe, or they repented.
They repented.
They sure as fuck did.
Yeah, they did.
All right, number 6. What was the first command given to Jonah by God? Okay, ready?
I think I know this one too.
Yeah. Offer sacrifice, buy a ship in Tarshish, go to Nineveh, or forge a chain. And here we will ask again.
Yep.
What was the first command given to Jonah by God? Offer sacrifice, buy a ship in Tarshish, go to Nineveh, or forge a chain.
And it's going to be go to Nineveh.
I believe that is correct.
Yeah. And then he ran the fuck away.
Yep. The opposite direction to Tarshish.
Right. Yeah.
Yep. Number 7. Number 7, sorry. What did those who pay... Let me reread that.
Okay.
What did those who pay regard to vain idols forsake, according to Jonah? Hope of steadfast love, sacrifice to God, place of refuge, or the true God? What did those who pay regard to vain idols forsake, according to Jonah? Hope of steadfast love, sacrifice to God, place of refuge, or the true God?
I will have to go with the true God.
Sure.
Because they're worshiping idols who aren't the true God, right?
Yeah, so that's what I would think, but
it makes
what the fuck
sense to
do I
me.
know? Number 8. What did the Lord appoint to attack the plant over which was over... Okay, let me read that again. You know the answer.
Yeah, I do.
What did the Lord appoint to attack the plant which was over Jonah? Was it wind, drought, worm, or flood? What did the Lord appoint to attack the plant which was over Jonah? Wind, drought, worm, or flood?
Worm.
Of course.
Yeah.
Right. Number 9. How did Jonah describe the God he feared?
Okay.
This one was hard to me.
I know how I describe him.
I know how I describe him too. Ready? Let's see if we can go. 1, 2, 3, go.
Dick.
He's a dick. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So your choices are creator of heaven and earth, master of the universe, the one who made the sea and the dry land, or the God of Israel. Let's read those again.
Okay.
How did Jonah describe the God he feared? He's a dick.
No.
Creator of heaven and earth, master of the universe like He-Man, the one who made the sea and the dry land, or the God of Israel.
I am going to go with the one who made the sea and the dry
I
land.
think that's the one I went with, but I don't remember if it was right.
And I only picked that not because I know the answer, but because this story involved both the sea and the dry land.
Right? That's
So I figured maybe there's some sort of tie-in,
that's what I wondered.
but
Yeah.
I don't know.
All right, number 10. After Jonah was hurled into the sea, what was the men's reaction to the Lord after the sea ceased from its raging? Fear exceedingly, greatly amazed, skeptical, or indifferent?
I know the answer to this one.
After Jonah was hurled into the sea, what was the men's reaction to the Lord after the sea ceased from its raging? Feared exceedingly, greatly amazed, skeptical, or indifferent?
They feared the Lord exceedingly.
Okay. I think I picked greatly amazed.
Really?
Yeah, I couldn't remember. I knew it was one of those. It was either feared exceedingly or greatly amazed.
They were repenting. Like, they were, like, scared that they had,
totally right.
tossed a prophet into the fucking ocean.
I don't fucking know.
If I thought I had tossed a prophet in the ocean, I'd probably be scared, too, if I thought God really existed.
Right.
I'd be like, God damn. I better fucking, do something.
Kill a goat.
I guess, yeah.
Number 11. Which city did Jonah flee towards to escape from the presence of the Lord?
You gave this answer away already.
I didn't even remember that it was one of the questions. Oopsie. Tarshish, Damascus, Ekron, or Ashkelon? Which city did Jonah flee towards to escape from the presence of the Lord? Tarshish, Damascus, Ekron, or Ashkelon?
Tarshish.
Would you have remembered that had I not said it?
I probably would have, actually, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. That one just stuck in my head.
Because the Tarshish kind of sticks out in my head as one of those, like, cities that were on the port type thing or whatever, so.
Yeah. Well, it was supposed to be towards Spain, I believe.
The end of the world.
Yeah.
Remember?
Yeah. So I don't know. Tarshish just sounds like it would be like on the end of the world and headed towards Spain. And I don't know.
Yeah.
Number 12. Which part of the city of Nineveh did Jonah make a booth? And I was like,
made a booth?
Yeah, I was like, he made a booth? I'm wondering if they mean like the tent thing that he made.
Oh.
Is that what they mean?
Maybe.
Yeah, I had no idea.
Okay.
All right. Was it west, east, north, or south? And I'll ask the question again.
Well, then, yeah. Okay.
Which part of the city of Nineveh did Jonah make a booth? Was it west, east, north, or south?
We're going to say tent here.
Okay.
Before I answer.
Okay.
And I'm going to say east.
That's what I picked. Assuming that they mean tent.
If that's the part that they're talking about. Because, like, there was never a point where they said booth in the reading that we did.
Right.
But oftentimes when you do these quizzes and stuff,
they're using a different translation.
Right, yeah.
And that changes things.
Well, and it causes some difficulty for me answering some of this shit. Because I'm like, I don't recall them saying that. And sometimes I'm right. Like, I'm like, no, that was never said in our translation. So
exactly. All right, last one. Ready? Number 13. Whose son was Jonah? Do you remember the name without me?
When you say it, I probably will know, but I can't recall off the top of my head.
That's okay. We're going to name all four and then read it again.
Yeah.
Hilkiah, Eliab, Amittai, or Eleazar. Number 13. Whose son was Jonah? Hilkiah, Eliab, Amittai, or Eleazar?
What was the third one again?
Amittai.
I think it was Amittai.
It was. It absolutely 100%
okay.
was.
I wanted to say the first one for some reason at first, but then you said Amittai, and I was like, I think that's it.
Yeah.
It did take me a second to figure that one out. Yep. But I think I got it. Yeah. Okay.
All right. Let's go through these.
How'd I do? Yeah.
Oh, you want to know your score?
Well, yeah, I want to know my score.
Them. All right. I think you only missed one.
Really?
Yeah. You answered all but one.
Oh, yeah. All right.
Asshole. I hate it when you do better than I do. All right. Number 1. What was the message of Jonah to the people of Nineveh? In 40 days, Nineveh shall be overthrown.
Yeah,
we both got that one right.
Right.
How many persons are there in the great city of Nineveh? I got this one wrong. You got it right. The answer is more than 120,000 persons.
Yep.
A bunch.
Yep.
How big was the city that Jonah was sent to?
3 days.
3 days journey wide.
Yeah.
We both got that right. According to Jonah, what belongs to the Lord? Salvation.
Oh, that was the correct answer?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You got it right. Cool. Now, I don't remember if I got that right or not.
Right.
Honestly. I know I missed 3.
Right.
Yeah. Number 5. How did the inhabitants of the city react to Jonah's warning? We got this right. What did they do?
They capitulated and
they repented.
They repented.
Yeah. Number 6. What was the first command given to Jonah by God? What was it?
I don't remember, honestly.
Go to Nineveh.
Go to Nineveh. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, you got it right. We both did.
It's late, and I'm trying to muddle through this here. Like, you just prompt me here. Come on.
Just what?
Help me out. Just prompt.
I think we both got this one wrong. Number 7. What did those who pay regard to vain idols forsake, according to Jonah? I think we both picked the true God, because that fucking makes sense.
Sure.
But the answer was hope of steadfast love. Okay. Sure. Number 8. What did the Lord appoint to attack the plant which was over Jonah?
A worm.
Yep, a worm. We both got that right. Yep. How did Jonah describe the God he feared? The one who made the sea and the dry land.
I didn't know that one for sure, but it just made the most sense to me.
Yeah, that's the one I guessed as well for the same reason. After Jonah was hurled into the sea, what was the men's reaction to the Lord after the sea ceased from its raging?
Scared as fuck.
Feared exceedingly. That is correct.
Right.
Number 11. Which city did Jonah flee towards to escape from the presence of the Lord?
Tarshish.
That is correct. We both got that one right.
Well, I mean, you helped us all out there on that one.
Yeah. Number 12. And this one we both got right. Which part of the city of Nineveh did Jonah make a booth?
East. So it's the tent that they were talking about. Yeah. Because that's where he set the tent out to watch east to see if something was going to happen to the city. And
he was facing the direction that the sun comes up, which is a big deal.
Because we joked about it at the time that he was worshiping Ra or something, So.
I mean, it matters. It's a big deal to them,
Yeah.
Number 13. Whose son was Jonah? Amittai. We both got that right.
Yep.
All right. So you did better than I did. I missed 3. You only missed 1. And that's our quiz.
Okay.
So,
and that's Jonah.
That's Jonah,
We're
bitches.
done.
Yep.
That was not, as things go, was not a bad story.
No. And it had a lot of symbolism in it that I appreciated from a literary standpoint.
Yeah.
I like that kind of analysis
Right.
that you can take into the better written
It was a little
stories.
meatier than some of the other shit we've read.
Yeah.
You know, like as far as, I really appreciated it once we got into the Q&A. So like that was one of my favorite Q&As we've done because
Me too.
I didn't understand shit until we got to that point.
Yeah.
And then we got into that Q&A and I was like, oh my God, this is pretty fantastic, actually.
I understood why he ran away. Like, yeah, I wouldn't want to go either. But then when we understood, no, you think you know why he ran away.
Right.
You don't know why he ran away. Like,
right.
And then at the end when it was, why was he so mad? Like, we had no idea.
It's really hard to, like, it without, because we've talked about how the people that wrote these initially, they assume you understand this context, right?
Yes.
Because these things were happening to them and around them and everything, right? And they were known stories in that land, right?
Yeah.
But us over here, never having read the Bible, I don't understand off the top of my head that Nineveh is part of the Assyrian territory.
Right.
I don't understand that that's enemy territory.
Right.
So it wasn't something that I picked up on at all.
Well,
and I'm sure there were people listening going, oh, these guys are fucking idiots.
Oh, I'm sure. But to put it in terms of today, it's kind of like if we're like one time I was talking to my mom and I was trying to talk about the Proud Boys. Right?
Right.
My mom, even though she's MAGA, had no fucking idea what I was talking about. She'd never heard of the Proud Boys. And I'm like, you're MAGA. You're supposed to understand the Proud Boys.
No,
like,
they wouldn't talk about them. That's something, that's a fringe thing. Like, so the right would never admit that to the right. Right? Because that's a thing that happens because they are so far to the right.
Yeah. And I'm like, your boy literally told these Nazi lovers to stand back and stand by. Like, that's the whole point of what that was about. And my mom's like, what are you talking about? What's a proud boy? And like, I had to explain, like, no, it's not a boy who is proud. It's a group. But like, you speak and you assume that the people around you understand the context of what you're talking about.
Right.
And this is like, my example was from like actual current times.
Sure.
And that's funny because this Jonah stuff is from thousands of years ago. So
yeah.
Like,
no, I mean,
if half the time your audience doesn't even know what the fuck you're talking about in the current day, you have to know that thousands of years later, we're not going to have a fucking clue.
I think that's a good reason why most Christians don't really understand the Bible that they worship, right?
Yeah.
This religion that they worship. They don't really understand what they are doing, because why would you bother trying? Like, you have to learn so much to get that to the point where you are not ignorant about it, that you it takes too much work, right? So you just take people's word for it and be like, okay, that's what it is. So
because unless you actually read through everything yourself and do so much studying, like, where do you even start? And like with us, well, we just start at the beginning because we don't know anything. I don't know what to tell you, Christian, who thinks you know some of it. I don't know where to tell you where to start.
Right. Yep.
You already think you know some of it. So some of it you're going to space out because you're like, yeah, I already know this part.
Right.
Or you're going to be like, what are you talking about? Skip to something I know.
Right. All right. Well, that's it for Jonah.
That's it for Jonah.
Congratulations to everybody
if you've been listening
being along with us and finishing up another book of the Bible.
Another book of the Bible is done, son.
Yeah, and we're going to be moving on. Well, I got the weekly replay that'll be coming out. And then we're going to be moving on to
Micah.
Yep, and we'll be doing that probably Tuesday or Wednesday. I don't know. Well, soon. Very soon. I
believe we're recording it Monday or Tuesday night, but I believe it's coming out Wednesday morning.
Yeah, I think that's right. Okay. All right. Well, we'll see you guys then.
Bye. Husband.
Wife.
I remembered what to say that time.
You did, because the last time we started this, you didn't.
I didn't, but I'm good now. Do you know what we're doing today?
Well, this is not a Patreon only, but it is a special episode.
It's a bonus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, what are we special episoding today?
It's time to talk about Gilgamesh.
Oh, we've talked about him a few times already.
He's come up, but we haven't talked about him.
Yeah.
We have mentioned his name.
Yeah.
And we've been like, oh, wasn't he like one of the original flood guys or something? Didn't he do a thing?
Some of the stories are like Bible adjacent type things,
yeah,
right?
like, didn't the Bible-y thing borrow some shit from him? Or
I think
I don't know.
it seems that way, right?
Yeah.
As we're reading through and finding stuff out.
And so I was like, I saw his name. It came up just one too many times. And I was like, it's time to talk about Gilgamesh. What the fuck did you do, Gilgamesh?
Yeah, what did you do, Gilgamesh?
Okay.
Let's do this.
Okie dokie. Okay, so it's time to talk about Gilgamesh, but I have a confession to make.
Do ya?
Yeah. A few times throughout my notes, I accidentally wrote Gargamel. Because they have...
I mean, Smurfs, you know...
Well, Garga and Gilga. Like, there's two G's in both of them that...
Gargamel is Smurfs, right?
Yeah. Yeah, he's the bad guy.
I just was making sure I was right about that. I couldn't remember.
And then there's a Smurfs Christmas special. Goodness makes the badness go away. Clap, 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 clap. Goodness makes the badness go away. You know?
I mean,
and then
I do now.
They're singing around the fire and it makes the fire go down. Because goodness makes the badness
go. Because fire is bad?
Well, the fire was going to burn them.
Oh, well, yeah,
that
kind of fire is bad.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's fair.
And Gilgamesh was like, don't let me die in this circle of fire. He's so bad.
Not Gilgamesh.
Oh, I didn't see. I called him Gilgamesh. No, he's Gargamel.
Yeah, Gargamel.
And so I'm just letting you know now I will be using those terms interchangeably and just go with it. Oh my God. But here is another name I will use interchangeably. That's not my fault. Ishtar and Inanna are the same girl. It just depends. Like, are we talking Arcadia or Sumerian?
I feel like we talked about this one other time.
We did.
Okay.
More than once.
All right.
Yeah. I've brought that up before. But, like, I'm going through different, sources, and sometimes she's called this and sometimes she's called that. And like I said, it just depends on which Mesopotamian area you're looking at.
Okay. Yeah.
And, like, barely years apart,
Yeah.
So, okay. Just letting you guys know. Sometimes you will hear one name that magically changes into another name, and just don't sweat it. You're not crazy. It's me.
Right. If it starts with a G, it's all Gilgamesh.
Yeah. And if it starts with a I, it's all Ishtar?
Whatever.
Okay. Isn't that what we know her as now today?
I don't know.
Mostly we call her Ishtar now, I think.
I don't call her shit because I don't know who she is exactly anymore. I remember we talked about her one other time, but
she's some goddess.
That's all I really know about her.
She's always around. She's just some
She's
goddess.
always around.
I mean,
she's hanging out down at the local bar.
She's a lurker.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure she was like a pick-me girl. You know? Because her name it's like, yeah, we all know you, Ishtar. Okay.
Got it.
Okay. All right. So today we're going to talk about Gargamel.
No.
A dude who was
Gilgamesh.
Probably a bit of a jerk, but also kind of fascinating.
Okay.
You ready for this?
Sure.
Okay, Gilgamesh is the protagonist of the Epic of Gilgamesh.
I guess I probably could have guessed that.
And when I'm saying epic, I'm not using the term in the Bill and Ted way, like epic, yes. I'm using it as like long rolling story thingy.
Right.
That covers many years and much ground. Okay. An epic saga.
Got it.
And Gilgamesh is the star.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's an epic poem that was written originally in Acadia during the late 2nd millennium BCE.
Oh,
okay?
wow.
Yeah. This bitch is old.
Right.
Okay. All right. So let's talk about the dude for a minute, Gilgamesh. Okay.
Sure.
I've got several different categories. We're going to talk about the dude. We're going to talk about the story. Like, they're separate things. Because Gilgamesh actually was a guy.
I mean, as far as we know from stories.
There are several different sources that suggest that he was actually a king guy that lived back in those days.
Got it.
So he was probably a historical king of the city Uruk, which is a city in ancient Mesopotamia in what is now modern day Iraq.
Okay.
And then it's like, I just said, wait, what? Man, king, God?
Yeah.
Who is he? What is he? I don't get it.
Right.
Yes, yes, and yes is the answer to those questions.
I see.
So he was likely one of those conquering guys. He's like, let's all go fight. And then when his team won, he's like, yeah. And then he leveled up from human soldier boy to human king dude.
As you do in
those times.
In those times.
Yeah. When you kill a lot of bad guys and sack their city, then you're like, I'm the boss.
You can,
I'm
and apparently you can promote your way all the way to God.
They let you do it.
Yeah.
If you're a star, they let you do it. And he was a star.
Yeah.
So that was on him. Okay. He's like, I was just a human. Now I'm a human king guy.
Got it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then he was probably posthumously deified. Meaning after he died, eventually at some point, they were like, you know what? I think that guy might have been a god. Why? Who knows? Maybe he kept his dick to himself, which probably would have gone over well with his underlings.
I guess.
Yeah. I mean, because everybody was rapey back then.
Or maybe he didn't and he had so many kids that, they just carried on the tradition for him.
He turned down Ishtar, so, you know.
Okay.
All right. But it could have also been because his city was fucking awesome. Okay? Let's talk about his fucking city, the city of Uruk.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
It's known today as Warka, and it was an ancient city in the Near East located east of the current bed of the Euphrates River. The current bed, okay?
Got it, yeah.
And this matters.
Okay.
On an ancient, now dried channel of the river, okay? Which is sad because you're going to hear how wonderful it was.
Got it.
The city, which is named for its king at that time, Uruk, that king guy, flourished briefly, but did not maintain significance in the long run. Like, it kind of had a, like, flame that would, like, flame on and then kind of, like, die out. And then it was, like, flame up. And then it would die out. Okay. And eventually it just like burned itself out.
It sounds like the river kind of moved.
Exactly. So. That's exactly like the majority of what happened. Right. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Uruk, the city, was extremely well irrigated by a canal system that has been described as Venice in the desert. Really? That's how well the waterway worked so well. Listen to this.
In 2000 BCE. Really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
This canal system flowed throughout the city, connecting it with maritime trade on the ancient Euphrates River, as well as with the astounding agricultural belt. I want to take back what I just said. I don't think they referred to it as Venice in the desert. We refer to it now. We're like, this city was so cool. It was like Venice in the desert.
Got it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry. When you said, oh, really? It didn't like play well. I had to like what is that word? Like retype the words and try again.
Sure.
And
I was just saying that I think that that to have that level of sophistication in the city in those times was pretty significant.
This city was fucking badass.
Right.
Okay?
Yeah.
Like literally badass. The Uruk, though Uruk experienced periods of prominence, the city eventually lost its prime importance. Like I said, eventually the candle went out. Like flames in the wind. Never knowing,
I know. I don't.
Elton John?
I don't know what you're talking. Okay.
Yeah.
I'd have to hear the actual.
Candle in the Wind?
Got it.
Okay. Until it was finally abandoned shortly before or after the Islamic conquest of 633 to 638. Okay. Not BCE.
Got it.
Yeah. So at that point, it was like, we're just done now. We've done a good run, several thousand years, but the Islamic conquest is here now, and we're done.
Okay. All right.
Okay. So the original city of Uruk was situated southwest of the ancient Euphrates River, now dry. Currently, the site of Warka, like I already said, is northeast of the modern Euphrates River.
Okay.
Okay. Mm-hmm. The change in position, as you guessed, was caused by a shift in the Euphrates at some point in history.
Yeah.
Because I don't know if y'all know this, but rivers fucking shift.
Yeah. That's why there's like, they actually put up cement on the sides of the Mississippi to keep the river from shifting.
Yeah, they're like, you stay here. You stay.
And at least in a lot of places, anyway. Yeah. Maybe not the whole thing, but,
just the important bits.
Right.
The rest can go where it may, because it has a lot of tributaries.
Right.
So, Okay. At some point in history, that the move over time of the river, together with salination due to irrigation, may have contributed to the decline of Uruk. I'm going to say it did decline, but there was other stuff too. It could not keep up.
Yeah,
okay?
I get it.
Scholars identify Uruk as the biblical Erech, E-R-E-C-H, which is a city mentioned in Genesis chapter 10.
Huh. Okay.
I don't know if you remember Erech, but that was the second city founded by Nimrod, your favorite guy.
Oh, okay. All right.
You know, he went out and founded some cities.
Yeah.
So some scholars are like, you know, hey.
So that's where Nimrod gets compared to Gilgamesh, which I think we talked about back when we were talking about Nimrod.
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So there's some question who founded this fucking city is what I'm getting at.
Sure.
It was either Nimrod or Uruk.
Got it.
You know?
Yeah.
Like, whatever. It is believed that the city of Uruk, however, might have been founded by the king Enmerkar.
Okay.
Okay?
Sure.
And then I wrote this. That is not confusing at all.
Not at all.
No. So basically there's a city and we don't know who the fuck.
Somebody fucking founded it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Nimrod was around at the time and our boy Gilgamesh was coming on the scene. Okay?
Right.
So the Sumerian king list, which one of the sources I was reading just like threw this out, you know, the SKL, you know.
Oh,
as you know.
Sumerian king list. Yeah.
Yeah. Everybody knows that.
Sure. Yeah.
I was like, wait, what? So like I had to open like several different tabs because every time I learned a new thing, I had to go learn what that was. This was like not an easy research, actually.
Right.
It was fun and interesting. But what's a Sumerian king list, you ask?
No idea.
Ask it.
What's a Sumerian king list?
Okay, well.
Or what's an SKL?
Yeah. SKL is literally like that's what it's referred to as by scholars. Like they just toss it out like lingo.
Right.
Like that's what it is.
Yeah.
But a few times I accidentally wrote SNL. And then I thought about it. And if we're talking about like a knight in shining armor, it's still Saturday Night Live, just with a K instead of an N. Boom. Yeah. Saturday Night Live. You know? Yeah. All right. So the Sumerian king list, or the SKL, this ancient literary composition that was written in Sumerian, likely created and redacted to legitimize the claims of power of various city-states and kingdoms in southern Mesopotamia. I'm going to explain this in a minute better.
Okay, all right.
During the late 3rd and early 2nd millennium BCE. So, okay, way back when.
Way back.
That was, you know, Sumerian was writing shit down.
Yeah.
And they were like, okay, this city is getting passed down. We should write a list and keep track of who ruled it. That's what that is.
Okay.
Okay. So the SKL, the Sumerian king list, is a list of kings, literally.
Okay.
That ruled that.
Got
okay?
it. Yeah.
Or that kept track of it.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that SKL thing mentions a father before him, the epic Enmerkar. Okay.
Uh-huh.
And in the SKL, the Lord of Arata, who's he? I don't know. The only time he comes up this entire thing. So, you know, that Lord.
Yeah, no idea.
He relates that Enmerkar constructed the house of heaven for the goddess Inanna, which is Ishtar, in the Iana district of Uruk.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me break that down. Okay. So Uruk is the city, right?
Yep.
It's got several different districts, and each district is basically like your worship centers.
Okay.
So it's like how there's the city of Dayton, but then there's all these like little cities around it and in it and of it.
Sure.
So like you could say I live in Dayton if you're talking to somebody not in Ohio or even not in Dayton. But like if they're from Dayton too, they would be like, yeah, but where?
Which part of Dayton?
Yeah. And you would be like, I don't know, Miamisburg, Troy. You know, Springboro,
anywhere within a 50-mile radius, basically.
Yeah, and you would name all these. So, okay, the littler cities that I just named off, those are districts, okay? And each of those districts has its own, like, shrine and worship center to that district's god or goddess.
Okay.
Okay, so the Iana district of Uruk is where the goddess Inanna or Ishtar was worshipped, okay? And that kind of matters later. Because that district, like not only was Uruk awesome, the city as a whole, but this district in particular was where shit began.
Okay.
Like the
Where
magic
shit
spot.
began.
Like smart shit. Like
Smart shit.
I have the best brain. I know all the words.
Okay. All right.
Just hang with me. I'll get there.
Yeah, I'm hanging.
Okay.
I'm hanging.
Oh, it's the next sentence. Look at that.
Look, hey.
The Inanna, I keep saying Inanna because her name is Inanna, but the district is Iana.
Yeah, that's not confusing at all.
Ishtar. Let's just change everything to Ishtar, okay? So the Ishtar district of Uruk is historically significant as both writing and monumental public architecture because those emerged from that exact place.
Okay.
The combination of these two developments places Iana as arguably the first true city and civilization in human history.
I see.
And it contains the earliest examples of writing.
Do we know what civilization this was? Was this like the Sumerians or what was this? Mm-hmm. It was?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. Yeah.
You're sure about that?
Yeah, because like there were all these different periods and they came and yeah. You know what? I'm going to take that back. If it wasn't them, it was the Arcadians.
Okay.
Okay. It was either the Sumerians or the Arcadians, and I forget what order they came in.
Okay.
I knew it at one time this morning.
Got it.
And then I just forgot. But anyway, that district, though, Ishtar's little district in Uruk.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, why am I talking about this city again? Wait, what? Who cares about this city? What?
Sure.
So remember, we're like, Gilgamesh came around to this city, and he's like, this is mine now.
Okay.
Okay. I'm a king now. What's
Got
up?
it.
Okay?
Yeah.
And it's a good city.
Because he killed people.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, that's my guess. I don't know why he was made king.
I mean, usually it had to do with killing people.
Right. And
right?
I'm like, yeah, he leveled up.
Sure.
Yeah. So, okay. So he's king of Uruk, whatever.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, okay. We're done with city. Back to dude. Okay.
Yeah.
Dude. Well, who was he? Who was Gilgamesh?
I don't know. Who was he?
Right? Okay. We're going to get to the god stories in a bit. But for now, let's just talk about the human king guy.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Like I said, Gilgamesh was supposedly the king of Uruk. And that's why we just talked about that city.
Right.
Okay. Okay. This all took place somewhere around 2800 to 2500 BCE.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a long fucking time ago.
Yeah.
He's thought to have reigned for a real quick minute, just a casual 126 years, according to later scribes.
That sounds a little unrealistic. But
I'm going to say you're right. But
okay.
Remember, like way back before the flood, everybody lived several hundred years.
Yeah, I remember the Bible says that.
Right. Well,
I don't actually believe that.
They say it too. These guys say it
but
too.
Also okay.
No, I'm not saying that I think that that's what happened. I'm saying for some reason those early fucking people were like, we live so many centuries, all the best centuries. We have the most centuries here.
I almost feel like the idea of long life was like the precursor to heaven, right? You have this fascination with not dying, right?
And
with
the
living
afterlife.
for a long time,
Yeah.
with extending human life, right?
And also passing on your line to your firstborn son so that you are living on forever.
Yeah.
You know?
No, I mean, there's so much involved with regard to religion in general about this fear of death and what's going to happen to you after you die.
Yeah, and it all comes down to just basically men can't deal.
I mean, people can't deal.
Okay,
right?
but I wouldn't know because women didn't rule the world over there.
No. I understand that, but I'm saying that death is still a thing that is very bothersome to
many people
across the board, right?
I mean, I'm not saying I want to fucking die. I don't want to die.
No.
But, like, I don't spend my nights worrying about, where am I going to go when I die? What if I die tomorrow? Oh, my... I don't do that.
But when you are ignorant about what death means, when you are ignorant about the science, when you don't know an answer to something, you want to fill it in with something that makes sense to you.
You have to label it so you can explain it.
Or that feels good, right? Yeah. So, I mean, that's all.
Yeah.
I didn't have much to say. There's just that.
No, that's okay. So, yeah, he ruled 126 years. And lots of scribes said so it obviously must be true. I read it on the internet.
I mean, if he lived 126 years, that's like one of the longest lives of like the last, hundreds of years. But
sure.
Okay.
Like I said, but what do we actually know for realsies?
Sure.
Nothing.
Right.
Not a whole lot, honestly. Mostly just like a messed up boomer type post on MySpace that someone quote tweeted, but the guy sharing the post didn't have an avatar, just one of those empty gray eggheads as his profile pic. So his account got blocked, but not before one of those SEO crawlers copied a blurry image of the janky screenshot of the retweeted MySpace post. And that is what ended up on the SNL.
I'm sorry, what?
I was trying to show a chain of like how we know a little bit, but it's all just this blurry image, like Game of Telephone. But I was, using like, who even uses MySpace? That's how old he is.
Right.
Right?
Yeah. I mean, you lost some of our crowd with MySpace because they probably don't even know what the fuck it is.
Only Bretty. Okay, so anyway, when I said SNL, of course I meant the aforementioned Sumerian king list.
All right,
okay?
yeah.
So I was just being goofy. Like, it made sense when I wrote it to me.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was funny.
I mean, sure. Yeah.
If you have to explain it, it's not funny. So that was a fail, and I accept that. I own it. Okay, so his name pops up there on that list with this weird mix of fact and fiction that ancient scribes used to keep track of various rulers down the line. Okay. It lists Gilgamesh as 2/3 god and, just 1/3 man.
Okay. All right.
Which explains how he was able to rule so long, but not why he couldn't get his online profile shit worked out.
What?
I'm just being silly. Oh my God.
Okay.
Come on, come with me. It's a fun trip.
No, I'm trying to make sure that it makes sense to people that are listening. That's all.
Well, I'm just being
and not
silly.
just like, wife's inside jokes for the next 20 minutes.
Whatever. Okay, so around the time Gilgamesh was probably strutting around Uruk, here's the shit that was happening at that time, okay? Egypt was over there building those pyramids.
Okay. Yeah.
People in China were domesticating silkworms, which meant they were making fancy fabrics, and that was a thing.
Yeah.
Okay, so that was happening.
Okay.
Meanwhile, in Europe, folks were like, what's a wheel? And chasing after wild boars. Womp womp. Yeah, that literally was what was happening over there.
Got it.
Okay?
Yeah.
So the Epic of Gilgamesh paints him as this arrogant king who abuses his power, ticks off the gods, and then goes on an existential road trip to figure out the meaning of life.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's what his story is about.
He ticked off the gods, though.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Even though he's supposedly a god.
Well, he's not a full god.
Just
and the
2/3.
gods get pissed off at each other all the fucking time.
That's true.
I mean, what does that matter?
Right.
So, okay, spoiler, he does not find the meaning of life or purpose of living or what the fuck ever.
Mm-hmm.
But he does get a solid lesson in don't be a dick.
Got it.
Okay.
Something that occurred to me, this wasn't just right now, but something I think would be a great video game, right? I think that somebody should make like a god combat simulator, like a god combat game, like Mortal Kombat, but only with gods. And they have like the special god powers that they have.
Oh my gosh.
I think that would be amazing.
And then just for shits and giggles, you could put Superman in there with his laser eyes.
Right. Yeah.
Just for fun.
I guess.
Why
Sure.
not?
Right.
They're all pretend.
Yeah, that's true.
You could put Cindy Lou who made the Grinch's heart grow 2 sizes that day,
Yeah.
Like everybody got a magic.
I guess so.
Yeah. Okay, so was Gilgamesh a real dude? Maybe. Maybe. Okay. Did he live for 126 years and wrestle a giant bull sent by the gods?
I doubt it.
Probably not.
Yeah, I'm guessing
probably
no.
not. But even so, his story still slaps, and it's one of the oldest written epics we've got. Okay? I did. I wrote that.
You said that.
That story still slaps. I said that.
I'm sorry. I'm okay, really.
Okay.
You can go on now.
And then did you hear me though? It's one of the oldest written epics we've got.
Yes.
And then I go, what? But Beowulf though. So
Sure.
I was like, wait, what?
Okay.
So, okay, here's me talking. Ready?
I hear it.
Okay. I always thought that honor goes to Beowulf, but nope. I was wrong. Beowulf is the baby in this comparison.
Oh.
It wasn't even born yet. It wasn't even a twinkle.
Fuck a Beowulf.
Yeah.
Right?
That's right.
Yeah.
The Epic of Gilgamesh is way older.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
It was written in Mesopotamia. The Epic of Gargamel, dates back to around 2100 BC in its earliest versions as Sumerian poems,
Wow.
just pieces.
Okay. Yeah.
The full version that we know of today written in Akkadian. Oh, I was right then. It was the Sumerians.
Sure, because it was written later
first.
in Akkadian.
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
Okay.
Oh my gosh, that's so amazing. I remembered it in the right order, and I doubted myself because I wasn't sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, I remembered it correctly.
Good job.
Okay, so the full version that we know of today, and I am saying that the word full is doing some heavy lifting there because it's not the full version. It's the fullest version that we have because there's pieces missing.
Sure.
Okay?
Yeah.
So that version was written in Akkadian, don't forget, and that one was pieced together around 1200 BCE.
Okay.
So that's more than 4,000 years ago, ancient by any standard.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So like the earliest one was 2100, right? And then the one that we have today was 1200.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah.
And even both of those are older than Baby Wolf.
Right.
You hear what I called him?
Yeah. Baby Wolf. Yeah.
Ye
That's
old
clever.
English epic of Baby Wolf comes from early medieval England and is thought to have been composed sometime between 700 to 1000 current era.
So new.
I thought it was a BCE, bitch.
It was
It's
just
current era. It's AD.
It was just on the bestseller list last week.
Like reading the Bible has like changed how I think about when things took place in history.
Well, yeah, of course.
Because I never paid attention to things. And I just knew what? Beowulf is old. It's one of those BCE things probably.
Sure.
Because I knew it was an oral history before it was ever written down. And what we know today as Beowulf is just one version of the Beowulf story.
But that was essentially being written in a lot of the times when, like the prophets that we're learning about right now, they're a lot of the time in that. Oh wait, no, you said 700
current fucking era.
Oh shit, no, that is really new. Yeah,
That's what I'm saying. It's relatively speaking, it's very
Right.
new. It literally was on the bestseller list because Seamus Haney did a wonderful translation of it, and I love that translation. And it is still on many bestseller lists because it's that good. That story slaps also. I will say.
Right, yeah.
Okay. The manuscript that we have, that we know of, the one that, Seamus gave us.
Sure.
It was written around 1000 CE.
Got it.
Current era.
Yeah.
AD.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I got it.
I'm just making sure.
Yeah.
So, that's only about 1000 to 1300 years ago.
Right.
Okay. So practically yesterday compared to Gilgamesh. So Gilgamesh predates Beowulf by a good 3,000 years.
Wow.
Like my mind was blown.
Yeah.
I mean, if you could have heard the pop, it was like,
Yeah. I believe it.
I had no idea. Did you?
No, I didn't.
I thought it was a BC.
I never really learned a lot about the ancient literature. Yeah. So I don't know.
See, I wasn't a history nerd
that much
but
about it.
I was a literature kind of nerd, nerd adjacent.
But like most of those discussions start, like you said, around Beowulf, right?
Yeah.
Like, and yes, we all know about Gilgamesh, but like, it's not the time frames to me were not like something that I knew right off the top of my head.
We spend a lot of time in literature classes discussing Beowulf.
Sure.
And if we don't read the whole thing, we read excerpts of it and we're tested over it. And we're supposed to understand all of the history and the things and the stuff and the symbolism and, just, I don't know. There's it's great. But like after we do all that, I'm like, but why not Gilgamesh?
Right.
That doesn't make sense. But it's because usually when you're reading Beowulf, you're reading it in a British literature class.
Yeah.
Beowulf is the earliest
Western culture versus, ancient
the rest of the
Middle
world.
East culture.
Yeah.
Right?
Or the Near East.
Right. Or Eastern culture. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, England wasn't even a thing yet. But Beowulf is the earliest British literature, whatever you want to call it at that time, the Anglo-Saxons or what the fuck ever.
Sure.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know history, okay? I'm just being right up front there. I don't know shit about shit. All right, so let's talk about the epic, okay?
All right,
here's the Epic of Gargamel in a nutsack. Ready?
Not shell. Okay.
Not in a nutshell, in a nutsack.
Yeah.
Because it's Gargamel.
Of course.
Okay, Gilgamesh the Jerk King. Ready?
Yeah.
Gilgamesh is the king of Uruk. and he is just too fucking much. Okay?
Okay.
He's strong and he's arrogant and he abuses his power doing whatever the fuck he wants. He's just walking around fucking with people.
Yeah.
Okay? Including ticking off his own people. So his own people are like, excuse me, Sky Daddies, can y'all maybe do something about this douchebag?
Uh-huh.
And they like are praying and praying and praying to the gods.
Yeah.
Okay. Then enters Enkidu. Okay.
Okay.
So the gods are like, yeah, we probably should do something about this son of a bitch.
Got it.
So the gods create Enkidu, a wild, hairy man. Hairy man, a very, 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 very scary man. Okay, when I was in 5th grade, Mr. Walker, he taught both mathematics and history. My class only had him for math, not history. But he was teaching this song to the other class. And so we would hear all the kids singing, scary man, hairy man. And we wanted to learn it too. So he taught it to us. And all these years later, I don't know anything about it except for what I literally just sang. Those are all the words I know.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Walker.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
So the gods created Enkidu, a wild, hairy man who's basically Gargamel's equal in strength.
Okay.
Okay, they're like the same. They're like, buddy. After a bit of drama, including a wrestling match, they become besties.
Okay.
Because they're the same. Now, I found the bit about the wrestling match interesting. Right?
Because
Hi, Jacob. In the desert wrestling with God.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I didn't get a really good breakdown of that part. I meant to, but I ran out of time.
Right. I mean, and they might not have anything to do with each other.
No, but just that it's like, they had a wrestling match and then they became besties.
It's definitely an interesting.
Right?
I mean, because it could have at least sprung the idea of that.
Sure.
That thing that happened in the Bible.
Right, because that thing in the Bible was so random and weird, right?
Right.
Like, this actually makes sense because it's part of the story. They're like, yeah, we need to make somebody strong who can beat Gilgamesh. And so Gilgamesh goes out to fight this guy who is his equal, and they are fighting literally because everybody's pissed off at Gilgamesh because he's a dick.
Maybe somebody that was holding one of the original like things for the Bible.
The clay tablet.
Stuffed the bit with Gilgamesh in there by accident. And
they put in the wrong envelope.
And we just ended up with a wrestling match in the Bible.
Right? They stapled the wrong page. They were always doing shit like that.
Could have happened.
Okay, so they're besties now, right? And Enkidu and
Gilgamesh.
I stuttered. I could not get the word out. I apologize.
Yeah.
I do that every once in a while. Gargamel. Think of it as the OG bromance. Okay? Okay, they buds. Okay, they go on adventures galore. Okay?
Yeah.
And I summed this up because, there's too much. Okay? The dynamic duo, Batman and Robin, they head off to fight monsters and they make a name for themselves. Yay! They're so cool, right? Yeah. First, they take down this guy named Humbaba, and he's the terrifying guardian of the cedar forest. If I have time, I'll get to that later. The cedar forest might have been like the trees of Lebanon.
Sure.
You know what I mean? That's what many scholars think.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So this terrifying giant, he was a giant, he was an ogre, like whatever.
Yeah.
I'm going to get a little bit more to him in a minute.
Well, if they were headed, so if they would have been heading that way, that would have been heading west. And they would have been coming up against maybe the Canaanites or the Babylonians or the Egyptians. I don't know who was all around exactly during those times.
Tall people.
But people that,
All the tall people.
They even referred to at one point in the Bible that the Egyptians were giants.
Yeah.
So it could have, there's any number of things that it could have been.
But not everybody agrees with that take.
Sure.
Even though it says it's the fucking cedar forest.
Right.
What is the city known for cedar all throughout the goddamn Bible?
Right.
So, I don't know. I'm guessing it's Lebanon. I'm not a historian, but if I have to pick one, that's what I'm picking.
Sure.
But some people think it's this other city, and I forget which one because who cares? That's east, like the exact opposite direction.
Okay. And even at that, I don't have any idea who they were actually fighting.
No, but I feel comfortable picking sides on this one.
Do you?
I do.
Okay.
It's kind of like if you take me to a football game and I don't know anything about either of the teams, I'm going to ask you just for some basic stats because I have to cheer for a team. I can't just sit there and just watch.
Sure.
I don't care enough about football to only watch it for the sport and the art of it. I recognize that there are smarts and good plays and stuff. So I'm like, no, I need to pick a team. I got to cheer.
Right.
And I got to go, when, they get sacked.
Yeah, right.
So I'm going to ask you for some basics. stats, and you're going to give me some basic stats, or I'm going to look them up on my phone now that we have cell phones, and I don't go to football games, but this is pretend world. And then I'm going to pick a side, and you're going to ask me, why are you choosing that team? And I'm going to say, well, the quarterback is cuter. And also this, and this. Like, cuteness won't be my only one.
Right.
It might also be that I like their cheerleaders.
Okay.
Because that sometimes factors in.
Sure.
But also the stats. Like, if they're on a losing streak, I'm not picking them. Duh.
Okay.
Okay. Also, if they're kicker, what do you call that guy that comes on the field and his only fucking job is to kick it through the goalpost? He's the kicker, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I can't stand when they miss.
Okay.
On either team. I'm like, you have one goddamn job.
Have you ever tried to kick a field goal?
I know, because that's not my goddamn job. That's his goddamn job.
It's not easy.
He is paid millions of dollars to trot his tight little ass out there, do a little ballerina dance, and then go, pink.
Yeah.
And that's it.
Yeah.
That's his whole fucking job. And he misses? Get the fuck out of here, you piece of shit. I'm just saying. But I feel the same way, like when I found out baseball.
I apologize to any field goal kickers in our
no,
midst
listen,
out there.
I feel the same way about baseball hitters. When I found out baseball stats, I'm like, you think that is a good number? You miss more than you hit. That's stupid. You think you're good at that sport? You're paid, okay, probably not millions, because football gets millions. But generally speaking, I'm going to guess baseball not as popular as football. We don't really have a Super Bowl that even non-football people stop what they're doing and watch the commercials.
There's, I think, a lot of better paid players in baseball because of the way they pay the players.
All right.
Than there is in
I'll take your
football.
word on it.
I could be wrong
I don't know
about
shit
that,
about
but
it.
I'm pretty sure
Well,
that's
I was
correct.
going to say you're paid thousands, but you're paid either thousands or millions, and you can't hit for shit. I'm just saying. And yes, my understanding of these sports is amateurish and childish, and I am fine with that because I know how to keep a calendar better than most people, so fuck off.
Sure. Okay.
So, these besties, they're like...
For the record, I love baseball.
I know you love baseball and football and tennis.
But baseball specifically, I know...
Yeah.
Like, it was one of my favorite sports that I played when I was growing
you
up. So.
are just a very sporty guy, and it's honestly amazing. I don't understand how we're together. I am not that girl. But, I mean, I was a cheerleader for one semester.
You were. Yeah.
In high school, in 10th grade.
And you ran track.
And I did run track every year, a varsity track.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it wasn't bad. I could sprint a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Then I hit the States and realized that, it's like if you take a 10 in Ohio, she is not a 10 in California. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you get me, okay?
Yeah.
She's an Ohio 10, but she's in California. What is she?
Right, yeah.
6 at best, right?
Maybe.
Okay, I'm being very, like, body judgy, but, it's a thing that people can understand what I'm saying. All right,
sure.
Whatever, sports, go. Okay, so the dynamic duo, Batman and Robin, they head off to fight monsters and make a name for themselves. Yay! They take down that giant guy that we talked about, Mbaba.
Yeah.
In the cedar forest that's probably in Lebanon, but who the fuck knows?
Right.
Then they kill the fucking bull of heaven.
The bull of heaven.
The bull of heaven.
Yeah.
Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Now, the bull of heaven was sent by the goddess Ishtar, or Inanna, or whatever the fuck her name is today.
Okay.
After Gilgamesh rejects her. She was trying to sit on his dick, and he was like, absolutely not. He was like slut-shaming her, literally. He's like, I know how many guys you've been with. You have slept with so many gods. Uh-huh. Get the fuck off my jock. Like, literally, he was so rude to her.
I saw somebody in our Discord talking that he might have been gay.
That could have been a thing, too.
I was just saying, maybe I'm, that I don't want to say that with, like, authority, but, like...
Well, he hurt her feelings. She was not expecting... Like, maybe a polite, oh, no thanks, would have been okay. I don't know. I've never turned down a goddess before.
Right.
But... he didn't do that. He didn't give her a polite, no thanks. He was like, bitch, you are a whore. You're a slut. Get off me. Go away. Like, he was just calling her all kinds of names and just like, he messed her up. So she sent the bull of heaven after them. Sure. She was like, I'll show you. I won't kill you myself, but I will make my bull kill you.
Right.
Which is interesting because, the Minotaur is one of those Greek stories. And the Minotaur is nothing but a bull, you know?
Right. Yeah.
So I'm just saying all these stories have like overlap.
Sure.
Okay. Anyway, he gets gold stars, gay or straight, for keeping his dick to himself, though. Right.
Right. But I mean,
but he was a dick.
he was. I mean, there's no reason to make her feel bad for sleeping with multiple
she's
people.
sex positive. That's
Who gives a
fine. If a guy sleeps around, nobody gives
and
two shits.
moreover, it's probably because look, if he wasn't okay with who he was, he might have been doing that to just make himself feel better about himself.
Right. That's true.
Like that's oftentimes what's the reasoning behind
that is true.
Those types of insults is so that person can feel more empowered, morally over
superior.
That. Right,
yeah. Because if you can put somebody else down lower than you, then you get to like feel like you're higher that day. Yeah. Instead of just getting to know yourself and be like, you know what? It is okay to be a slut, and it's okay to be gay, and it's okay to be a gay slut, and just it's okay to not be either of those things. It's okay to just be. Just don't hurt people.
Right.
Consent, informed consent, always. Okay?
Right.
All right. So they have this bull coming after them now. They're like, oh, fuck me. Right. So tragedy strikes because, Ishtar sent this bull after them.
Okay. All right.
Okay. The gods are not happy about the bull thing because
it was the bull of heaven.
Yeah.
I mean.
So they're like, oh, they killed the bull. I missed that part. Sorry.
They being
the boys, our boys.
Gilgamesh and the other
Batman
dude.
and Robin.
Right.
Yeah. The dynamic duo.
Got it.
The besties, the bromance.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. She's like, well, fuck you. I'll send a bull after you. I'm sending the bull of heaven. And they're like, well, fuck you. We killed it. Now what?
Okay.
Check me out. Catch me outside, bitch. And then, so the gods were like, I'm sorry, you did what? And so they punished the pair by killing Enkidu. The guy they had made to fight Gilgamesh. They're
How does that make any fucking
because
sense?
they're like, you're not working out. You did not defeat Gilgamesh.
Oh, they became friends. That was the guy.
Yes.
That was his buddy.
Yeah. So the guys made this, the gods made this guy.
Okay.
And they're like, okay, now go take care of Gilgamesh. He's too much of a dick. And our people are praying to us. Right? And so Enkidu, the guy that the gods made, he goes down and he's like, let's fight, bitch. And then Gilgamesh.
Thank
you. He's like, yeah, let's go. But then they're like, this is fun. You want a beer? And so then they become besties. And so the guy that they created, they then killed.
Right. I got it.
Yeah. I'm just like, what? Yeah.
Yeah.
They're like, you're not working out. You're a problem.
Sure.
Gotta go. Okay.
Right.
So they kill Enkidu, and Gilgamesh, he's absolutely fucking wrecked. Because that was his bestie or his boyfriend or both.
Right, yeah.
Right? Probably. Now that I think about it, like, I'm so slow. I'm very literal. I just took it as face value.
Sure.
No, they were lovers. Oh, my God.
Possibly.
No, I love that idea.
Right, but we're trying to be fair here and say that, it doesn't specifically state that. So
No, it doesn't, but it's my headcanon now.
Right. I'm sure there are a lot of indicators probably.
Oh, I love it. I need to learn more about this theory. Oh, I hope they're gay but maybe not because then his lover died and that's tragic. Oh God, I don't know what to feel here.
I don't know.
All right, anyway.
It was like 4,000 years ago, so.
I know. Gilgamesh he's really tore up from the floor up.
Yeah.
Okay, he can't do it.
Right.
He's spiraling into a full-blown existential crisis about death and mortality. He's like, wait, people can die? The gods made this guy. Wait, I'm 2/3 God. If he can die, can I die? Oh, fuck!
Yeah. Okay.
So he's mourning his bestie or his lover or both. And he's like, everybody's mad at me. I can't. This is just too many things. And so he goes on this quest for immortality.
Okay.
He's like, fuck it. Yeah. He decides, I'm going to live forever. How about that? Okay.
All right.
He sets out to find this guy, Napishtim. Okay.
Okay.
And we're going to get to him in a minute. Because this source that I was getting this from, they're like, the guy who survived the God's flood. And I'm like, no, because I haven't read that yet. What the fuck are you talking about? So we're going to talk about that in a minute. Okay.
All right.
So Napishtim, he had survived some flood. Okay.
All right.
And Nashtapitim, he got immortality as a reward for surviving.
Got it.
Like, he made it. Yay! Maybe he was the giant that was, like, living on the ark, the side of the ark. No, just kidding. He wasn't. Anyway, after a really long journey, including battling fucking scorpions.
Damn.
And crossing the boom, boom, boom waters of death.
Waters of death?
Yeah, like waters of death. Like capital waters, capital death.
Like, was it like the river Styx?
I wonder.
You know?
I don't know. Like, I didn't have time. There was so much. I didn't have time.
Right.
I want to know, though.
Yeah.
You know, we may have to come back to Kevin sometime.
No, I'm sure there's a lot here, you know.
I called him Kevin just now.
Yeah, I was like, what did you just say?
Because it's time. We need to talk about Kevin. And I said we need to talk about. You've never heard we need to talk about Kevin?
What are you talking about?
Okay. I'm going to carry on. Somebody in the live chat.
No, we
write
need to
down.
figure.
Yeah, and then you will read the answer when it pops up in our live chat. People should come to our live discords on Wednesdays at 10 p.m. to get this kind of information. But husband is going to read, and somebody's got the answer. Okay?
Oh, okay.
Anyway, I'm going to carry on while you wait for somebody to give you that information.
Oh, right.
Okay?
Yeah.
We need to talk about Kevin. What is that from?
Got it.
Yeah. Anyway, we are talking about Gilgamesh. Okay? So he crosses the waters of death, and he meets a Napishtim. Okay?
Okay.
The guy who survived. And is nobody answering you?
Nope.
Oh, that's sad. Okay. Give me a minute, and then I will get to that, because we're almost at the end of Gilgamesh's epic.
Okay.
So, Napishtim, the guy who survived the flood, he tells Gilgamesh, oh, sorry, my dude, immortality is not for you. I know you fought a lot of things. You came all this way. But I do have, second place prize instead. Here's a plant that'll make you young again. So he gives him, some algae mask or something. I don't know. Or he gives him, a map. He has to, tie rocks to his boots so that he stays under the water so that he can, go down and get this magic plant.
Okay.
But then on his way home, a fucking snake steals the plant.
Oh, damn.
You know them snakes?
Yeah, it's always stealing those plants from you.
Yeah, and then as soon as it stole the plant from him, what does he say that this thing do? It makes you young again. So the second the snake steals the rock, he sheds his skin because he's young again.
Oh, and that's why snakes shed their skin, huh?
He's done. He ran off with it.
Got it.
I guess snakes don't run. He shimmied off with it.
Right.
Okay?
Yeah.
And Gilgamesh learns that he can't cheat death. Okay? So then he returns to Uruk, his beautiful little city, and he's humbled and he's wiser because he might die someday. He lost his bestie or his lover, and he learned that, oh, I ain't shit, man. The gods, my life is in their hands, and they created somebody to beat me, and then they killed him out from under me. And so he's like, yeah, I'm a little humbled and I'm a little wiser, right?
Okay.
He realizes at that point that his legacy is actually his great city, not his living forever, and that the stories people will tell about him are how he will actually live on. So it's a tale of friendship, grief, and the search for meaning, a 4,000-year-old reminder that even kings have to face their humanity. Okay?
Yeah.
And then I had to quote the end of The Wizard of Oz. Me. What have you learned, Gargamel? I'm Glinda, me. Okay? What have you learned?
Gilgamesh?
Gilgamesh. Gargamel.
I was just making sure.
And then so Gargamel answers, well, I think that it wasn't enough just to want to see Uncle Henry and Aunt Em or Enkidu or Sky Daddy. And it's that if I ever go looking for my heart's desire or immortality ever again, I won't look any further than my own backyard behind my palace in Uruk. Because if it isn't there, I never really lost it to begin with. Is that right? Now, Glinda, says, that's all it is. Yeah. Okay. So literally that's what the Wizard of Oz ending was. It was the Gilgamesh ending.
Got it.
Okay.
Got it.
Okay. But that juicy flood story, though, which I will answer for you in just a second, because, oh my God, you're like, we need to talk about Kevin.
Yeah.
Okay. It was a movie that, I don't know if it was maybe based on a book. But anyway, very recently, within the last 10 years, so not an old thing that I'm talking about here, it was literally called We Need to Talk About Kevin. And it was Tilda Swinton was in it. It was very well known. Her son was a Columbine kind of school shooter kid, right? And there were warnings, there were signs, and he kills the kids and then ends up dead himself. And it's about her coming to terms with, how do I grieve for my son that's lost, and how do I apologize to these other parents? And how do I deal with my own rage and frustration and my feelings of inadequacy as a parent that clearly I must have done something wrong? So it's a thing called, like, when school shootings like really came on the news, like now we're like sick and tired of them because they're just every day or whatever, right? But when it first started, kind of like the Me Too movement was like, suddenly it just was there, right? So like when school shootings were like, dudes, these are a lot. We need to talk about Kevin came out. And it was very controversial. Like, I'm just really surprised you never heard of it. So when I said we need to talk about Gilgamesh, that's kind of what I was referencing.
Got it.
Okay. Are you good?
I'm good. I wanted to make sure our listeners knew what you were talking about too. So
and that's fine. I'm surprised you didn't know it.
Yeah, and
you don't know social things.
What?
But I don't know social things either. We just don't know different social things. I don't know people social. You don't know entertainment social.
Right.
All right. But that juicy flood story, though.
Yeah.
Okay. The gods planned to destroy humanity with a massive flood. Okay.
That sounds familiar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, okay. This story, Nipishtim.
Sure.
I don't know his name. Okay.
Yeah.
Nipishtim. He's the one that survived the flood. And he's the one that Gargamel went to and was like, I want to live forever. And Nipishtim was like, nah, but here's a map to magic moss or whatever.
Sure.
That'll young
you younger, yeah.
He also was like, and I have a story for you. So the story that I am about to tell you is the story that Inishkashitapum was telling Gargamel. Okay.
Yep.
The gods planned to destroy humanity with a massive flood, but crafty Ea, she's a goddess, could not keep the secret. She was always flapping them gums. Okay. Yeah. Or he, whatever. I thought it was a girl because Ea, but it's a boy.
Got it.
I apologize. I misgendered the god. He whispered the plan through a reed wall to Abnashaptam. Okay. Telling him, you need to build a boat. If you build it, they will come. So he builds a boat to save himself, his family, and all living creatures. All of his brides and his servant women and his slave women, all of them.
Interesting.
And he follows orders and he loads the boat up with everything and everyone he could. Okay. And gold. Did I mention that?
Oh, gold too, huh?
There's going to be no humans. I don't know why the fuck he's taking his treasures, but he took his treasures too.
Yeah.
Okay. He didn't take the animals like Noah did.
I thought it said all living creatures.
Well, it does, but then it's not. It's not this like with Noah. The story was very clear. With Gilgamesh, the story's less clear. Okay. So it's like just kind of a throwaway. Like, yeah, and bring the critters too. Okay.
Okay. Right.
And he sealed it tight just before the storm hit. Okay.
Right.
So the flood unleashed chaos. Winds raged, the land shattered, and people were swept away like debris. Even the gods panicked. They made the fucking storm, and they're like, oh, what have we done?
Right.
Yeah. They were cowering in heaven, not like this, and weeping over the destruction. Oh, I can't believe we made this hurricane that is now killing us. Ishtar, guilt-ridden, wailed that she'd gone too far. Indeed, she had.
Did she promise over a rainbow that she's never going to do it again?
No, she did not.
Oh, okay.
Nope.
I just was curious.
That would have been interesting.
I know this similar story that, just got some similar things. So.
Right. Yeah, we'll get to that.
Yeah.
Okay. So after 6 days and nights of apocalyptic storms, total tempest in a teapot, okay? Not a teapot. That's a different phrase. That phrase does not apply here because it was like the quote unquote world. So it was a literal tempest in a tempesty place. Okay. Have you never heard the phrase tempest in a teapot?
I don't know. No, I haven't.
It's like a bull in a china shop.
Okay.
It's a big, clunky, huge, klutzy thing.
Got it.
In a small place where it has to like tiptoe.
Got it. Okay.
It's tempest
sure.
teapot.
No, I get it.
Actually, in Fantastic Beasts, that's part of what makes the teapot scene so funny when he's trying to catch that critter and make it's huge and he's trying to put it back into the teapot and it adjusts to size. That's why that was so funny because that was literally a tempest in a teapot.
Got it.
I didn't know that you didn't know that. And I feel bad because you could have laughed harder.
I could have.
Yeah.
Could have.
And it makes me sad that you didn't have that laughter in your heart that I had that day. All right, so after 6 days and nights of apocalyptic storms, the waters finally calmed. On the 7th day, the boat rested on a mountain. Utnapishtim sent out a dove.
Literally, it rested on a mountain, huh?
Yeah, it did.
Interesting.
Right? He sent out a dove, a swallow, and then a raven to find dry land.
Wow.
Right? The raven didn't return, so he knew it was safe to disembark.
Okay.
Grateful but heartbroken, Utnapishtim offered sacrifices.
I wonder how many Christians actually know about this.
Would,
literally know about like that this story preceded their story.
I would wager to say that at least 75% of them are unaware.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, I'm not a gambling woman, but I feel like that's a safe, generous guess.
Sure.
All right. So he's sad. And so he's like, yay, I got to live. Right. So he offered sacrifices.
Okay.
The gods, drawn by the smell, swarmed like motherfucking flies. They're like, what the shit is this? This smells good. But then Enlil, he's like, wait, hold the fuck up. There's a dude here. There's a human motherfucking dude. What is up? So he's furious that anyone survived because the whole point of the storm was to kill everyone.
Right.
All right. So Enlil, he's like, the fuck. And so he confronts Ea. Okay.
Yep.
And Ea's like, you're an asshole anyways. Why are you overreacting? And he preaches him a lesson on compassion. Ours is to forgive. We should forgive one another.
Yeah.
Like, don't be mad at me.
Okay.
And don't be mad at this guy. Don't be mad. Okay.
Uh-huh.
And so in the end, Enlil relented. He's like, good idea. Let's not be mad.
Got it.
I don't know. Conversation was had there, but there were many lines missing from a lot of the tablets that these all came from.
Sure.
So they pieced it together.
Right.
You know what I mean? So we don't actually know the full story. We just kind of fill in the blank guess.
Well, and I'm assuming by the time we got to the Bible, you know, people had filled in what they liked or what they didn't like and added to and embellished.
Politics and
whatever.
Geography.
And that's how we end up with the Bible, you know, Noah story.
Yeah,
so.
exactly. Or the giant that hung on to the side for the Jewish story.
Right, yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yep.
So in the end, Enlil relented. He forgave. He blessed Utnapishtim and his wife, granting them immortality, which that's how Nicholas Flamel got mortality. Immortality.
Gonna have to explain that.
I said Nicholas Flamel. Oh my God, I meant Gargamel. Wait.
Not Gargamel either.
No.
Gilgamesh.
Utnapishtim. That's how he.
God.
Okay.
Slow down.
I'm so sorry. Like I got outside my head for a second. I was like, wait, what? Okay, let me start over. Remember how I said that Gilgamesh went to Utnapishtim and was like, I want to live forever. And Utnapishtim was like, no, but here's some algae.
Young stuff, right?
Yeah. This is how this is the story of how Utnapishtim had the immortality that Gilgamesh wanted.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
So, they have immortality now. He and his Utnapishtim and his wife.
Yeah.
And they have a place at the mouth of rivers. So it's like right in the crotch of where the Euphrates and what's the other one? Tigris.
Yep.
Yeah. Far from mortal concerns. Okay, so they get to live forever. Yay! And that's how humanity survived that particular godly temper tantrum.
Okay. All right.
So Gilgamesh and Noah similarities. Okay.
Yep.
This is just real quick. Okay.
Okay.
So first, of course, obviously, most obvious is flood narrative. Right. Both stories involve a catastrophic flood sent by divine beings to cleanse the earth.
Sure.
Okay. Divine warning. Utnapishtim in Gilgamesh and Noah in the Bible are both warned by gods to prepare for the flood. Build it and they will come.
Yep.
Okay. The ark building. Both characters are instructed to build a large vessel to survive the deluge, and they are both given very clear instructions.
Okay.
Okay. Preservation of life. They save themselves, their families, and animals. So in this particular version, yes, they both saved animals.
Sure.
Okay.
Well, that's what you said too. You said that it was the every living thing.
Utnapishtim brings craftsmen and stuff like that, like his servants and his slaves and some animals. But he wasn't like really given explicit instructions. There are a lot of instructions on boat size and wood that Upnepishtim has, okay?
Yeah.
He receives instructions on the boat. He doesn't receive a lot of clear instructions about the animals. Noah brings pairs of each animal, like it's spelled out, okay? But whatever, they both get to save themselves, their families, and some animals, okay?
Sure.
So, post-flood sacrifice. Both offer sacrifices to the gods or God, whatever, singular, plural, whatever, after the flood. And both of those sacrifices are accepted favorably by the god or gods in question.
Okay.
Okay. And both stories carry themes of mortality and divine will. Both narratives address human mortality and divine intervention in human affairs. I think that comparison is a bit of a stretch and silly.
How
But
so?
do they address human mortality? No, they really don't. In the Noah story, it was man sucks. God literally says, I repent of having created man. Therefore, I will wipe them out except for you, Noah, because you're the only righteous dude. So get your family, build this boat, bring 2 of each animal. And that's it. That is not the story of human mortality. That is the story of human death.
Right. Yeah.
And then, the story is, and then 40 days and 40 nights and, all of that. Like, that story is yuck,
Right.
It's about a rage monster.
Sure.
Gilgamesh, he's just, I don't know. It's different to me. It's
Well, the
not
Gilgamesh
same.
story is there's stuff about, like, there's a whole story about the living forever and how he got that,
Right.
and then somebody else seeking the immortality and all that.
Yeah.
Now in the Noah story, there's the bit where they had long lives, and then I think it was after Noah that they shortened
Yeah.
the long lives of
Noticeably
humans.
so. Yeah.
So I mean, there is some sense of
that
like
is
dealing
not-
with mortality. I
That's
guess.
not specifically addressed, though. That's something that we notice and pull out.
Right.
And as we're reading through, we're like, oh man, they ain't living to hundreds anymore.
No, they specifically said it. It was
don't
said
recall
in the
that.
Bible.
I don't recall
it
that.
was.
All right. So, we're just going to disagree on that one. I don't think that the Noah story addresses human mortality.
Okay.
Okay. Divine intervention in human affairs, absolutely 100%. Okay. All right. Gilgamesh and Noah differences now. So, number one difference is the cultural context. Gilgamesh is part of the Mesopotamian mythology, Sumerian and Babylonian.
Right.
And, somewhere in there is the Akkadians.
Yeah.
Akkadians, not Arcadians. Sorry. And Noah is from the Judeo-Christian faith. So, different.
Right. Right.
Okay. Gilgamesh emphasizes polytheism. Noah's story centers on monotheism.
Does it?
Yeah.
Because that was still early. That was just in Genesis still, and there was still a lot of.
The Elohim Yahweh thing, yes. I think it depends who you ask. Christians, really hardcore, like the idea that no, it was only ever one God all the time, always.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that probably the Jewish, if they care, they're probably like, whatever. Like,
Well, I feel like it was a religion that kind of evolved over time.
yeah.
Because there's definitely references to, a God collective of types, multiple gods
Right.
type deal earlier on in the Bible at some level,
But he always addresses him as my Lord. Like, he doesn't, like, one day say, yo, Elohim, and then, like, 5 minutes later be like, oh, just kidding, I don't want to talk to you, Elohim. I meant Yahweh. I just called the wrong guy on the phone. Sorry.
Right, but yeah, but some of
They
we aren't reading this in the original form either. So
Right.
like I don't know how I don't want to say that
It
with
seemed
like 100% authority either. So
No, but it seemed like they were a pantheon collective more than, like, competitors. So I don't know that it would have been, like, separate warships, in which case, like, it's how they get around the God and Jesus and Holy Spirit all being the same but different but the same. You know
Got
what
it.
I mean?
Okay.
Like, I think that Christians would say Elohim and Yahweh were the same but different but the same. Like, that's what I think Christians would say.
Sure, maybe.
If they had to explain it at all. Like, if they actually went into, like, the etymology of root words in Hebrew And they like studied it out and like went abroad and like went to Bible college, like hardcore learny stuff, scholastics and stuff, and actually paid attention and learned that, oh shit, there is stuff.
Right. And so the problem, I guess the part that I have issue with is that I know that that Judaism kind of, it was culturally adjacent to, Canaan and things like that, where Baal was, and there's all these other gods, Asherah, and all these other gods that became somewhat enemies through being idols of Yahweh.
Yeah. Even though
they may have been part of the same religion at some
was
point.
married to, I think, Elohim at one point.
Right.
Or something.
Yeah. So like there's a lot of, that's where I'm kind of like, I don't know how this all breaks down exactly. It would take a lot more research from us to figure that out. But at some point, there definitely was more of a pluralistic God than there is in the later bits of the Bible.
So you're going to disagree on the poly versus monotheism, and I'm going to disagree on the, I already forgot, but I disagreed with you. Apparently, I said bugs instead of word root history. I don't know if the word is etymology or entomology, and I can't read.
Etymology.
Okay, well, I can't read that far.
Yeah.
So I'm just correcting on air so that people know I said the wrong thing, but what I meant was word history.
Right.
That kind of thing. Like how words go, root words and where they came from and that kind of stuff.
Right.
Look, I'm interested in it and I like it a lot, but I don't know how to fucking speak it. Do I look like a goddamn scholar?
I apparently said Asherah. I've been saying Asherah wrong the whole time. It's, I guess, Asherah. Asherah.
We've been saying Asherah.
Yeah.
I like Asherah better.
Yeah. See, we learn all kinds of stuff when we're on our lives here.
Wow. I'm not going to be able to sleep
That's like
tonight.
our whole podcast. We've been saying that wrong.
I know. I won't be able to sleep tonight trying to make myself remember Asherah. God damn it. And isn't she like the earlier version of Ishtar and Nana or whatever?
I think there's some sort of a correlation
Depending
there. Right.
Who you ask.
Possibly.
Right. Okay, anyway, let's do more differences. Ready?
Yeah.
The purpose of the flood. In Gilgamesh, the gods send the flood because humanity is too noisy and disruptive. They're like, y'all getting up to shenanigans.
Right.
Basically, they are partying like it's 1999.
Okay. Sounds similar, actually.
But in Noah's story, God sends the flood due to humanity's wickedness and moral corruption.
Partying too hard / wickedness, those seem pretty...
Okay, no. Partying too hard is like, look at all those people, they're just having so much sex. Wickedness and corruption moral is like, they're not just having sex, they're like also robbing out of each other's pockets and doing meanness.
Okay.
He's saying, y'all are mean and bad. You are bad people.
But I gotta say that in the story that we read in the Bible, it seemed like it was very centered around sexual behavior, as opposed to stealing was part of it, but the biggest focus was around the sexual deviance of it all.
Right, but
which is similar to,
I think what I'm gonna say is that it's like a comparison between Girls Gone Wild, those Florida college parties that they used to show on MTV.
In the 90s, yeah.
A long time ago.
Okay.
Like, I think it's like that kind of like fuck fest, right? Versus you just found out that your kid has had sex for the first time with their partner and you don't believe in sex before marriage.
Okay.
Like, that's the difference that I'm drawing in my mind.
Got it.
I
would
could be wrong.
have to do a lot more research to feel comfortable with comparing those two.
I'm making a lot of guesses considering that I have not even read Gilgamesh.
Right.
Like, I have read summaries from various different sources.
Sure.
Because I did not have all that time in the world.
Yeah.
But that's what I took from it. I could be wrong. Okay?
Okay.
I said it.
Sure.
Okay, number 3, the role in the story was different. But Utnapishtim was a secondary character in the Epic of Gilgamesh. Because the main character is Gilgamesh, right? It's his journey. It's his quest. He goes to see Utnapishtim to, like, oh, all these things happen. My best friend or lover just died, blah, blah, blah. Like, I did all these battles, and now I'm coming to Utnapishtim to get, because I heard he survived the flood and got that fucking mortality stone or whatever, and I want to live forever, right?
Right.
And so then when we're talking about the flood, Upnupishtim is like, oh, let me tell you how I got that. And so he's a secondary character telling Gilgamesh the story.
Okay.
Okay.
All
The
right.
main character of the story of Gilgamesh is Gilgamesh.
Got it. Got
Okay.
it. Yeah.
It's just like
Understood.
it's a
Yeah,
frame
yeah.
story is what the method is called. It's a story within a story.
Right.
Okay. So Nipishtim is narrating his story to Gilgamesh, and we, the readers, are like looking over Gilgamesh's shoulder, reading along with him.
Got
Does that
it.
make sense?
But couldn't you say that the main character of the Bible is Jacob? Which
No, because the protagonist of the Noah narrative in Genesis is Noah. He's not telling somebody
Okay,
else
all right.
his
The
story.
book of
The book of Noah is Noah's
it's
book.
not the book of Noah, but the
Okay,
story
but-
of Noah, right?
But he's the one that we follow.
Okay.
He's the main character that we follow through
But
that.
okay, all right. I'm not going to dissect it any further because I
No.
don't know what I'm talking about exactly.
I see what you're saying, but it's not like we're with one character and then this other guy pops in his head for a minute and then we go back to the other character, right? With the Bible, you're reading one character until they pass along, and then it passes along to another character, and then it passes on. Like, it doesn't go back to
Right, but the theme could have been put in there for the reasoning, the same reasoning that it was in the other place.
I'm not following.
The reasoning, the story of Noah in the Bible could have been used in a similar manner for the Bible as a whole, the Old Testament as a whole, so that it builds as part of that whole story and narrative for Jacob, which is Israel, which is the whole, like Jacob is the main focus of the Old Testament, which again, I don't want to try to dig into it that much because
No, I
I don't want to,
know.
I'm just saying.
I hear what you're saying. It's just that Noah, in the flood story, it's Noah's flood story, right?
Yeah.
There's nobody else's flood story. Nobody else is involved in that.
No, you're probably
With
right.
Nupishtim, it is his story, but he's telling it to somebody
Right.
who is the main character.
Gotcha.
Okay. It's a literary thing. So, okay. Anyway, the outcome was different. Nupishtim gains immortality after the flood, right?
Yeah.
Noah doesn't become immortal, but is blessed to repopulate the earth with people who, live less long.
Right.
So that's a very big difference.
Wait, say that again? So it was,
Nupishtim,
yeah.
after he survives the flood,
Yeah.
the gods give him immortality.
Right, yeah.
He gets to live forever. Yay. Okay. Noah does not become immortal, but he is blessed to repopulate the earth with people who don't even get to live as long as he did.
Right. Well, it wasn't the other guy repopulating the earth too?
Yes.
But
But-
what's I'm trying to figure out what the difference is you're trying to get at.
I don't know. We don't talk about it. Because that part of the story isn't in Upnupishtim's story.
Okay.
I mean, that I'm aware of.
I thought you said something about that actually when you were reading through your notes. So
I don't know.
that was why I was questioning it, I guess.
Okay.
So,
I don't know.
okay. No, I'm just trying to figure this out.
No, I've been squirrely all day. I probably fucked that one up too. I have fucked up a lot in this episode, so just assume I'm wrong. All right. The next difference is the vessel design. Nupishtim's ark is a massive cube-like structure.
Okay.
So he's
It's
given
like the Borg.
yes.
Okay.
He's given explicit directions, just like Noah is,
Yeah.
but his make a box. Okay.
They didn't know much about building ships back then.
No,
apparently.
Noah's ark is like a shoebox.
Right.
Nupishtim's is like a Rubik's Cube box.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. So Noah's Ark is a long, regular boat with specific dimensions provided by God. Now, Nupishtim's Ark has some specific dimensions too. Otherwise, we wouldn't.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
But not as many. Like, remember how it was like pages and pages and pages of
Yeah.
numbers and type of wind, blah, 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 blah for Noah's Ark?
Was it?
Yeah.
I thought, okay.
Like, he told him lots of directions on how to build that fucking thing.
Are you sure you're not confusing that with like the Ark of the Covenant and stuff like that?
Oh, it
or
all
the
blends
tabernacle
together.
or
It all blends together because God gave so many fucking
I mean they did
dimensions.
give directions, but I don't remember it being pages and pages. So
I remember it being tedious, but
Okay.
I might be just meshing it all together into one big slop pile of garbage.
right.
But Upnupishtim for sure, he got fewer directions than Noah did, even if Noah didn't have as many as I remember him having.
Okay.
Okay. Because Upnupishtim's was like, yeah, build this and make it this long. Cool. You good? You good. Okay. And he had like lots of worker mans helping him, craftsmen.
Sure.
So he was good. He didn't need help.
Okay.
Or he didn't need help from God. But Noah did, maybe God didn't give Noah as explicit directions as I'm recalling, but he still gave him some pretty fucking explicit directions.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's another difference.
Got it.
It's a mild difference. The last one is length of the flood. In Gilgamesh, the flood lasts 6 days and 7 nights. That's not 40.
It's not. No.
In Noah's story, the flood lasts 40 days and 40 nights, with waters prevailing for 150 days.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
So that's a big difference.
Right.
And boy, that Amalekite giant guy just hung on to that boat the whole time.
I mean, according to Jewish legend.
Yes. Yeah.
Right.
Okay, ready? Prum, prum, prum. I've located my monocle and shall now regale you with whatnot and what have you.
Okay.
Tales of Gilgamesh's legendary exploits are narrated in 5 surviving Sumerian poems. I'm not going to go over a lot. It's like a sentence or two for each of the 5.
Okay.
The earliest of these is likely Gilgamesh and Enkidu, his boyfriend or friend,
Right.
and the Netherworld, in which Gilgamesh comes to the aid of the goddess Inanna, Ishtar, and drives away the creatures that are infesting her Hulupu tree. She gives him 2 unknown objects, a Miku and a Piku, but not a Pikachu. Okay?
Okay.
And then he immediately loses both of them.
Ah,
Okay?
all right.
After Enkidu's death, Enkidu's shade tells Gilgamesh about the bleak conditions of the underworld. Dude, it sucks down here. Okay?
Yeah.
All right. The next one is the poem Gilgamesh and Aga, which describes Gilgamesh's revolt against his overlord, Aga of Kish. That's a whole different story that we didn't even get into.
Okay. All right.
Another Sumerian poem relates Gilgamesh's defeat of the giant Huwawa or Humbaba. That's what he was referred to in most of the sources
but
that I
not
was
a
thinking.
Chihuahua.
Not a Chihuahua.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he was the guardian of the cedar forest, to which Gilgamesh ventures with his companion Enkidu. His
Okay.
companion. The subsequent encounter leads to the death of Humbaba, which provokes the anger of the gods. Okay, so that was the third one. Okay.
Right.
One tells the story of Gilgamesh's defeat of the Bull of Heaven. That's the fourth one. Okay.
Okay.
And the 5th poorly preserved poem relates the account of his death and funeral. What? He dies. As coroner, I must aver I've thoroughly examined her, and she's not merely dead. She's most sincerely dead. I messed that up really bad, but it's from The Wizard of Oz, and I wanted to sing it so good, and my throat hurts, and also I fucked up the tune from the beginning, and now I'm just sad. You could edit that out.
I'm not editing that out.
All right. Why you gotta be like that? All right, so we're getting to the end here, okay? I see you giving me the sign.
Well, we're like an hour and a half, so.
Well, you're gonna edit out a lot of coughs and stuff.
Okay, it'll be like an hour and 25 minutes.
Whatever. Just okay. Listen, Gilgamesh's death is not explicitly described in the Epic of Gilgamesh as we have it today, but there are some clues and later traditions that still fill in the gaps.
Okay.
By the end of the epic, Gilgamesh has already gone through a major transformation. He's returned to his city, Uruk, after failing to achieve immortality, but he's made peace with his mortality, right?
Okay.
He's like, well, if I have to, die, I'm going to make sure that my city and my name go on as long as possible.
Right.
The heart will go on. Okay. Mm-hmm. He realizes his legacy isn't about living forever. It's about the lasting impact of his city, his reign, and the epic story itself. In later Sumerian texts, such as the death of Gilgamesh, we get more details.
Okay.
Okay. Divine judgment. After a long and successful reign, the gods decree that Gilgamesh must die. Okay? Because even someone 2/3 divine cannot escape mortality.
I see.
They're like, bitch, bye.
Right.
Okay. Burial and legacy. Okay. He's given a grand burial, complete with riches and offerings befitting a king. His people entomb him in the Euphrates River or a nearby waterway, whatever. We don't know, so we just guess. And does it matter? No, nothing matters. What is time?
Right.
But this Euphrates or Euphrates adjacent thing, him being enshrined there, shows his deep connection to both his city and the land.
Sure.
But I think it also shows his connection to the waterway that went right through the city.
Yeah.
Now, ultimately, Gilgamesh's death emphasizes the epic's main theme. Mortality is inevitable, but living a meaningful life ensures you'll be remembered. His name and story have survived for over 4,000 years, so mission accomplished. He did it.
Yeah, he did
it.
He did.
And his story still fucking slaps, like I said. Does it not? I mean, I had to rush the end there, but there's still so much more I could say. Like, there's so much more I could correct myself on.
Yeah.
There's so many other, like, wait, what was that? Who's that?
I feel like there's a lot in there that's going to require us to dig deeper into that because
that was just this was just like an overview of Gilgamesh because it was time to talk about him.
Sure.
So maybe we'll do part 2 when we do our next bonus or something. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I this one almost deserves like a Q&A and a
follow-up
wrap up type thing so that we can
like it's its own book.
Correct some of the things maybe that we were wrong about.
Fuck off.
No. It's important.
No,
right?
it is.
We've talked about this before. Like it's important that we try to be as correct as possible with the information that we're giving.
Fact-based as possible, given that we're reading fiction
and we try
that
to
people
say,
thought was facts.
Right. And we try to say that, when we don't know, we don't know.
It's true.
So I'm just trying to hold to that theme with us.
No, you're right. And I appreciate that.
Make sure that we do that. So
I appreciate that.
And this is obviously because of how it interacts with biblical stories. It's important.
It is.
Right? As far as the whole finding out where these stories came from. This is something that I don't think most Christians really realize, that their Bible stories were based on something that is not actually biblical. Right. Or even Judean. Right. Or anything. Right. Like not anything that they would recognize.
Even as old as this story is, this story sprang from another before it. I can't remember the guy's name. It's some guy I've never fucking heard of. Okay. So we could even do like a part 3 on who the fuck is that guy? Because he has a flood story.
Sure. Yeah.
Everybody has a flood story.
Flood stories back then were probably pretty popular.
They were a dime a fucking dozen.
Right.
Just like, earthquakes and volcanoes or whatever.
Yeah. That's what else was happening,
Not Netflix, that's for sure.
Other than war, Yeah. So. Yeah. All right. You got anything else to go over before we get out of here?
I read and talked a lot and my throat, my voice is about shot. So no.
All right.
I'm good.
Well, so that was Gilgamesh.
Part 1.
And actually we'll be back tomorrow with
we are reading Jonah.
Yeah.
Chapter 3.
All right. We'll see you guys then.
Bye. Husband.
Wife.
Do you know where we are today?
We are way the fuck behind.
I know. We had just written out a schedule for like the next 2 months.
And that is completely fucked.
Well, I told you as soon as I wrote, I was like, that this is going to be off within 2 days.
I feel like every time we write a schedule for our podcast, it ends up going straight down the shitter.
But I mean, to be fair, it would have gone down the shitter anyway.
Right, but I feel like that's, it just always seems to happen that way. Like, we should never write a schedule.
Ever. Anyway. I
was sick, then you were sick, but now we're on our special Patreon episode, so it's not even a real episode today. It's a real episode.
I was going to say, watch your mouth.
It's not like an everybody gets it episode, unless you're on Discord.
Right. On Wednesday.
Which we're live right now as we're recording this, and there are people here listening.
They are.
And you could be here too.
Except that
as long as you can make it through the first half hour where we banter about nothing and everything.
Oh, that's, we really should include that in our, come join us. It's so much fun. But sit through a half hour of us not reading or seeing or talking first.
Yeah.
Because we hang out a little bit because it's fun.
Right.
Yeah.
And of course, you can always catch these episodes if you're a Patreon member, which you can do that by going to patreon.com/sacrilegious discourse. And we actually have one other way you could do this as well. We just started a GoFundMe because we need to get new podcast equipment, new computer. We want to set up a podcast studio in our basement, and we need some help getting that done. So we're going to be doing a GoFundMe, and you can find information about that at sacrilegiousdiscourse.com/donate. And if you donate at a reoccurring level, you can let us know, and we have the ability to grant you a Patreon membership for doing that there as well. So wherever you decide to donate, it helps us out, and we can help you get these episodes.
But actually, the word is recurring, not reoccurring.
Yes, you're right. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I apologize.
Recurring.
I always fuck that one up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's okay.
So.
Also, this is so that you will no longer have to hear the cat scratching in her litter box in the background. Because wouldn't that be nice?
Wait,
right?
why would you not hear that?
If we, are able to.
Oh, if we set up the studio in the basement. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Which is what we want to do.
That would eliminate that problem completely.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think.
Which happened on a recent episode.
Yeah.
Well, recent-ish.
Yeah.
So
I think that would be cool to not hear the cat scratching the litter box in the background.
Indeed. What are we doing today on our Patreon episode?
We are continuing our series on cults.
Yeah. So this is part 3 and probably the final?
I think so. I'm about
so?
done. I'm bored of cults.
You're bored of cults now?
I mean, after this.
This is not boring yet, but by the time we finish this one,
I'll be done.
At that point, you'll be done and bored.
I mean, unless through the course of our conversing while we're going over this, if something else comes up.
Right, but right now, you're really excited right now.
As it currently stands, I'm excited to get into number 3 and then be done.
And then in about an hour, you're going to be bored.
Probably.
Okay. All right.
Unless
more excitement,
you come up with questions
later.
Like sometimes I can't anticipate the way our conversations go.
Never.
Ever.
All right. Are you ready to get into cults?
I am ready to finish up cults.
Let's do this.
Okie dokie. All right. We are getting into part 3, hopefully the final part of our cults thing.
Right, because you're going to be bored at the end of this one. So,
well, I mean,
but you're excited right now.
Well, I'm excited because we might be done.
Oh, okay.
Pending our conversation.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I thought we would pick up where we left off, which was beginning to talk about Mormonism and how it began as a cult.
Yeah.
Do you recall that? We kind of mentioned it.
I think so. Yeah. It's been a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
But I mean, it makes sense that we started talking about that.
Yeah. It's also known as the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, or LDS Church, which I honestly did not know that those were the same thing. And sometimes, I think I've been told that more than once, and I think I just forget it because it's so ridiculous. Like, what?
Yeah.
Like, Mormons are LDS. What?
My understanding was that the Mormon, church basically started because Joseph Smith was trying to escape persecution. Persecution from legitimate things he did wrong.
Oh, kind of like Trump became president to avoid persecution for legitimate things he did wrong.
Sure, yeah.
Wow, so you should either
become president or start a church.
Be a prophet or a president.
Yeah.
Oh, well, Diddy's doing it all wrong.
Jesus Christ.
What? All right, so Mormonism offers a fascinating lens to examine how religious movements may initially be perceived as cults before potentially gaining broader acceptance, because it's happened like in modern life,
Yeah.
So we saw it in person.
Right.
This perception stems from several factors, including its origins, practices, and societal attitudes. Okay, and there's a reason specifically why Mormonism is considered a cult by many, even still today.
Sure. Yeah.
One is that because it was founded in 1823, which is basically yesterday in terms of history.
Right.
That's not.
What year was it again?
1823.
Yeah.
By Joseph Smith. Yeah. He was a self-proclaimed prophet in the United States. That's another reason I'm like, come on, you cannot be No, there's no such thing as religion that was founded in the United States unless it belongs to the indigenous peoples that already lived here, the Native Americans.
What about L. Ron Hubbard?
We're going to get into him too. I brought some of him along for the ride. Okay, so the faith's origin story. So it's not just the fact that it is such a new religion. It also has like a really wackadoodle origin story.
Want to hear something you won't hear anywhere else? We're unlocking a secret world over here on our Patreon, where the stories get juicier and the laughs get louder. But this door is only for those with a key. The key to our Patreon. Head to patreon.com/sacrilegious discourse to unlock bonus episodes, behind-the-scene goodies, and a whole lot more. Yay! For just $2 a month, you can support the show you love and get a VIP pass to our inner circle. What are you waiting for? The party's just getting started over on Patreon.
Hey, wife, I guess that's the end?
But husband, that's just sad.
It doesn't have to be. We are on lots of social media platforms like Twitter. Our handle there is sacrilegious_D.
For D's nuts.
Oh my God. Stop doing that. Anyway, we're also on Facebook, Instagram, and Pinterest. There's a link to all of our social media sites at our website.
Ooh, we have a website?
Yeah, it's sacrilegiousdiscourse.com, where you can also find a link to our merch shop.
We have a merch shop?
Yep, we have podcast-themed clothing, mugs, notebooks, and more, as well as an atheist and science-themed products.
Wow, our fans should really go check that out right now.
Definitely. They can get in touch with us by sending an email to sacrilegiousdiscourse@gmail.com. But before they do that, we could really use some help.
Oh yeah? With what?
Well, it's not free running the podcast, and we need some financial support in order to get better equipment, which will free up time so we can concentrate on our podcast and our fans.
Okay, so what should they do?
Head over to patreon.com/sacrilegious discourse and sign up as a contributor on our podcast. Supporters there receive additional bi-weekly episodes that we record just for our Patreon members for as little as $2 a month.
Also, we'd really appreciate it if you would like and subscribe on whatever platform you're using.
And Apple Podcast reviews help us out tremendously.
Like and subscribe, leave an Apple review, join us on Twitter, support us on Patreon. That's a lot of instructions. Don't forget to say thanks.
Thanks.
Okay, bye.